If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Thank you, Claire. It is. And I have one thing to say and one thing only. Gobble, gobble. We are live from the good old Fastport Studios with your host, Jimmy Mack, and your co-pilot, Dre to the man to the Phone Master Dre.
Good morning, by the way.
Hey, man. Good morning. Dre man to the Phone Master here.
One of the things I'm going to talk about with Lindsay, and I'm actually hoping to talk about with some of our friends today, it's 615-292-6366.
I say 615-292-NEMO.
One of the things I want to talk about on this day before Thanksgiving, and by the way, I'm going to get to the national days of as well, too. We got some great folks coming in, stopping in, some of them very, very soon, as a matter of fact. You know, we got a national day coming up that is not a national day based on a date, just like Thanksgiving isn't. It's always on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. It's kind of a cool one. It's going to be a nice topic for Lindsay and I to dig into as well. I'll get to that in uno momento. But one of the things I discovered yesterday is I made no plans for my birthday yesterday. Mm-hmm. I did not make a single plan for my birthday.
Isn't that nice?
And I've done that on a couple of occasions over the last decade and a half. They have been, without fail, the best birthdays. The one exception was when I had the modicum of a plan, which was to go out to have dinner with a couple of friends on my birthday, and then Claire surprised me by getting to the restaurant, and it was a reservation for 12, and Claire had invited, like, not only those two people who we knew were joining us, I knew were joining us, but like 8 others, 10 others that Claire had invited to surprise me. That's as close to but that was Claire's plan. Claire put together a plan behind my back, and it was not so much a surprise party as it was a surprise event. I knew where I was going. I knew that we were celebrating. I just didn't know there'd be so many people there. But almost to a celebration, the best birthdays I have had have been with no plan.
Perfect.
They have been with no plan. There was one time I told Claire, I said, all I want to do is I'm going to go get some barbecue. Well, not barbecue, but I'm going to go get some stuff to barbecue, go in the backyard, and play a couple of video games that you bought me.
Isn't that a beautiful thing when you have people in your life that know you so well and they just know it's the little things, but it's several pieces of the little things that add up to just one big, beautiful day because they lay something out or they just go with the flow and it's not pressured and it's not a certain time, but it all just works out. Organic.
Not a big, beautiful bill. Not a big, beautiful butt, although, man, there's some butts out there.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Jason Momoa.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But what were you saying? God bless, man. Damn it. Don't bring that up, okay?
Okay, it's just he's got veins in his neck.
Yeah, he does in a lot of places. Go ahead.
But, hey, we're all friends here.
We're all friends here. Along. Family show.
Yeah, very much a family show. It is only a little bit after 7 o'clock.
I'm talking about his forearms.
Of course you are. But listen, dude, it's like the days I don't plan, the days of celebration I don't plan, just let them happen. I got that barbecue stuff in the backyard, sat to play a couple of video games, invited one friend over, and then a few people called to wish me a happy birthday, and I went, hey, man, what are you doing?
Yeah.
I got enough food. Oh, come on by.
Yeah.
It's going to be a nice day. Yesterday was one of those days. I want to thank all of you, by the way, for the lovely phone calls, the lovely messages, the lovely acts of friendship. But yeah, I mean, just kind of perfectamundo. I got Dre getting me a little Bucky snack, although my nephews enjoyed that far more than I did.
It's enough to feed the family, dude.
It really is. And so I got a little something from Dre. Got a big something from our good friends Emily and Lindsay. Got the nice phone call from our good friend Rebecca Brewster. That set off kind of a nice pattern. Had a lovely hour break in there because of the back-to-back canned content. Wasn't even thinking about that. Gave all my friends out there a chance to call me during the show. And a few of them, by the way, had my back on, guys, I'm going to tell you something. We've had a lot of fun here the last couple of weeks. And there was something that I said earlier on that you guys have seen it. It's gone a little viral, my little rant. But that was kind of the move on. I'm learning right now that there are people who are just more invested in themselves than they are in the actual job that we do, which is keeping you entertained and informed. And I'm learning that when people don't have content, they look for drama. I've often said the reason why what is going on here is so vicious sometimes is the stakes are so low. What you guys do for a living, the stakes are incredibly high. You have to move the goods and services of this country across the country in a efficient and productive manner and do it in a way that makes people not even realize it's happening. What you really share in common with entertainment is that it's important that it look easy to the untrained eye. It's important that it look like it's happening without anybody noticing, and that it looks effortless, and it all flows to create a wonderful show called the United States of America. It's only when things go wrong that people notice. And sometimes you have to let things go wrong to let people see what's going wrong. And so we unveiled a little bit of the curtain last week. It will continue this Friday. Tara Garris, the Turtle Report, will be stopping in for Breaker Back Talk after we take Thursday off. We will put a final, I guess, cherry on the sundae of all that stuff that we've been kind of mixed up in.
Can't wait.
And then we're going to put an end to it and move on and get back to our regularly scheduled program. Speaking, though, of the stakes being so low, except for the people who were involved in it, is police in New Jersey engaged in a hoof chase with a runaway horse that went trotting through a Monroe Township neighborhood. The Monroe Township Police Department said on the media of social that the horse was spotted in the Hunter Woods neighborhood in Gloucester County on Friday. A police officer attempted to chase the equine on foot, to quote, officially confirming what science has suspected for years: he cannot outrun a horse. The horse, identified by the alias Seabiscuit to protect its privacy, was eventually cornered by the police and returned to its owner. In all seriousness, we appreciate our officers' efforts and those that assisted, the police wrote. These types of calls are not entirely uncommon for us, and we do our best to protect all of our animal friends that are part of this community.
Hey, Jimmy, what is a horse's favorite food? Or a racehorse's favorite food?
What is a racehorse's favorite food?
Fast food. Woo!
If you see biscuit, make sure you enjoy it with jam and butter while watching the Macy's Day Parade. It's post time, by the way, guys. It's post time to lose your heart to iHeart, have the audacity to listen on Odyssey, to yak it up on the tube of you, to make some FaceTime on a book of face, to live your best life on Live 365.
Live your best life!
Be a free floating radical at RadioNemo.com. You can ponder all these possibilities, and potentially you are, on all of our streaming platforms after this show has been broadcast, because this, my friends, is the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, and this is Road Gang Radio. You can forget those satellite lies and that AI slop of Zebulon 5 with its bumbling bloviator overruler, Dr. Philostratus, the proctologist of space trucking, with his inept banana costume-wearing minion. This, not that. These, not those, is the greatest live transpo show in the known universe. And how could it not be? With contributors like Jamie Jones, the Crackerjack reporter, and, well, head honcho editor over at Landline. We've been talking about this story. Let's dig into Texas in regards to getting rid of those CDLs that should not be out there. Texas officials said they apprehended 31 truck drivers who were believed to be in the U.S. illegally. As part of the joint operation by the Texas Department of Public Safety and federal law enforcement, 105 commercial vehicle inspections were conducted along Interstate 40. According to a news release from Texas Governor Greg Abbott, troopers were unable to verify the lawful presence of 31 drivers despite them all having CDLs. Texas officials said the majority of the CDLs had been issued in California. Yeah, Greg, because you guys aren't like public enemy number one when it comes to issuing those things. By the way, let me just say this right now. California is not good when it comes to this. Matter of fact, on them as well, too. But nice try, Greg. Nice try. Nice try.
Yeah.
Get
out of here.
There's a lot of stuff going on in Texas, too. There's a lot of
X's over there, man.
It's two things that are causing this stuff, guys. People don't want to hear this, but it's two things causing this, not one. Number one, well, in whatever order you want to do, some of it is like going, we got to give everybody a chance, even if they're not playing by the rules. Yeah. on those guys. But the other one is, I got a lot of rich Texas donors on my side who want to like give me a lot of money to get stuff done, and I'm just going to turn a blind eye while it happens and then blame it all on California game. Oh, we got to give everybody a chance. That's my California voice. We got to give everybody a chance. But they're breaking the rules. What? You're triggering me. What are you doing? By the way, Seabiscuit got into the conversation, by the way. If you disagree, we invite your reply at 615-292-6366.
Oh, give that reply at 615-292-NEMO.
By the way, we got a good friend of ours coming up here in just a moment. Let's get him on the phone, as a matter of fact,
Okay.
right? We're gonna give a call to our friend Chris Miles, who's gonna be making his way over to discuss some stuff. Chris is with Sonopar, by the way, and then the phone lines will be open. We got a whole bunch of stuff going on, and you can call throughout the show anytime we got anybody on the air. You are welcome to call. Stay focused on whatever the topic of the day is or whatever the topic of the guest is. But if you want to slip a little bit in the fence, by the way, if you want to say it's not fair, you can call and say that. If you want to say I got to protect my big donuts, you can say that too. I'm sorry. It's the day before Thanksgiving, and it's a little feisty around here. Let's head on over and see what's cooking in the chat this morning. We find our friend Scott Cooper, who says, "Good morning, Jimmy Mac, cup of coffee." Marshall says, "I'm always careful. I always practice safe sex. Just talk about it." Well done, sir. The Grumpy Pete says, "Greeting from the Coswalds. Listening to Road Gang Radio as we drive around, taking in some 15th century English sheep farming history." That is outstanding. Bruce Almighty says, "Good morning, hashtag RGR." And Lovey and Earl, as always, of the 504. "Good morning, family. Everyone have a great Thanksgiving." I could not agree with that sentiment more. You want to talk about a great American? Chris Miles is a great American, and we love having him on the show. He's a retired combat vet who saw combat on Rhode Irish and Afghanistan. For the purposes of this show, though, he is, military relations manager at Sonopar, and a mover and a shaker, and a guy who's a hard charger and one of our favorite gamers in the game. Good morning, Chris. Happy pre-Thanksgiving, man. How you doing?
Hey, good morning. How are you doing this morning?
I don't have any complaints. I've been talking. Your ears must be burning because Nick DeMeo and Sean Horton and I and Andre have been talking about you. And my wife is over the moon. She can't wait to hear this interview either. You're a big gamer, by the way, and we're going to talk about Gotcha 6 Gaming. Gotcha 6 Gaming. So let's kind of dig into this.
I have to share with you. I was actually grinding Call of Duty last night because I wanted to be able to I actually made it to Prestige 20, level 1000 last night.
Nice.
On DMZ and Call of Duty. I had to pull up Modern Warfare 2 back up last night.
Oh, wow. I mean, this is like we should have led with that. I'm disappointed in myself. I should have actually begun with this, man. That's outstanding. Let me ask you, when did you start gaming? And talk to us a little bit about why it's so important in regards to building community and how it actually plays a great role in making sure that vets have a great life after they make the transition.
Yeah, interesting. So I started gaming back when I was a kid, back when, the Commodore 64, when you had to put in MS-DOS code into a computer, and then Nintendo, and then all those gaming consoles. And, I fell out of it for many years while I was in the military at the senior level. And it wasn't until COVID-19 happened, and I was either watching cornhole or something else on TV, and my son asked me if I knew what esports was, and I didn't. And so I started watching Call of Duty players, creators, and that's how I got back into gaming again. And then really it was a bond for my son and I to start reconnecting. I came out of the military as he went into the military. We didn't see eye to eye on a lot of things, and that was the one thing that we could discuss that then ignited one of us down a path of discussion we didn't want. So until this day, he lives up in Portland, Oregon, and I just bought him Battlefield. I just bought him a new update for COD, and that's our way of connecting and doing things online and spending time together now. But when you look at the Gotcha 6 Gaming tournament that's coming up with the Madden tournament, really a couple of things that I highlight is, the camaraderie across the nation. You look at a gaming tournament, it creates a shared mission, just like in the service. The teamwork and strategy matter, and that builds camaraderie. The tournament will be online, but it's a way for veterans and families from every corner of the nation, even globally, that they can join in, cheer on each other, and feel like they're part of something bigger. And then the event, what I love about it is actually extends into the reach of the Gotcha 6 network. which when you actually look at what the Got Your Six network is, it actually 99% of the footprint of the country and the 20.6 million veterans that are out there, it has some type of reach back that they can actually reach into, whether it's for mental health, whether it's for, their Viva program to take in, help fertility for military families, or their veteran portal, because when you don't have a community, when you don't have a job and you don't see a future, that's when veterans start slipping down a road, so it also helps into that mental health and stress relief, and then just empowerment and visibility. You got a lot of great young people out there in the military right now, and, they play games. Esports opens new doors of skills, leadership roles, and pathways. It's just another way to also raise awareness for veteran issues, inviting civilian officers to engage and support military families. So I think it's a great tournament. It's a great endeavor that the Bob Witter Foundation is going down. And it's something that the Sonopar Military Employee Resource Group and myself, that we support moving forward.
Just to make sure people are clear, at the Bob Woodruff Foundation, that actually has a page dedicated to it. It's going to be happening in 7 days and 15 hours, as a matter of fact. The Got Your Six Gaming Madden Tournament. You can actually donate to the event. On a strange data note, I want to point out something to some people. A lot of people don't understand when they hear about what a small percentage of veterans actually make up the population of the United States. It's a small percentage. It's not a small number. That's often people confuse the two. Remember that, 1%, 2%, 3%, 10% of the American population. 20 million is a lot of folks out there, and a lot of them are looking for community. And the thing that you and I, when we first got a chance to talk in a meeting that we had, I was almost heartbroken because you were in your gaming room and I was here in the studio, and I just felt less of a gamer because of it. But there's a lot of folks who use these platforms in a very healthy way. Our general manager, who is not only a gamer, he was an ambassador for Xbox for a long time, often says when everybody plays, everybody wins. Can you talk about, in a little bit more depth, what this community currently means to many veterans and how many more we can actually reach and connect with beyond just the fun? Beyond the fun of the accomplishments that you and I have talked about, it actually has long-term positive effects for, getting people to kind of reacclimate into society, to be able to reacclimate in regards to friendships, and to also figure out ways to trust people more to start talking again.
Yeah, it's interesting. You have a lot of different organizations. It's funny. I just sent my first message on Discord before we got on the radio today. So I just joined the Bob Witter Foundation Discord group, and then they actually have 2.3K followers now on their Twitch account. So a lot of people need to realize that those are actually communities and outreach. There's different rooms, different chats, different groups. Even I was playing one of my handheld games the other day, and I had a area salesman out of DC. We're actually meeting for a drink at the Veterans Ready Summit on that Tuesday. He's actually going to come up and meet me, and we're going to kind of do an informal job interview while we're sitting there having a drink to see if he's a good fit for the organization. So it's amazing where you come across people, how you connect with small conversations. But I liked what you just said earlier, when we played, so I really think the Got Your Six tournament proves that when we play together, we heal together, we grow together. Esports and video games they're more than just games. It's a mission of connection, resilience, and empowerment for our military community. And really the biggest supporters to the military community is our civilian community. You look for years, the VFWs, the American Legions, but it takes bringing that community in to let those veterans and those veterans' families know that they're accepted back in the military. And that's the hardest piece, and you can say, well, we haven't been at a war for a while. It's the mindset that is at war. It takes that time to take and reconnect and realize, hey, I really do fit in here. There really is a place here for me. I can take and fit in with the civilian job and just rebuilding that entire life in a lot of instances. So I think these type of events, especially positive events, is what it's going to take moving forward. This is just a foundation setter as well. Keep in mind, we'll have future wars, we'll have future conflicts. So when we put these programs in place and we build them and we maintain them, this gives us a positive place for veterans that are joining the military to come to now and realize that there's a community in there that they can take and reach out to. When you take a look at the 22 a day that were committing suicide and are committing suicide, this is a way for them to take another outlet where they can take and reach out to that connects with the younger generation. If you take a look at a lot of magazines, a lot of advertisements, our service members aren't going on there, but they're going on to these other platforms, and this is where they get the news, their updates, and their messaging from.
It's interesting, too, because there's a marvelous book. I'd recommend it to you as well if you haven't, Achilles in Vietnam, where it's a beautiful book that he takes a lot of classic literature and shows you how Shakespeare and Homer and the Aeneid and all of those classic works of literature do a marvelous job of actually laying out what it is that PTSD is to a large degree. He argues that the birth of the commercial flight in many ways did a great deal of damage to helping people heal from PTSD, because you get dropped off at an airport and back home you were, that there was no boat to come across the sea with, no decompression chamber for a lot of people to move through as they re-entered the world to kind of process what had happened and where they were going next. In many ways, a lot of these spaces, especially if they're military friendly, do give people space to work things out, to kind of sort things out. And I don't mean like in any sort of deep existential way, although that can happen, but it really does create a space of reacclimation. It really does create a space of decompression. We've seen the studies. We know it doesn't desensitize people. We know it creates joy, and we know most people can tell the difference between playing a game and being a goofball and having a lot of fun and really being in a genuine, bona fide, terrifying and dangerous situation. And I was kind of wanting to get your thoughts about that. Do you think in some ways, in a small way, it does create that liminal space of the decompression chamber between being deep under the water and back to the surface?
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you look at mental health and stress relief in a whole, I think video games actually give service members and our family members a safe outlet to relax, reduce stress and find joy, and just have that moment to be able to take in, just find that calmness. So I think, this tournament isn't just about competition. It's about peer support, gives a place for the people that are actually on this tournament watching, whichever, because it's interesting. A lot of people, you'll find out, they don't play video games, but they actually go on Twitch and they actually watch people play video games, and it gives them that same time of calm. But it also gives them a place to connect, share their experiences, and know they're not alone because they see the same people in chat. They connect with them. They chat. It's a different way to connect, and I'm learning that. But it is a safe place to actually be able to take and do it, And I would tell you, when you look at the mental health and stress relief, one thing that Sonopar looked at when we looked at Bob Witter Foundation's mission, is that, this closes gaps in mental health care and strengthens the resilience in our community, which is one thing that we're looking for our veterans that we're bringing on board and hiring, and then, working within our organization. So I think their program with what we're looking for, they go hand in hand with each other.
Talk to me a little bit of how it's going to work. It is such, like I said, I'm so excited about this, and you guys are going to do not a test run, the real thing with the Madden tournament, but the idea is there are bigger plans and a bigger vision. Much of it is springing from your head. Talk to me about what that first tournament is going to look like, how it will actually play out. A lot of our listeners like games. I'm a big fan, as you know, both of playing them and of also watching people play them. There's a guy that does a PlayStation channel for PlayStation that every year plays through the beginning of Metal Gear Solid, the original one, and he plays the whole opening to perfection without killing anybody. Does the whole mission without killing a single person as a silent agent. So there's all kinds of fun things you can do. But talk about how this Madden tournament, will work.
Yeah. So for this tournament on December 4th, it's going to be an open tournament. You're going to have 256 participants. And then the 4 finalists will play show matches on the second day on 5 December. If you want to register for the event, you can go to twitch.tv/BWF.org, and you'll be able to take and see more of the event stats there. And then the December 5th is the invite tournament, which will actually be broadcast on twitch.tv. And then that's going to be finalists versus your Madden pros. So you have Dubdot, who you can find on Twitch, DUBDOT. Dubdot has 145K followers. He was the 2017 Madden Bowl champion, and he's made over $160,000 in tournament winnings. He is also the oldest Madden major winner of all time, so it gives me some hope that I can still be good at video games. And then you have Slim Ghost, who has 20,000 plus followers, and he's a retired Army veteran, and he's a competitive Madden player. I was just looking at his site last night. He's actually a competitive 2026 Madden team this year on his site. So when you look at those, you can go to player sign up. If you take and search Bob Woodruff Foundation, Got Your Six Gaming, you'll see the registration there. You can also go down and join the Bob Woodruff Foundation Discord for all announcements and updates. So I think it's going to be a great tournament. I'd like to also thank Veterans United Home Loans for helping sponsor this event, and then Sonapart, our military employee resource group, sponsoring the event. But I think it's a good first step for gamers, veterans, supporters nationwide to honor, service, and support veterans and their families, and continue to take and build upon this.
By the way, we're going to be, the goal here is to make this a flagship moment for both Brad Bentley's Vet Ready Summit. Big thanks to our friends at Fastport for giving us the studio and this opportunity. And, of course, the Bob Woodruff Foundation's first major gaming initiative, the Madden Tournament, has sponsorship opportunities, $1,500 for the Madden Tournament in May of 2026, Month of the Military Child, $1,500. And then, of course, the Veteran Ready Summit gaming activation is $5,000. It's all great stuff, Chris. We got to do our pledge, national anthem, and all that groovy stuff and get this show started. But we wanted to drop you in, get a chance to say happy Thanksgiving to you. Always love talking to you, and I will see you in Washington, D.C.
All right, you guys take care. Have a great morning.
Thank you, Chris Miles. A great American, is our good friend Adam Rock, Brad Bentley, and I like to say about so many of you. There are people who are overrated, and there are great Americans. That's a great American. Let's do a little bit of our, standard operational procedure. I will then come back and unwrap the show. We'll have a little bit of transitional music, get to our first guest, and on we roll. You can keep trying to call, though. We'd love to hear from you. Let us know how those phone lines are doing over there at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
It's a good time for a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's Wednesday. Hey, according to Matthew chapter 6, verse 25, it says, you ready? Therefore I tell you, do not be anxious about your life. Watch this, what you will eat or what you will drink, nor what your body, what will you put on? Is not life more than food, and the body more than clothing? Now, why in the world would Matthew say that the day before Thanksgiving? Well, I'm going to tell you why he says that the day before Thanksgiving. He's letting us know that we need to set our priorities. The things that God is allowing us to do, the avenues that God is allowing us to go down, we need to make sure that we're doing it in such a way that God gets the glory. We need to make sure that we're doing it in such a way that God is honored in everything that we do. So, brothers and sisters, I want to say to you and challenge you today in this simple statement is, trust God, and love people right where they are. God bless you, brothers and sisters, and enjoy your Wednesday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies. Visit drive4bme.com. Drive4bme.com to learn more about the Bennett values and opportunities for drivers just like you.
Are you ready for a hearty Thanksgiving meal without the hassle of cooking? Step inside Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers, where we're serving up your holiday favorites. For just $16.99, you can choose an entree from smothered turkey, chicken parmesan, and country fried steak. Each entree includes your choice of beverage and dessert. So come in on Thanksgiving Day for a festive celebration that'll leave you stuffed and satisfied. Here's to a happy holiday season.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to Radio Nemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Hit a subscribe, hit a like, spread the word, because this is Road Gang Radio, and we are live from Fastport Studios, Jimmy.
By the way, big thanks to our friends at Fastport, by the way. Please go to fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. They do it through technology. They do it through recruiting. Most importantly, they do it through people, and we'll be spending an entire week with them in one way or another. A lot of good friends of ours are going to be making their way over to Columbia Falls, Maine in very short order. We will be in that number when the Saints go marching in. By the way, headlining today on We Should Write, right?
Yep. We should write, right?
Right, absolutely. Headlining on We Should Write is Mark Gray and Mary Jo Vontillo. It's recorded. It's new. You haven't heard it before. And Lindsay will be lurking around, of course, on the chat as she is right now. She'll be arriving here at 9. Looking forward to that as well. It's a really upbeat, really positive, and really, deep book about it's people hear about the expression, the friends I made along the way.
Yeah.
This really is a book about the friends I made along the way, where a terrible, terrible tragedy becomes the impetus for something marvelous, something wonderful. And both Mark Gray and Mary Jo Vontillo are going to be talking about that journey with Lindsay. It's a great conversation. It's the first time they've actually had to do the trifecta.
Yeah.
Having actually Lindsay interviewing someone in studio and someone actually at a computer, and it went chef's kiss.
Flawlessly. Ooh, chef's kiss. I like that.
Went chef's kiss. I'm telling you, it's all good stuff, by the way. A lot of stuff to kind of dig into. You heard me, by the way. I'm going to start, once we get through the end of this week, where we take our final kind of comment on the events that have unfolded in our own little, tiny little gossipy, brouhaha. This, things are so vicious because the stakes are so low. The stakes are not low on the highways. And my ire at everybody right now, I am so tired of people who are taking sides in regards to teams. Mm-hmm. I don't mind you taking sides when it's like a group of people are being mistreated. Let's stand up for them. But don't think anybody, because they say certain kind of cultural touchstones, he's on my side.
Yeah.
No, he's not. He knows I'm triggered. No, he doesn't. He knows I stand for American values. No, he doesn't. Doesn't care. Both sides, all sides. Everybody's to blame on this one. What is going on right now in the driving space with people who shouldn't be driving is a big problem. And it's a big problem shared by a lot of people. And you can say, most of the stuff we're pulling over is actually California. Yeah, nice try. There's a lot of Texas and Florida in that. Most of the stuff we're pulling over is done because of cruel and unjust policies. No. You're doing it in New York. Everybody's got a big share of the blame on this. Everybody gets a big piece of the action on this one. Everybody's to blame. And somebody should have listened to you guys. Oh, wait, somebody did. A lot of us did. A lot of us were listening. We were trying to get the word out. The word is out now. And there are people out there who walked into this thinking they would score some political points who are finding out that, well, guess what, pal? That person you're pointing at is the mirror. And I mean that, both sides, all kinds, this kind, that kind. You know, I'm going to get off on a rant here. So, and why don't I bring the temperature down on this eve of Thanksgiving by asking Dre to actually bring in our next guest. It's really kind of groovy and cool because there's so much newfangled technology coming in, and we've talked about not just with AI, but a whole bunch of other stuff in regards to using psychological profiles, using the newfangled technology. You're not going to lose your job to AI. You're going to lose your job to somebody who knows how to use AI. You're not going to lose your job to the data. You're going to lose your job to somebody who knows how to use the data. You're not going to lose your job to some computer program writing the best resume. You're going to lose your job to somebody who knows how to use that computer program to write the best resume. TJ Graff, by the way, is somebody that Dave Nemo has known for a long time. I just got a chance a couple of days ago to have a conversation with him. It is the eve of Thanksgiving, and I am thrilled to actually welcome him this morning. He is of Star Behaviors, Predictive Hiring and Behavioral Assessments. You can find them on their website at starbehaviors.com. Hey, TJ Graff, what's going on, man?
Good morning, sir. How are you today?
I don't have any complaints. I had a marvelous birthday yesterday because I didn't plan a lick of it and just got surprised as the day rolled on. Found out I had a lot of friends, had a lot of people out there who care about me, and that's always the best way to find out people care about you when you don't ask them if they do. They just simply show you that they do. It's good to have a new friend here. So tell us about Star Behaviors first, and then we'll get into some other stuff, okay?
Star Behaviors is a predictive hiring solution and platform in which we've been able to develop specific job-related behavioral assessments designed specifically for the trucking industry. Our primary focus is in regards to truck drivers. And I recall a number of years ago, there was a trucking conference, and there was an individual, and he was up on the stage, and he said, folks, he says, you know, we're talking about driver retention and driver recruiting. He says, and driver turnover. He says, folks, what we're doing ain't working. Because if it was working, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about it. And that's exactly the problem that Star Behaviors has focused on in regards to addressing the driver turnover and driver retention issues. And we've been able to identify and help identify as the first step in the driver recruiting process those drivers that have the qualities, the core values, and behaviors that it takes to be a top-performing truck driver.
Talk to me, by the way, and you know, Lindsay, who co-hosts the show with me every day starting at 9, we love a good origin story because it really puts both the eureka moment, the propulsive drive moment, and also the human face on what often can be a lot of successful things, a lot of groovy stuff. How did you kind of arrive here, TJ? What was the impetus where you kind of went, wait a minute, if I apply these principles to this sector, this is how this can take off?
Sure, that's a great question. It starts all the way back in 1992 when I was at a crossroads in my career. I had been in sales and management for 11 years, and 1991 and 1992 we had a recession. And what was I going to do? So I decided that truck driving was something that I wanted to do, and my career started in 1992 as a driver. And I actually drove for 22 years over the road. I had the wonderful opportunity to be able to work in Iraq and Afghanistan as a civilian contractor, as a heavy truck driver running supply missions for the military, and I had a very successful career working both for U.S. Express and Martin Transport. And in fact, in 2001, I was blessed with the award of being Fleet Driver of the Year in 2001 for Martin Transport. And I was part of the recruiting team, a wide variety of things within my trucking industry, and very successful. And then in 2014, I became actively involved on LinkedIn and some of the other social medias, and this issue regarding driver retention and driver turnover popped up. And I was introduced to the concept of predictive hiring and the use of behavioral assessments. And once I was introduced to it, the light bulb turned on for me and said, it all makes sense. And so from that point forward, it has truly been an enlightening moment and a quest to help the trucking industry solve that problem.
You know, and that's also a kind of thing because that core value is often, people don't understand that in regards to putting together a business, is that you can have all the technology you want and you can have all the modeling you want and you can even have a good revenue idea, a good revenue stream idea. If it isn't driven by, people don't understand when they hear the idea core mission, manifesto, all of that stuff. It's not just a buzz. It's not just what I call bureaucratic speakinese, you know, the thing you have to check off the box. There really has to be, at every once in a while when you're doing your job, to be able, whether you're driving a truck or whether you're looking at predictive behavior modeling, you have to be able to return to that value and say, this is why I do the thing. And if it isn't clear, it often gets muddled and missed. You know, we go far afield here, as you probably have guessed. One of the things, you know, you and I got a chance to talk about some of the stuff that's been happening over the last couple of weeks. And I used to work in academia, and the running joke was the reason why it's so vicious, TJ, is because the stakes are so low. And what occurred to me during all of this stuff is the stakes are incredibly high because we're talking about the men and women who deliver goods and services across the country that actually keep the country working. They're working. It keeps it flowing. It basically it's the sewing that holds together the fabric of the country that we live in, and to a large degree, it holds together based on the people that we hire. Because there's always people looking for jobs, but a lot of them aren't right to be behind the wheel. And you actually, at the center of all of this, is being able to identify qualified drivers. Because if we don't identify them, it means that things aren't working the way they should, and they are the needle that hangs onto the thread that sews all this together. Can you kind of talk about, now that you kind of know how the program works, you've got your model figured out, you've got your mission figured out, how does that come together in identifying qualified drivers?
And it actually goes a little bit further. We go beyond identifying qualified drivers and actually identify quality qualified drivers. And probably the best analogy that I can use, and folks are familiar, and we're in the midst of the NFL's football season now, is that through STAR behaviors, we're able to identify drivers that are more like Tom Brady and less like Johnny Manziel. Both of those individuals can play football, they can run, they can jump, they can throw the passes, they can do everything that it takes to be an NFL quarterback. But one player you want on your team 2 weeks ago, and the other player, well, unfortunately, you probably wouldn't even let him babysit your dog. And it's the same thing in trucking. There are drivers that can drive the wheels off of a truck. But unfortunately, it takes more than that to be a professional driver. You know, we have that saying of, anyone can be a father, but it takes someone special to be a dad. And it's the same thing. Anyone can learn how to drive a truck. Shoot, I'm the perfect example of that. When I first started truck driving, I couldn't even spell truck driver. And I had a wonderful career now in 33 years within the industry. I knew virtually nothing about the trucking industry, and it has rewarded me extremely well. So what we were able to do is, through a very brief 8-minute behavioral assessment, and it's not a psychological test, it's not a personality profile, it's not a skills test, it's based on behaviors, is be able to identify those individuals, exactly as I've said before, that have the qualities, the core values, and behaviors that are indicative and inherent of drivers that are successful in the trucking industry, and even more so, have extreme job satisfaction. If you're not happy doing your job, you're not going to stick with it. And that's part of what has really driven the driver turnover and the lack of retention within the industry, is that we have people coming all the way into truck driving school, spending their blood, sweat, and tears going through school, spending money, or even worse, the American taxpayer helping to fund their training program, when they're not really suited to be a truck driver. They're wonderful people, but they may be well suited to do something other than trucking. And once they come into trucking, they get their CDL, they're happy, everything's ready to go, and they join a trucking company, and 90 days later, they're not even in the industry anymore. So very basically, we have to start from all the way back at the truck driving schools to ensure that the individuals coming into the industry are extremely likely to stay. Who would have thought in 1985, 86, that in 1992 I would be a truck driver? But it took maturity. It took a number of years, me going through a number of other jobs in my careers in sales and so forth, to truly find my true. And I think the word that we were all searching for is finding individuals that have a passion for the industry and have a passion for being a driver.
This is a question that I've wrestled with a lot because you made a really great analogy between Tom Brady and Johnny Manziel. One of the things that I've always he is one of those great what ifs in many ways, because there are people who say, with predictive behavior and all that, he was doomed from the moment he started. I was kind of curious, given the models you have, because the one thing Manziel did have is he loved the game. You could see him at Texas A&M in particular. He had a deep love of the game. He had other kind of demons too. And in many ways, he reminds me of a football version of Amy Winehouse, the incredibly gifted singer who just could not stay on the rails, who had too many people around her and too many enablers and all that. Do you think it's possible to find people who have incredible skills, incredible abilities, and to stop Manziel before he becomes Manziel, and to maybe get him down a path where he becomes Brady? Or do you feel like there's a point of no return, that somebody becomes Mr. Wonderful at 15, and to that there is no end? Because, we've been very blessed. I'm using the football analogy because it's such a good one. We got blessed down here to have the biggest chip on his shoulder because of a bad shoulder guy that ever showed up in the city of New Orleans, in Drew Brees. And by the way, we know this man, and to literally be able to say, I am going to course correct. Is it possible to catch that? Because I'm wondering if that would have an impact on retention, if not just making sure that Brady sticks around, because Brady's going to stick around. He doesn't get insulted by the 6th round draft pick. He goes out there and just kicks the living hell out of everybody and proves people wrong. How do we make sure that everybody who has gifts is able to get in here? Or is that something that we have to leave up to better parenting, better networks? Is there any way to catch that? And actually, because that's the magic word of culture too, how do we infuse our cultural values into people who have the gifts but don't have the discipline?
It's able to correct itself on the long term. But on the short term, when we say 3 to 5 years, it's extremely difficult to change behaviors. We look at the prison system, and the recidivism rate within convicts that served only 3 to 5 years is extremely high. Yet the individuals that have served 20 years, that recidivism rate is very, very low. They had an opportunity to change their behaviors. Johnny Manziel, great individual. In fact, I had an opportunity to meet him twice when I was living in Cabo San Lucas, Mexico. And Johnny had several chances. He had the NFL. He then partied down in Cabo for 2 years. In the Netflix documentary, admitted that he spent over $6 million in 2 years partying. My gosh, people would give a lifetime just to have $1 million, let alone $6 million.
I'll take 10% of that right now and call it a day. I promise you.
Exactly. Absolutely. Had an opportunity with the Canadian Football League. And after 1 year, the Canadian Football League said, don't come back. Then he had an opportunity with that Southern League, the Spring League, that folded up. And I think they played about 6 games before the season folded. And if you watched that game, he was ratchet jawing on the field with the refs instead of just keeping his head down and staying focused. So unfortunately, attempting to change behaviors is extremely difficult. It can happen, but unless it's like in the Marine mindset where you don't sneeze unless your drill sergeant says it's okay, That's not trucking. And so, unfortunately, businesses in today's world, in all the wide variety of businesses in the United States and throughout the world, the world is too fast and evolving too quickly to be babysitting people. So, yes, we can invest in people. Absolutely need to invest in people in their career growth and everything else. But unfortunately, the time is very tight for trucking companies, and margins are so tight that we have to make sure that the individual that we're recruiting and hiring and allowing them to represent our company going down the highway is as the best selection possible, because the stakes are too high. Stakes are too high in nuclear verdicts. The stakes are too high in dwindling margins for the trucking companies. The stakes are too high for the motoring public. So we have to make sure, and unfortunately, as we said in the beginning of the show, that what we've been doing ain't working. We've been doing it for 25 years, and we've had 75 to 125% driver turnover rates. So do we double down and just continue doing what we're doing, or do we think outside the box, use proven analytical basis, use a model that has proven itself now over the last several years, predictively, and have incredible success stories within the industry already in a 3-year period? Or do we just continue going down the path we're going and just keep churning drivers through and continue to say that there's a driver shortage when there's really not a driver shortage? It's a retention issue.
Yeah, by the way,
Companies...
You'll get no pushback. You'll get no pushback on that from us, that particular take. And one final thing about the NFL and also the supply chain. It's a good point. The NFL is interested in wins. It's not a rehabilitation project, nor is the supply chain for the American people. And that's such a good point, too. This is not saying there can't be acts of grace. This is not saying that people can't get second chances. As a matter of fact, you guys are set up to give people real second chances and real accountability. But it is a good point that it's like the supply chain cannot be principally designed for reclamation projects. That's a passion project on the side. It can't be when people got to get medication, when people got to get hospital supplies, when people have to have first responders in the game with nuclear verdicts lurking. It's just sorry, but that is a different profession. That is not what we're here for. And, we all have a deep compassion for people, but it's a well-made point. And this let me ask you a question in regards to turnover as well. I have this suspicion that a great deal of the turnover is a toxic workplace often tells people who are not toxic, maybe it's time to check out and go someplace else. I've always had that feeling that we've lost a lot of good drivers who we will never know about because he or she walked in and said, you know what, I can drive for somebody else in some other environment that doesn't involve this environment and go on. But what's the real cause as far as you're concerned about the turnover that's happening?
No, you're spot on in exactly saying that. There are really, really good companies out there. And then, unfortunately, there are companies that may not be the best of the industry. And they have practices and corporate culture that does not place the driver as one of the premier players, does not place safety as first, second, third, fourth, and there ain't no fifth. So, in order to keep 4- and 5-star drivers, you have to be in 4- or 5-star company. You have to have that culture of, and drivers are real easy in reference to driver retention. They'll tell you, here are the things that you need in reference that a carrier needs to offer. You need to have competitive pay, competitive home time, competitive equipment, and competitive benefits. And then the 3 pillars of that corporate culture are: don't mess with the driver's money, don't mess with the driver's home time, and don't ever, ever lie to a driver. You may be able to get away with one lie to the driver, but a 4- or 5-star driver, that second time, he's looking, and that third time, he's already out the door. So it's real easy, but it's difficult at the same time, because we have a tendency, unfortunately, within the industry, that stuff rolls downhill. It's always the driver's fault. And that's why part of this in regards to the behavioral analysis and finding those drivers is accountability. I've worked with 2 clients in the last year, and they said, my gosh, these drivers are incredible because they have accountability. If they screw up, they say, yeah, I screwed up. We all make mistakes. We're humans, okay? And we learn from our mistakes. But unfortunately, stuff rolls downhill. It's always the driver's fault. Operations doesn't take accountability. It may have been, or safety doesn't take the ability, or maintenance doesn't take the accountability, and it rolls downhill. But the biggest thing to remember and to recall, and I drove for 22 years, is that the drivers are in control of the vehicle. They are the ones that say, will this truck go down the road or not? So especially coming into the winter season, we tell our drivers, and I'm working with a small company right now out of Minnesota, we remind our drivers that they are the eyes and the ears on the highway, that if the road conditions have deteriorated where they don't feel safe, they simply call into operations, send a message into operations, and let them know. And it's so critical for drivers to focus on that, to focus on accountability, to focus on safety, honesty, customer service, and teamwork. And that's really how we build world-class carriers, and then also have leadership and ownership and management turning around and embracing those same qualities.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they always say that the best form of evangelization is evangelization by example. People often forget that you can preach all you want from the pulpit, but if your parishioners see you actually living the values by which you espouse, it's amazing how many people keep showing back up to keep getting the good word, because they think that the good word actually infuses you and is informing your every action. TJ, we're out of time. You are welcome back. We got a lot of good stuff to talk about, a lot of stuff we haven't even come close to unpacking. We like the long form here, my friend, and promise me you'll have the best of Thanksgivings. We'll talk soon, but promise me you'll have the best of Thanksgiving. I'll give you the final word before we get out of here. You'll hear the music start as you talk, but I thought I'd give you a chance to talk to our friends out there who are listening right now.
I just wanted to thank you and the entire RadioNemo team for this opportunity to be able to share my thoughts and the vision of predictive hiring and STAR behaviors. If anyone is interested, anyone can come to our website at starbehaviors.com. We are always willing to listen and be here to try and help any carriers in regards to addressing their driver retention and driver turnover issues. Again, thank you very much, and everyone have a very, very safe and happy Thanksgiving.
TJ Graff has joined us, by the way. You make new friends along the way. That's the whole point of this. TJ, happy Thanksgiving and best of days, my friend. By the way, that's the sound of the plump tuba player that often starts our show, but in this case, he starts the end of the first hour. The Braz is coming. Look busy. A little tech talk with our friends from TMC on this pre-Thanksgiving edition on National Jukebox Day. We'll talk about that as well, too.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
It's one simple act. One simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward. Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
I don't know if you know this, Dre, by the way. Robert Braswell and my Uncle Terry have something in common. They are both graduates of the University of Maryland at College Park in one way or another. Yeah, Terry, by the way, my uncle just retired from Tulane University as a full professor of American history with a particular focus on the Irish-American experience in New Orleans. Robert is as much of a smarty pants as he is. He's the executive director for ATA's Technology and Maintenance Council. He's responsible, by the way, for you guys who don't know, his bona fides, he doesn't toot his own horn, for ensuring the effectiveness of all TMC programs, products, meetings, and services covering all aspects of light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles, engineering, maintenance, and maintenance management. That's why he is such a darn good expert on all of this. And this, of course, is the longest-running segment of any show on RadioNemo.com, all the way back to its XM days. And as a contributor, Robert Braswell joins us for another edition of Tech Talk with TMC. It's good to have you. Happy day before Thanksgiving, my friend.
Happy penultimate day before Thanksgiving. Back to you, boy. With that buildup, it's quite a pressure for me to deliver today. Well, thanks for that great introduction. And one of the things we're going to be delivering for our listening audience today is a fantastic topic, and it is a technology to be thankful for, and that's retreads. And for really good reasons, Jimmy Mack. You know, retreads are one of the trucking industry's earliest examples of planned sustainability and vehicle operation. And that goes back, almost to the beginning of tires and trucking. And it's just gotten better over the years. And they get a bad rap. We're going to talk about why that's not fair and why retreads are a really, really, really good environmental friendly and safe operational choice to make in trucking operations. And joining us this week, we are very pleased to welcome to the program Dan Shy, who's a technical account manager for the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company. He's going to be sharing with us information on what fleets and drivers need to know about retreads as we approach 2026. You know, Dan is one of the folks who literally helps us write the book when it comes to tire and wheel maintenance. And we're looking forward to him discussing what new developments are happening in this important area and much, much more, all about the subject of retreads. But before we bring Dan on, of course, each week we like to make a special offer available to our listeners. And this week it's our TMC's Radial Tire and Disc Wheel Conditions Digest. We're offering it for the special price of just $25 plus shipping and handling. To order, you can call our customer service line toll free at 1-866-821-3468. Mention RadioNemo.com and you can get it for that special price. Also, go to the web at tmc@trucking.org or our public-facing website, tmc.trucking.org, and you can get to us that way too. What's more, if you're an owner-operator or a small fleet, you got 100 or fewer power units, we'd love to have you as a member of TMC. You can join us for the discounted annual dues of just $150. And when you do that today, you'll get our 2-volume recommended practices manual and many other good benefits. So please do call that same toll-free number if you're interested in signing up with us. And as always, we remind our listeners at the top of the show, any TMC recommended practices we discuss reflect the consensus of our members. We offer them as recommendations only, and everyone must first determine for themselves if they are safe and appropriate for their operation. Please remember that TMC doesn't endorse any product, person, or service, and the opinions expressed in the show are those of the individual and not necessarily the opinion of his or her company, nor TMC, unless stated otherwise. And with all that out of the way, please welcome to the program this morning, Dan Shy. Good morning, Dan.
Hello, Robert and Dave. Thanks for having me.
So, retreads, what a great topic to have the day before Thanksgiving, because, they give back so much to the industry in terms of increased savings and, just increased or decreased impact on the environment. I think it's something under the order of for every 9 gallons it takes to make a virgin tire, the savings when it comes to a retread is like 1 gallon, something like that. Is that right?
Oh, that sounds right. One of the pillars of sustainability is to make your products last longer, and certainly retreading a casing multiple times is that sustainable pillar right there.
And so if you do a good job of your tire maintenance when you're going down the road, you'll be able to get more out of your tires through more retreads. And it's not unheard of with proper tire management to get, 2, 3, maybe even 4 retreads out of the same casing, particularly if you've got a conscientious program on tracking the casings and so forth. And we'll talk about that a little bit later into the program. But first, let's go talk about some of the latest developments on the retread side of the business. There's some things going on in the U.S. Congress about retreading truck tires, aren't there?
Right, and one of the most amazing things about it is both sides of the aisle are behind it. So
well, that's
something
unusual.
to be thankful for.
Exactly.
Right.
Well, what is it?
So there's Emily Sykes, a Democrat from Ohio, and Darren LaHood, a Republican from Illinois, and they've introduced this House bill that would, if put into law, it would allow tax credits when you retread a tire. And it's no small amount. They say it's 30% or $30, whichever is less. So about $30 per tire that you would get a tax credit for.
That'll make a big difference in a lot of operations' bottom lines. Absolutely. Looking forward to some positive progress on that. Usually when we hear about the U.S. Congress and retreading, it's usually bad news in a way, or at least attempted bad news, because they often get a bad rap. People see what we call gators on the side of the road, and they always attribute them to those bad retreads failing because of X, Y, and Z. But it really has nothing to do with the fact that they're retreads. It just has to do with the fact that if you see a gator on the side of the road, chances are it's a retread, because there's more retreads out there than there are virgin tires, right?
That's right, but there's been several studies by NHTSA and University of Michigan. I can mention them, even though I'm in Ohio this weekend. But they did a study, good for them, on where do actually all these treads sitting on the side of the road come from, and both of the studies showed that there are more new, we call them virgin tire treads on the side of the road than there are retreaded materials. And it's just a matter of tire maintenance and maintaining your pressure and avoiding road hazards and so if you run a virgin tire under pressure, it's not going to hold up any better than a retreaded tire. Both of them have to pass federal standards. Mm-hmm.
So the good news is it's not retreads that are the problem. The bad news is it's all tires, but really it's not the tires, it's us, so to speak. It has to do with proper tire inflation. You have to have the right amount of inflation pressure for the load being carried. And that's the same with overload condition. You could have a certain inflation pressure that was good for the load going one way, but if you've overloaded it going back, that's you need to adjust the tire pressure. And if you're not doing that, you're setting up yourself for some problems in terms of potential zipper conditions and a bunch of other negative impacts on those tires. And retreads, again, they get a bad rap on that. And every once in a while we hear at TMC, you'll hear somebody in a certain district call up and say, what's wrong with these retreads? We have to explain the deal. Well, here's how you tell the difference if it's a retread or a virgin tire on the side of the road. Or here's a better one. If you can tell whether or not it was a retread at all. If you see the failure on the side of the road, the scrap of tire has wires sticking out of it, that's usually something because of underinflation, right? Because the belts in that radial tire have failed due to the excessive heat caused by the underinflation overload condition. If you don't see the wire in the scraps of the piece of tire, chances are it could be a retread, but they're very, very rare compared to the other potential. Isn't that right?
That's right. And again, it's what was the failure mode? Was it because it was underinflated or because you hit a road hazard? That has a lot to do with what it looks like in the end. Yeah.
Yeah. There's some myths out there about retreads too. Some people think that you can't put retreads on the steer axle of a truck. That's not right, is it?
That's right. It's perfectly allowable, and the only regulation against it is on buses, multi-passenger buses, and so I think people get that understanding that they cannot do it, and they don't do it, and develop a habit of not doing it, but it is perfectly legal and permissible.
So let's talk about some of the basics that a fleet or a vehicle operator should know about getting their tires retreaded.
Well, I'll say if you don't practice retreading now and want to get into it, then wherever you're sourcing your tires from currently would be able to direct you to an appropriate service for retreading. And from there, you'll find out, all the logistics of, collecting your tires and shipping them and getting them back, and knowing that you'll get your casings back on your wheels, and you could have the option of having a wheel program. And those would just be the basics.
Retreading in its simplest terms is the process of installing a new tread onto a used tire casing in order to maximize the casing life. And it's just basically like having a new set of soles or heels put on a worn set of shoes. We hear different terms for retreads. That's a more modern term, I think, but some of the old terms are recaps or remolds. Some people even use the term remanufactured tires. All of these mean the same thing, don't they?
They do, yes.
So there's some commonly used terms we hear when it comes to retreads. Maybe you can tell me a little bit about difference about them. Sometimes we hear things about, cold cure or hot cure. What does all that mean exactly when it comes to retreads?
Yeah. The whole thing about rubber is in its raw form, it's kind of gushy and sticky. And so, once the casing has already been manufactured, that's already been hot cured, but in the retread process, you're putting rubber on the outside of that is not cured, and so there's different methods of curing. The old-fashioned way of using oven, but there's also a chemical. I guess that's what they refer to as cold cure. Yeah.
It's amazing the different technologies that have developed for recent retread processes. It's not like it was back, say, in the 60s when you were doing bias tire retreads. It's so much more advanced. And the technology used to inspect the casings has really, really progressed quite a bit, hasn't it?
All right. There's all sorts of machines to do the non-destructive inspections. Just some of them: ultrasonic inspection, shearography, X-raying. So like in shearography, they would draw a vacuum and be able to see if there are any sorts of air bubbles in the tire that get expanded when it's placed under a vacuum. And then again, with the X-rays, you can see broken wires or separated belts and things like that.
So, what are some of the reasons why?
Mm-hmm.
What are some of the reasons a tire casing may fail a retread inspection? In other words, why can't you retread that casing?
So there's lots of things that can go wrong that you don't even see. And that's what those the machines that we just discussed would reveal. And all this is mainly due to improper maintenance, mainly inflation, but maybe overspeeding, overloading. That could cause damage to belts and have them separate. The bead of the tire, that's where it's going to pin up against the wheel flange and create the seal for the air. So you want that in pretty good condition. The tire inner liner could be damaged from tire removal tools or things like that. And all those things, if they're not repairable during the inspection process, then the tire casing would get rejected, and the term is return as received, and that's something no one wants to do. You're shipping a tire casing to someplace to have it remanufactured, retreaded, and if it just comes back the way it is, that's not good for anybody. So the fleet developed really good methods of tire not only maintenance but inspection before they even send it to be retreaded, and then it gets inspected further at the retread plants.
So you mentioned an interesting point. Can you repair casings during that inspection process? In other words, you can salvage some of them?
That's right. And so the retread technician, once the tread is buffed off, they look for more damages that maybe couldn't be seen, and they do what's called skiving. They do some grinding around the damage, and then right before the tread gets on, they fill it with uncured rubber, and that certainly strengthens that area.
You're listening to Tech Talk with TMC. We have Dan Shy with the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company. We're talking about technology to be thankful for. That's retreads. Dan, we talked a little bit briefly earlier in the program about zipper failures or zipper ruptures. Let's talk a little bit about what those are exactly and what the causes are of that. And that's really what seems like the main reason why we see rubber on the road, isn't it?
It's one of the reasons, and it's actually a very dangerous condition, and people get injured all the time from it. And it's where a tire is operated at low pressure, and maybe it hits a road irregularity that causes the tire inner liner to pinch on the wheel rim flange, and it creates like a smile face on the inside of the tire inner liner. And that's where a qualified tire technician can inspect and see those indications of that damage. Because if it's not paid attention to, it's certainly possible that once it's assembled and inflated, that weak area will open up, and just like you can imagine someone unzipping where that smile is, that's where the zipper rupture occurs. Mm-hmm.
So you should be looking, for example, if you're doing your regular, walk around inspection, or if you're just doing maintenance on your tires, you should be looking for things like punctures, injuries, distortions, or ripples and bulges in the sidewall. Are these all indications you might have a potential zipper condition?
Possible, because all those would tend to allow you to operate at a lower pressure than you should, and that's what the root cause is. Mm-hmm.
So if you suspect a tire might have been underinflated significantly, let's say 20% or more of its target inflation pressure, should that be removed and evaluated, or what should you do with that tire?
Right. It's 80% or operating 80% of your prescribed pressure is cause for immediate removal of the tire and to have it inspected to see if there's any damage to, again, the inner liner or the bead area.
And this is where safety cages are so important for the tire technician in the shop, right?
Right. Not only zipper ruptures could cause a blowout, but there's other injuries that could not have been caught, and so you want to have that in the OSHA approved cage that can contain any kind of a rapid air loss.
When you put that tire in the safety cage, there's a procedure, right, in terms of how you inflate it to a certain level and then to see if it's going to have a failure. Can you describe that process a little bit?
Right. So the best practice is to start an inflation with the tire and the wheel laying down flat. That way the bead gets a chance to evenly seat on the wheel flange. And so that should be about 5 psi. And at that time, you can stand it up straight and roll it into the cage and start the inflation. And there's rules about where you should be standing and how that where that cage should be in your shop and things like that. But and then you can certainly bring it up to a certain point and see if there are any bulges or you can hear any air escaping, at which time you should address where those are located.
We talked about some myths earlier in the segment about putting retreads in the steer position on tractors. Why do fleets not use retreads in the steer position sometimes? What are some of the falsehoods out there that lead them to believe they can't do that or shouldn't do that?
Well, so you mentioned at the beginning of the show how long we've been doing this. It's over 100 years, and it took a long time to evolve, but now we have a pretty good process. So I would say that just the roundness or uniformity of the tire itself, the retread itself, maybe in the old days it was maybe a rough ride, and so today, they've ironed all that out, and they would give a comparable ride to the new tire. And then also, I'll say over the last 100 years, they've gotten better at adhering the tread to the casing, and that was always the stigma of a retread. That's why people think gators are retreads. That you certainly don't want any kind of delaminating occurrence on a steer tire when you're going down the road. So I just think that over the years, that it's a stigma, and it has to be overcome by experience and education, I guess. But other than that, the whole process with the fleets, where they run a new steer tire, but then retread it to a drive tire and put the drive tire on. And then when that gets worn down, then they retread it again and as a trailer tire. So there's a cascading effect there of starting with a new tire and using it as much as possible.
The technology, as we said, in a retread plant has evolved so much in the past couple decades. It really behooves somebody who's on the fleet management side, or even a vehicle operator, maybe take a inspection tour of a retread plant. I know a lot of the retread facilities will welcome folks to come in and see their facility. And in fact, TMC has a recommended practice on how to conduct a retread plant inspection. Is that a good idea? Is to go visit a retread plant to see for yourself how it's done?
Oh yeah, that would definitely give the truckers the comfort level of knowing, they have an expensive asset in this casing. They've taken care of it. They want to see where it's going to be for several days without them knowing what's going on with it, and that way they can see how the casing and the wheel can be traced through the whole shop and not mixed up with other people's assets. You want to keep your assets your assets.
Well, that's a good point. So if I'm a fleet and I'm needing retreads, and I take good care of my casings, I want to make sure I get my casings back. Will I get the same tire casing and wheel back with the retread?
Yeah, that's something that the retread plants have really ironed out that process where they can tag the wheels and the tires and keep them identified wherever they are in the process. The wheels, a lot of times they may not look that good, and they have wheel reconditioning processes, both with aluminum and steel. Aluminum can be put in basically a washing machine, and all the road grit and soot taken off of it. And then with the steel wheels, some now have the ability to, I'll say, strip all the paint and then recoat it to manufacturer specification. And the paint on a steel wheel, the thickness is really critical because you don't want it too thin, you don't want it too thick. And so they got some really good wheel refinishing processes now.
If I'm an operation, let's say I'm a small operation, I don't have the wherewithal to keep track of my casings and so forth, can I take advantage of retreads anyway?
Absolutely. Each retread would welcome you as their customer and work with you to iron out their processes if they don't have that ability. And it's really it can be very simple, as simple as putting a tag on a wheel. It's something that can be done. Mm-hmm.
And if I need a retread, for example, it's just like buying a virgin tire. I can buy a retreaded tire. Doesn't have to be from my own casing. It can be, somebody else's casing, I guess.
Right. There's racks of retreaded tires that are available for purchase as for the first time. And I guess if you did that, you'd have a casing that was proven to be retreaded. So that's something that you should be concerned with when you first buy a tire. Is that the casing itself can be retreaded. And as a matter of fact, that going back to that House bill that they're trying to pass, it requires that the retreading occurs in the United States. And the whole point of that is, to increase jobs. That's the whole theme behind the bill. Mm-hmm.
Sure. And, that is great to have more jobs. Those are jobs that are good. They're here in the United States. And, that's what we need. We need more jobs here domestically. So that's another great reason to support this. Well, one of the things we can't support is more time for this segment. We've run out of time for this segment, but we have to take a break here and move on. But thank you so much, Dan, for joining us in the program. Hope to have you back on another Tech Talk with TMC real soon. And with that, right, I will kick it back over to Jimmy Mack in the studios there in New Orleans.
Hey, Robert, what are you going to be having for Thanksgiving? I mean, the standard operational procedural stuff. Is there anything special that you guys make on Thanksgiving that you're going to get me hungry at 8:30 in the morning with?
Dude, we've already been working on the turkey, so definitely turkey, stuffing, all the typical, traditional fare. That's what you'll see at our place.
My brother also he also makes a couple of steaks as well too. We get a little piece of steak on the side because I've always found the best way to kind of survive a Thanksgiving meal is to not load up on one thing, but get a little sample of each. Once you go through it, make a decision about what you might want to focus on if you're not already full. Robert, happy Thanksgiving. Thank you for being with us in every form and every platform. I am so thankful for you and what you have brought to Radio Nemo on a weekly, regular basis, my friend.
We will see you next week, and it's going to be cybersecurity with Mark Zakos. We'll be talking about threats and prevention on Tech Talk with TMC.
And you guys know, by the way, that Dave will be listening to that intensely. Education Station is coming your way. We'll be back on the other side of the message. By the way, Trucker Bosun, we're all thinking about you, and we all care about you deeply. Marshall, good morning. Chris, good morning. I'm glad you got through the scare. We'll be right back after these messages, and Lawler is coming.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Castrol keeps the heavy-duty market moving, delivering power, protection, and performance mile after mile. Find Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 now at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. These premium oils are built for endurance and trusted by professionals who depend on their rigs every day. You know Castrol from pioneering excellence in automotive and racing. Now discover the same world-class technology designed for heavy-duty applications. Castrol and TA Truck Service keeps you rolling. Stop by your nearest TA Truck Service Center today.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
You are, and I am the founding member. This is Road Gang Radio live from Fast Sports Studios with Jimmy Mackey yet again.
I am he, and you are he, and you are we, and we are all together. Speaking of good songwriting and good writing in general, the next edition of We Should Write will immediately follow the replay of last week's We Should Write. Lindsay Lawler got a chance to do a pre-recording of that as we get you guys ready for Thanksgiving, but don't forget for a minute that she will be lurking around in the chat, number one, and number two, it's all new content, never been heard before. Mark Gray and returning friend of the show, Mary Jo Vontillo, are going to be joining Lindsay. It is a really powerful conversation, and it's a nice piece of technical acumen on the part of Phone Master Dre and Lindsay herself as we combine a long-distance remote, an in-studio guest, and the New Orleans studios working with our Franklin friends at the Acashore studio to make We Should Write a real possibility. We are everything, everywhere, all at once. Hope you guys are having a great Thanksgiving pre-trip, as it were, getting yourself ready for tomorrow, a chance for rest and relaxation at last. Don't forget that we will have canned content tomorrow, but I will be dropping in on the chat if you guys want to shoot the breeze or the shinola or anything else as well. By the way, Marshall, you'll get this message, as will our chatters. Yeah, it was like pulling teeth, but we're here on the other side. And speaking of the other side, we got to move to the other side and do a little education station. By the way, this dude is a summa cum laude graduate of Bristol College who continued his studies at Bryant University. He's got multiple professional certifications, including Smith System Advanced Driving Concepts Instructors, DOT Hazardous Materials Instructor, and ISO 9001 and 14001 Internal Auditor. Michael Lasko joins us. He's the Assistant General Manager and Vice President of EHS and Quality at Boyle Transportation. He's got 24 years of industry experience. You don't get all those certifications overnight. He began his career as a driver. That's right, same as you guys, before advancing into leadership roles in operations and safety. Since he has joined Boyle in 2015, TCA Fleet Safety Grand Prize in 2017. Best fleets to drive for 11 consecutive years. Notably, Boyle has not had a preventable, recordable accident since 2019. He is the immediate past chairman of the Truckload Carriers Association Safety and Security Division and is a board member of the Trucking Association of Massachusetts. For the purposes of this conversation, which is about culture and safety and training and basically how they are all interconnected, Michael Lasko, the Assistant General Manager and Vice President of EHS and Quality Control at Boyle Transportation, joins us today. You can find all of that at boyletransport.com. And by the way, we'll talk about other stuff as well, but good morning and happy pre-trip Thanksgiving to you. Michael.
Good morning, Jimmy. How are you? Thanks for having me on.
I don't have any complaints whatsoever. And when I got your notes, I'm going to give you one line that you gave me, and I want you to kind of expand from there because, man, in regards to giving Thanksgiving, here it is. Your life, your career, and your well-being matter. And that's kind of the governing principle, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's our approach at Boyle Transportation. We don't hire numbers. We hire people, and we want to keep those people working with us for a long time, and hopefully we see them from the day we hire them, and right through to retirement, and they become part of the family, and everybody that's on our team matters. So it's that's kind of our investment in our drivers, and it means a lot to us, and we take it to heart.
I was interested too because you say the training's not a checkbox, it's a safety system. I wanted to kind of take that in another direction and say it is a cultural immersion. That the idea that in many ways any training that a company engages in has to represent its values, but you're also not just training people for how to kind of drive properly or drive in your way. And to some degree, what you're doing is you're saying this isn't just how we want you to physically maneuver yourself. These are the values we kind of want to instill in you. I mean, can you kind of expand upon that?
Yeah, well, like I said, we invest heavily in our professional drivers, and we kind of go with a constant learning approach. And like I said, our goal is to hire the best drivers that are out there and keep them on board and invest in them and keep them happy. And so that way we're not playing this, revolving door game that a lot of carriers find themselves stuck in. So, I think drivers appreciate when they know that they work for a carrier that, values them as a person and sees them as, an individual rather than just a steering wheel holder, number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5A, that goes a long way with drivers. Drivers don't want to work for a company like that. It's been my experience, and that was my experience when I was a driver. Put me at a company that cares about me as a person, that cares about my family and cares about, me getting to that next level in my career, and I'm a happy guy. And I think that's true with most of your professional drivers that are out there listening to this today. They're looking for a company that values them.
Okay. Give me a second to unpack this here because you guys really focus on individualized training. The idea of meet the man, meet the woman with the moment. It hit them in their particular skill set, needs, and all that kind of stuff. How do you create a foundational approach? I want to distinguish between cookie cutter, where one size fits all, and a foundational set of things of expectations that at the same time is tailored to an individual driver's need. How do we create both a methodology of teaching that is consistent while at the same time being adaptable for each individual human that joins the company?
Yeah, great question. So, these days there is so much technology that's out there in the trucks that you really get this holistic view of the drivers that you have. And, the good things that they do and, maybe some of the things that that's out there that they can work on. And I feel that you get a lot of buy-in with drivers when you can sit down and have a conversation with them as professionals and say, hey, here's what we're seeing, right? And the drivers usually actually lead this conversation, believe it or not, at Boyle, because most of the time they're checking their stuff more frequently than I am. And I'll get these calls from folks and they're like, hey, can we talk about, X, Y, and Z? I logged into the app and I saw this and I wanted to, kind of talk about that. And you really start to build a great relationship with the driver, right? And you can kind of, take a look at, some of the issues that are going on or even some of the positives and develop a plan for each one of those folks. And, hey, maybe it's something where they need some skills development. and we have some online training, or maybe they're at a terminal and they want some hands-on training. They want you to show them, whatever it is, right? Whatever the topic may be. We can kind of tailor our approach to what works well for that driver, rather than, I think you nailed it right on the head, Jimmy, when you said, the cookie cutter stuff. That's more of a check the box kind of endeavor, right? You got to, there's certain training that you just have to do. And sometimes, companies get into this habit where they do like a knee-jerk reaction. Hey, five folks had a accident of this type. Well, let's train everybody on this particular thing. Well, on the surface, that sounds good, and you're certainly checking a box. But if you're one of the, other, 4,000 drivers that didn't need that training, it can be a little bit off-putting. Because that training isn't necessarily related to an issue or a skill that you need to develop. So when you can sit down and have those kind of conversations with folks, it just automatically creates buy-in, where they know that A, you matter, right? As a person, my company cares about me, and two, they're going to do the right thing by me, right? They're not going to just jam something down my throat because it checks a box. They're going to come up with something that works well for me and helps me grow as a professional. And it's all about getting that buy-in. And I think this approach, our approach that we have here is, kind of does well with that.
And by the way, I don't know the answer to this. That's why I like this job. Unlike an attorney where I have to know the answers to the questions that I'm asking, I get to ask questions I don't know the answer to. One of the training methodologies that I've really become fond of, having kind of gone through a lot of different kind of programs, is when you have a situation where there's a company accident or a company screw up that affects a lot of people, but you also know there are people here who are not guilty of this, who absolutely could have handled this absolutely appropriately. I've known people who have gone and said, okay, well, who are the 5 people that actually do this well? And can I get them to kind of serve as mentors? I've actually had people in workplace accidents that have happened come in and say, look, rather than kind of shame people, I brought the 5 following employees in who are really good at this kind of stuff, and they're going to show you how to do it. And I'm asking that question as a way of everyone becomes, you try to create an atmosphere where everyone in their own way is a trainer, so that it becomes a matter of sometimes before things get out of hand and the big accident happens, I'll just make up names, Bob and Steve. Steve has a mistake, he keeps screwing up. Rather than the trainer or the troubleshooter always stepping in, Steve then knows he can kind of step in and go, hey, can I give you a hand there? And that's another question. Is it important to empower the people who just do the driving and the working to understand that they have a voice in improving the culture and how people respond in the workplace?
Yeah, absolutely. So, really touch on a couple of things I'm excited to talk about. So at Boyle Transportation, we do have a mentor program, and it's exactly kind of how you described it. We have some really, high achieving, drivers that work for us that, care a lot about the company and care about the, this industry in general. And we use them as mentors. So whenever we hire team drivers. So whenever we hire a team, we pair them up with another mentor team. And that means that, that new hire has support available, not just through the company, through, reaching out to our operations department or reaching out to our safety department, which is always available, but they have someone, a peer of theirs that they can reach out to and get some support. So we start there, right, by recognizing our top performers, and, they make a little extra money for doing it, and they get some, some incentives for doing it. And that's really worked well. And I think, drivers typically relate better to other drivers rather than talking to someone from management, just a level of comfort there. So we try to embrace that as much as we can. And on top of that, kind of going a step further, we have a number of driver coaches that work in our safety department that are all former Boyle Transportation professional drivers. So, these are folks that, they're reaching out to our active workforce and, coaching them on some things that maybe they saw in the camera system, or reaching out to them to remind them about a credential that they have to renew. So it's, again, it kind of drives that buy-in. If you're driving for the company and you get a call from somebody who has spent time behind the wheel and they know what they're talking about, and they can give you some good solid advice and tips and, know the ins and outs, how to get in and out of a customer and whatnot, it's just a number of resources that we make available to the folks that drive for us. So, I like to say we try to keep as many tools in the toolbox as we can, and there's two of them, mentorship and driver coaches that have actually been drivers.
Okay, this is, you guys, you have drivers that move hazmat, pharma, defense, high security cargo, and of course, just being a general over-the-road driver is not the same thing. All right. So I'm kind of curious in regards to not just talent scouts in regards to recruiting, but internal talent scouts in the company. Sometimes people have an urge to drive a certain kind of thing. You want to make sure you can get them there. But how do you guys have a culture where you can spot people and say, hey, you're terrific over the road. I'm noticing some things about you. What is it? Rather than, pointing out what's wrong with people all the time or even looking for corrective action, being like, good God Almighty, she can drive. Good God Almighty, he's got a handle on this. He might actually be good for blank. How do you guys let people know in your company that they might have a skill set or a gift that allows them to actually make more money, have more opportunities, make their way up the food chain?
Yeah, great question. So, at Boyle Transportation, we're really heavy on engagement. And sometimes that's kind of a weird thing for folks when they first come aboard, because I can tell you my experience as a driver, usually if you're hearing from the company, if you're getting a call from the safety department or from dispatch, 9 times out of 10, it's not really a warm and fuzzy conversation. So we try to make sure that there's a level of balance there. You're not just going to hear from the safety department at Boyle when you did something wrong, right? And I feel like that's a pitfall that far too many companies get involved in. We're going to reach out just as often to let drivers know when we see they did something right. And with the technology that we have, in the truck, right, we have an outward-facing camera, that's looking down out the windshield, and we have cameras on the sides of the truck. So that way we can capture anything that occurs alongside of us. Oddly, most of our accidents happen on the side of our vehicle. So, we capture a lot of data, and it gives us the ability to call up a driver and say, hey, thanks. We appreciate what you did here, and you did a great job, rather than, hey, let's talk about something you got to work on or you got to fix, right? Those conversations happen too. But if that's all you hear, that can also be off-putting. Right. I always say one of the things about being a truck driver is you don't hear please, thanks, and good job anywhere near as much as you should. And, I feel like we've created a really solid system at Boyle where we're able to do those things in a meaningful way and recognize drivers. And we do it at, a number of different things. We'll send out fleet-wide, emails to kind of trumpet some really, good achievements that drivers have had. We'll recognize drivers with some, incentives, whether it's financial or some kind of gift card or something. We go out of our way to make sure drivers know that we appreciate them. And, it really, it's kind of the technology these days has just enabled us to do these things. And, we try to make sure, like I said, we keep a fair and balanced kind of approach on it, where we're not just calling drivers with the bad stuff. We're making sure we call them with the good stuff just as much.
This is going to sound like me actually living in Moneyball land with Billy Bean here. And like I said, you might not even know the answer to this, or it might not be your area. But, okay, so data is often used as a tool for improvement, and of course that means a tool for criticism. I mean, you're kind of suggesting here that data or accumulated information can also be used as a tool to kind of go, let's go back and look and see, that we haven't had any problems with Frank. Frank has been terrific behind the wheel, but we haven't even seen anything, though, in regards to Frank, because he just flies under the radar doing his job. Let's go back and look at the data and then be able to say, hey, Frank, we just wanted to let you know, we never really say anything to you. We took a look at this stuff, and there's a reason why you're excellent, and we just wanted to say thank you. And then the possibilities for them open up. Is it possible, when you look at data, because of the question I asked earlier, how do you figure out if somebody actually maybe might have a unique set of skills, to be able to look at specific numbers or specific bits of information and say, based on the evidence, this is actually the profile of the people who drive hazmat, or the people who drive really kind of high secure cargo, and say, your data matches up with the people we have working over here. We're going to move you over there. Am I making sense? I know I sound like I'm talking, analytics, John Smoltz kind of stuff here, but just kind of curious.
No. I think that's a really good question. And in most companies, Yeah, there's probably some differentiation. Like, we don't necessarily keep our drivers segmented. So when we hire folks, we put them through a pretty comprehensive 5-day orientation, followed by them being paired up with mentors for I believe it's 90 days. And then, we have regular check-ins with, the safety department and operations and maintenance, right? Just to make sure everything's on the up and up. But when we hire our folks, everybody comes in after they complete the orientation. They're qualified to do any line of business that we have. So it isn't like we have, dedicated defense or dedicated pharma. We make sure all of our drivers have the training and expertise to fill all of those roles. So to make that happen, the company has to pony up, and we pony up with investing in our drivers, and we make sure that they're competent and capable of doing any one of these lines of business, which adds value to them. Hey, even if they decide oil ain't my cup of tea, guess what? They have this skill set now, right? We gave them the training, we invested in them, and kind of enabled them to get to that next level of their career. So, and I feel like companies that do that well, and do it with sincerity, those are the companies that really keep retention, right? So at Boyle, our retention numbers are outstanding. I think right now the average rate of turnover in the industry is up in the 90s, and we're below 20%. So when we hire folks, they tend to stay on board because they see that the company values them, right? And we're investing in them, and we're doing the things that we can to make their lives better. And we kind of try to do that through a number of ways, not just through training and interactions, but, we kind of give our drivers a voice at the table. We have a professional driver advisory committee that meets every month. And, those guys, my hat's off to them because they have really moved the needle at Boyle Transportation over the years with things that they've asked for. So, we make sure our drivers have a voice at the table too. But yeah, kind of back to the original question, we don't necessarily segment our lines of business. We make sure all of our drivers are hired and trained and qualified to operate in any of those lines of businesses.
Yeah, and like I said, the idea that they can kind of move and shake in those directions makes a big difference. And by the way, as I said before, 2025 best fleets to drive for. They've been doing that for 11 consecutive years. They are also one of Women in Trucking's top companies for women to work for in transportation. And this sets up my next question in regards to a training environment, in regards to the mentor stuff. You talk about the idea of having mentors. Is it more of figured out as you go along kind of thing, which, by the way, there's a methodology of working that really makes sense there? Or do you guys try to target saying this specific trainer should be working with this person? Or do you try to kind of create a mix of that, of kind of start off early, kind of feeling your way through, and then have people gravitate towards or assign towards a particular driver to help them take the next step to becoming Boyle kind of quality?
Yeah, well, we try to put some thought into who we're assigning to which mentors, right? So we try to make it so it's as seamless as possible. So, kind of give you an idea, we're not going to put, ideally, we're not going to put a younger, late 20s, mid 20s age driver from Texas with, our, 60-year-old driver from Massachusetts, right? Different cultures, different eras. Different lingo, different slang. We try to pair everybody up with somebody that's gonna make sense for them and just kind of be a natural fit. And on top of that, we're providing those mentors with some feedback right out of orientation. We give very hands-on, specific training on all the pieces of equipment that we're going to operate and all the different ins and outs of all the lines of business that we do, and we share that data. Those observations with the mentor. So give you an idea, we do some flatbed training. We have, some limited flatbed operations. And hey, maybe there's somebody that kind of struggled with, the tarping aspect. So we're going to let the mentor know, hey, get with them on tarping. They're going to be doing this load on Monday, and, they're going to need, maybe a little quick walkthrough of some things that they need to keep an eye out for. So again, it gets back to that individualized, specific approach. And, I can't stress enough, that's something that I feel that most drivers buy into immediately because, nobody wants to be a number. Nobody wants that one-size-fits-all, hey, I'm just a steering wheel holder, cookie-cutter approach. When folks feel like you're recognizing them as an individual and value them as a person, that's kind of the winning recipe.
Yeah, and it also forces the rest of the industry's hand. I don't think people realize the impact of this and the idea that we joke about this all the time, and we joke in a deadly serious way about the fact is the problem with really good training for those people who are bad actors in the space is when people are really well trained, they know their worth. That once a driver is properly trained and he or she understands all that it is they have to do and how to do that well, they understand that they're only going to work for people who actually understand their worth. The other way you kind of go about doing it too is creating a space where their lifestyle and their needs of home are kind of met too. And I was kind of curious from, with Thanksgiving coming up and so much family and so much friendship heading our way in less than 24 hours, I was kind of curious what kind of initiative you guys take at Boyle. I mean, simply putting people together in advisory committees and all that stuff in and of itself gets conversation flowing and gets an atmosphere of collegiality going on. But what kind of steps do you take to make sure that work doesn't need to be about the work, but about the enjoyment of the work and a purpose-driven life?
Yeah, great question. So, we make a lot of different methods available for our drivers to stay connected and communicate not just with management and, the various departments within the company, but amongst themselves, amongst their peers, because the drivers that are listening to this know, usually the best information is coming from the folks that are sitting right behind the wheel, right? So I might get a call about, hey, how do I get into this specific customer? Well, driver X has the best information. I might be able to give you something on the surface, but if you really want the best info, I'm going to connect you with the driver. So it's really kind of developed a very strong community within the company, where our drivers all, kind of know and support each other, and they get, support from the company in the process, right, as that goes along. So I feel like, we have a lot of healthy things that are going on. It's a strong culture. The drivers, really, really love it. They support each other. That gets management excited. That makes us want to support them even more. And, you find out when you put everybody puts their heads together on a problem, usually you find the best solution. And a lot of times those best solutions come right from our drivers. And that's a product of the culture that we have.
You're not going to believe this. We're almost out of time. And I always make sure we leave a few moments at the end to kind of talk about what you do for fun, what you're going to be doing the next couple of days. And what does Thanksgiving look like for you, Mike?
Oh, geez. Well, Thanksgiving is me hosting a dinner at the house with the family, and looking forward to it. We get some relatives from out of town that came in, so it's going to be an ordeal at the house for sure. So that's me. And hey, real quick, I just wanted to say to all the drivers that are over the road right now, I want to give thanks to you guys. You're out there doing the hard work, and you're away from your home, you're away from your families. It's not lost on us, and we appreciate you, and a very, very happy Thanksgiving, and thank you for everything that you're doing.
Michael Lasko is, of course, the Assistant General Manager and Vice President of EHS and Quality at Boyle Transportation. You can go to driveboyle.com /apply if you're looking for maybe a change in direction, and boyletransport.com is where the action is as well. Happiest of Thanksgivings to you. Thank you for a very informative and really kind of fun conversation. Nice way to kind of end the business side of this show on the business side of this week. Thank you, Michael. You're welcome back anytime.
Thanks, Jimmy. It was a pleasure. Happy Thanksgiving.
You too as well, sir. By the way, Education Station is brought to you by Carrier's Edge. Go to carriersedge.org and find out all of the kind of training you can do through them. We'll be back on the other side. Look busy because Lawler is coming. We got a really wide open space today for you guys to call in, talk about your Thanksgiving plans, talk with Lindsay and I, lots of great topics. And we got Amy Pollock coming on as well, too.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both in home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home. As part of the road gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the Center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home. The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Well, listen to that, man.
Good morning! Guys, my butt hurts really, really, really bad.
Because you slipped yesterday trying to get desperately on the air, doesn't it?
Desperately on the air. I just say that because I'm worried. I'm questioning if our workman's comp has been renewed or not.
Oh, there is an ocean between us and OSHA, my dear.
Yeah,
Let me just say this right
well aware
now.
of that.
Let me just say that right now. It's just like, one step ahead of the sheriff. And by the way, you got caught because you done slipped.
Company insurance? What's that?
Oh, my God. Sweet mother of pearl. Good God almighty. Lawler is asking for company insurance. Dude, you need Lloyd's of London to insure you.
I don't know what that means. Is that when people really like insure their butts, like J-Lo?
Yeah, that's like
insures
that
her
kind of
butt?
stuff. By the way, we were having a conversation this morning with TJ Graff about this, the idea of giving people a second chance and all that kind of stuff. The example I didn't get to bring up, Lindsay, is if you ever wonder why, Robert Downey Jr. and Jodie Foster, no one would ever call them right-wing by any stretch of the imagination. As a matter of fact, they're pretty practical pinkos. They both have a deep affection for Mel Gibson, right? I mean, they will literally go down fighting for Mel Gibson because in two situations, Foster's career wasn't on the rocks, but she couldn't get into any big movies where there was plenty of money to be made. Gibson put her in Maverick, and that opened up a whole bunch of other great stuff for her as well. Took a chance on her there. And, of course, when Robert Downey Jr. was in the throes of his terrible drinking and drug problem, he cleaned himself up, but despite that, couldn't get jobs because Lloyd's of London, the major insurance policy holder for people in movies to ensure their completion of movies, wouldn't insure him. And because the bond was so incredibly high. And it was Mel Gibson in The Singing Detective of all movies that posted the bond.
That's tough because that doesn't really speak to the idea that people can change. That's like, when somebody gets, or, if you've been arrested several times. It's like no one wants to give you a job. There's actually a beautiful organization that I work with here in Nashville that's attached to the church I used to go to, and it's called Magdalene House. They help women who well, actually, they give them a place to live when they're coming out of jail or out of like prostitution and stuff. They give them a place to go and rehabilitate, and then after that they help them find jobs. There's a thing called Thistle Farms where they actually make products, and they're working with their hands, and they go and sell it. It's real enterprise that they get to work with. Anyway, I say that just I'm thinking about completely different, but same. A little
Same,
bit,
same.
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 Like I've got 27 felonies. How am I ever going to get a job? But also those 27 felonies are not my fault. These are women that had been trafficked and been, by the way, good morning. We're just going into it. But it gives, check out Thistle Farms because they also sell actually a lot of their products now in Whole Foods and all different stores across the country. But they give people a chance who otherwise you would turn your head to. And I've met some of these women. These women come around. I've had them to my home to come speak and tell their stories, and they're like amazing stories. But you would just on paper or on a resume or do a background check and say, oh, you've got one felony, let alone 20. Not even going to look at you anymore. But they really get cleaned up, and they're trustworthy, and they're living beautiful lives. But you got to give people a chance. This is a season of believing in people and hoping people can change. Even Robert Downey Jr. and all his DUIs, people can change.
Oh, yeah. DUIs was the least of the problem.
Well,
but
yeah,
I mean, it
also
was
that,
bad. It was a bad scene.
But that's the thing too. You get a one DUI, and then you can't rent a car. You can't do. There's all these things you can't do, and it's like.
Unless, of course, you have money. Unless, of course, you have
money.
And then your attorneys can get in there and they can slowly but surely chip away at it and get records expunged and all that kind of stuff. I love the fact that it's called Magdalene House.
Isn't that beautiful?
I love the fact. It's deeply moving. It is deeply moving. And there are a lot of, look, here's the thing. I also understand, and that was the difference, kind of the distinction that TJ was making. Look, I can't put you behind the wheel immediately, fella. We can't get you there immediately. Yeah, you robbed a bank, you did 5 years in jail, you come out, you're not going to get a job at a bank instantly. But there are routes and roads back. The problem is we're not letting people know where they are, and a lot of people find themselves back to a life of crime or back to a life of despair. I don't know if you know this. You really want to drop the crime rate? The lowest. Okay, this is interesting. The lowest crime rate in U.S. history was the first year of what I call the Clinton boom, boom, boom. It really was. Remember that morning we all woke up and suddenly gas was 95 cents a gallon, and you would walk into the lobby to go tell somebody hello, and the people behind the desk would be like, hey, you want a job? The lowest crime rate in U.S. history
I do want a job,
was that unbelievably 2.5% unemployment that happened from like 95 to 96, where the country just kind of went, oh.
I was in high school. I didn't even get to enjoy it.
Oh, you did get to enjoy it because it meant great Christmases and a lot of fun for a lot of people. Oh, no, kids enjoy that more than anybody else.
That's true.
The other thing that's really interesting, Walker Percy points this out. Do you know what the lowest level of recordable suicides in American history is? This is staggering. Buckle up for this one. December 7th, 1941 to December 7th, 1942 is the longest year stretch of the lowest suicide rate in American history. And boy,
why?
Because the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. And suddenly the entire country went, I exist outside of myself. People were going into the armed services. I mean, that, by the way, is
like an existential wake-up call for people?
And that's also an unmeasurable purpose-driven life, the idea that everybody was employed. There were worker shortages everywhere. Everywhere there were worker shortages, Lindsay. Everybody who had not been working, who had been going through the Depression, who hadn't eaten properly, in the blink of an eye, suddenly the federal government and the state governments and the nation at large suddenly was looking no longer inside but outside of that existential threat coming at them. The purpose-driven life, really kind of kicked into gear. And I think what places like Magdalene House do is remind you, and TJ alluded to this. We didn't get a chance to really dig into this. You do have to meet people halfway. You know what I'm saying? That if you are really ready, because I think one of the ways about turning your life around is remember what she does. She washes his feet, which is why he did it as well. He comes back at the Last Supper. That's the value lesson there. It's the ability to be like, I want to come back is not the same thing as I don't deserve to come back. I know I've done terrible things. I've done all I can on my end to try to make amends. And now I need to show you how much I am willing to humble myself to make that long journey back, which is really cool. She washes his feet as a way of saying, I am not worthy to be in your presence. And of course, he rises her up and she becomes one of his disciples. She becomes somebody who follows him to the ends of the earth, right to the cross. And I think in many ways that it's the people who are willing to say, I am powerless in the face of what I have kind of endured and I need help, as opposed to, I want help, but on my terms. Nothing's more infuriating than people who desperately want and need help, but are only willing to accept it if it's in a form that they want. I think a lot of the people we're talking about here have said, one more thing on a political note, absolutely makes me horrified. Why are sex workers get assigned the same crime and the same standard as people who actually hurt children is still beyond me. It's a terrible penalty for those women desperately trying to make a living, doing bad things and making bad choices, yes, but to condemn them to have to go move into a neighborhood and knock on people's doors and say, I'm a sex offender, and you don't get to say, but I actually was a prostitute. It's disgusting, and we need to change it, by the way. But that's my TED Talk.
That's your TED Talk. Well, just a little more so you guys know about Magdalene House and Thistle Farms, which comes off of it. That's their enterprise program. But at Magdalene House Gym, they'll take in women. They live there at no cost to them for 2 years. 2 years they get to be there, and they work with them. They have a mental health program during the stay. But it's all holistic based, so services to mental, physical health, counseling, medical and dental care. They help them with application and building a resume. And this is kind of the same thing. Again, same but different. The people that we know that come out of military service and are like our buddy Captain Danny, who was like, I don't have any experience. How am I going to build a resume? You're like, yeah, you do. And by the way, sex workers, you have experience that you don't even realize. You have skills, and I don't mean that, and I mean this in a serious way.
I know.
There are skills that talk about resilience. And, if you've been trafficked and you've just fallen on times where you find yourself in a line of work, I have to put in air quotes there, but it's work. And there are things that they have learned from, just staying alive that are real skills. So they really work with these women and get to know them for 2 years. They get to know them so well that they sort of rebuild their identity and are able to put them out in the world. And then again, Thistle Farms, which you can check out at thistlefarms.org. It's so beautiful. Starting here in Nashville, their products are everywhere. Magdalene House now has homes all over the country, but Thistle Farms, they have a beautiful cafe in Nashville, and these women are in there working, and they will tell you their story as they serve you a cup of coffee. It is so beautiful, so wonderful. Jim, next time you're in town, I have to take you there. We do have a call. Let's get to, and let's see what we have going on. And then I have a question. And maybe this caller can answer it for me, though. But good morning. Who are we talking to, Dre?
Pack Rat in the house. What's going on?
Good morning, Miss Lindsay, J-Mac.
Good morning, my friends. How about them Cowboys?
Lurking is
the best word you could use for them.
I was going to throw this out at you and see what you guys think. The two teams to look out for, I'm thinking, Sean McVay and his Rams and the Vrabel and his Patriots are both looking pretty good, aren't they?
Oh,
you don't want to admit it, Jimmy Mack.
Those are dangerous teams. Oh, no, I'll admit that. Those are dangerous teams. As a matter of fact, I think the only thing between those guys and the whole enchilada is coming out of Denver. That's it, right now.
That's it. What's been fun about the Patriots, Pack Rat? My husband is from New England, so big Patriot fan, and I hated rooting for the Patriots in the early. He and I have been together 22 years, so we were together through Brady times, Tom Brady times, and it got so boring rooting for a team that always wins, so boring rooting for the quote unquote GOAT. It was just got old, so I stopped. I secretly, and I hope my husband isn't listening, secretly would root against them. Now that Brady's gone, and the Patriots have had some downtime, we'll call it, and they're coming back. It's fun to root now because Vrabel was here, obviously, in Tennessee, and we love Vrabel. Vrabel leaving, I think, was a mistake, but that's another conversation. So it is kind of fun, like all those worlds coming together now to see him out there. And we went to the Tennessee Patriot game here in Nashville, and I just can't even imagine what that must have been like for Vrabel coming back and being on his coming, and coming back and being on that field again. And winning, of course. But anyway, I'm actually rooting for Patriots again, as long as they're not playing the Cowboys. But Cowboys won't be playing them, so we're good. Anyway,
they might play them again. If they do, it's a really exciting day. And
if
by
they
the way,
do, it's
the whole enchilada.
It's the whole. Yeah, I was about to say. So I mean, that would be incredible. That would be a really fun family feud over here. But.
Well, I have to tell you, man, Schottenheimer's been a better coach than anybody expected him to be. Although, as I told you, given who he comes from, got that gleam, and maybe the Cowboys now have that gleam, Lindsay. I don't know. The Vrabel.
Did you watch the Cowboys-Eagles game?
Of course. Well, the thing
Holy cannoli.
What is so cool about the way it's set up now, and we do the same thing with our stuff as well, is that the NFL, you can watch every NFL game in 15-minute bites. They actually condense every single game to 15 minutes. That's how I'm able to keep up. I know that if Pack Rat calls, we're going to be talking about the Bills. I know I've got to watch the Cowboys short version game. I've got to watch sometimes I watch the full game if it's a Sunday Night Football game. But I try to I say, who do my friends like? Who do my listeners like? And on Sunday in the late evening, I watch all of those games in short form so I can talk about them. Yeah, I do. I did. And I was like, wow.
Well, it'll be very interesting to watch Cowboys Chiefs on Thanksgiving in Dallas. Pickens and CeeDee Lamb both have to step up, or it can't be one or the other. It's kind of been like, CeeDee had a rough week last week, but it's going to have to be both stepping up. Pickens can make catches that are just, they are super freaking human. It is mind-blowing to watch.
Pickens, like every great receiver in the NFL, is also a high-octane prima donna as well. Whereas Lamb's a wonderful receiver who, he's got an ego, but he's not like most of these guys that are like, give me the rock! I didn't get enough touches, I'm leaving! Whereas Pickens is like, why didn't I get my 6 bombs?
Because CeeDee also went to OU, so he's got the coupling of my loves.
There you go. And poor Pack Rat is now in the middle of you and I having a football
debate. Pack Rat.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, no worries.
You called for a reason, though, brother. Go on.
Oh, well, no, I just we're coming up to the Thanksgiving football break there, and we're more than halfway through the season, and there's been some highs and lows, and some surprises and some disappointments. I guess that happens in every season. Everybody's surprised about the Colts and how they're doing. And I'll just put a plug in for the Bears. The Bears got off to a bad start, but Ben Johnson is starting to get somewhere with that team.
Well, the thing about the Bears is the Bears are like the person that you can't decide if you're attracted to. You're like, are they good looking?
You're fat and you have a beard, but I think I like that.
Yeah,
I think I'm into it.
Or on the reverse side of that, it's like, you really are loud and like you really, really talk too much and you really think a whole lot more of yourself than you really are. But
you kind of have a drinking problem.
But I kind of like your confidence.
There's
something kind of sexy about that.
Yeah.
And that's what the Bears are like, where it's like, the Bears are literally one step ahead of the Sheriff, like this show. Maybe that's why I like them, Lindsay, because the wheels are always threatening to fall off of the Bears. The Bears. By the way, do you know the Bears have never had a 4,000-yard passer? Ever. They're the only NFL team in history not to have a 4,000-yard passer. And if Ben Johnson can't make that happen, nobody can make that happen. Let's face it, Ben Johnson did for Jared Goff what Sean McVay couldn't do for Jared Goff. So if anybody can make it, Lindsay, I have to tell you, I want to get back to that Thanksgiving game. I am so rooting for the Cowboys, and I hope all my friends in OOIDA land hear me say that. I want somebody to finally put a stake through the heart of that other team. I want Nick Wright on all the sports platforms to shut up about how Patrick Mahomes, who has the same statistical game as Caleb, is like the reason they win all these games. Like, wasn't the defense that won it for him against the Colts? No, it had to be Kelsey and Mahomes. I'm just saying.
Well, Kelsey, the 3-3. What are they? What's Kansas City's record right now?
Oh, 6-5.
6-5 ain't gonna fuel the jet. Ain't gonna fuel Miss Swift's jet, Kelsey.
By the way, just want to point out Dave Harrison on the chat, Packrat and Lindsay, you know what he wrote? There's a gleam, men. There's a gleam. Let's get that gleam. The great Marty Schottenheimer. I miss Marty Schottenheimer, man. It's just like if Marty Schottenheimer is literally a fumble and a drive away from being possibly the greatest coach in NFL history. It's so sad.
Do you think his son can take that legacy and take it over the top?
Well, after the last Cowboys game, there's a gleam, man.
There's a gleam.
There's a gleam. Let's get that gleam.
It was real. I got to watch that game with all my family in town from Dallas at a cabin in the Smoky Mountains, and we'd get, going into halftime, we'd given up. Half people had walked away, which is what Cowboys fans do, at least my family. And by the end, of course, we were screaming, and the food was burned, dinner was burned because we had forgotten about it because we were all in.
Lindsay, on a college question, and I'm going to ask, I got a question for you, Packrat. Thanks for joining our conversation, by the way.
No worries.
How well, have you met Rod Knopfsinger, the COO over at OOIDA? Have you gotten a chance to meet him?
You know what? Here's what I have trouble. Like, we follow each other on Instagram. I see, I know him, but in my head, I'm like, do I know him because we've actually met a couple times, or do I know him because I clearly know who he is in social media? I get very confused.
Because you guys are... If the college football playoff starts today, you guys are headed for a massive collision course in Norman because he is Notre Dame through and through.
Oh, okay.
And good God Almighty, it looks like at this moment in time, it looks like your Sooners are headed towards a collision course with two of the most. It is.
Well, be careful. We have to get through LSU, Dre, this Saturday, but we're at home in Norman.
That's a tough one. I would be like. I think you're going to win that game. You guys would be in real trouble if it's LSU's final game at home.
At home.
But
that's our saving grace, is that we're there.
Grace. Dre's got a little comment here. Eventually, Packrat will talk.
Yeah, it's okay, Packrat. You'll be all right. Lindsay, this will be the only time I ever tell you this. I'm not going to like you on that day. All right? We're
you
not
should
friends.
save your comments until... Listen, I'm really good to not heckle until after I win a game.
Oh, yeah, that's cool.
Because you can talk big until you lose, and then you look even smaller. You look even smaller if you've been talking big.
Unless you're a really good sport. Unless you're a really good...
Dre is not a really good sport when it comes to LSU football.
No, he's not.
No, I'm honest. I admit when we mess up, but at the same time, I didn't say anything rude. I'm just telling you I'm not going to be your friend for a day. You'll be all right.
I was going to be your friend.
Oh, yeah, no, that's cool.
I'm the bigger person.
Oh, true.
And winners are better people.
Also, well, I'm also physically the bigger person, so I kind of win. So.
Aw, but you could put me in your pocket. Doesn't that make you want to be your friend?
It's going to be a good game. I'll always love you. And, hey, honestly, this year, I'm just accepting we're not the greatest we ever been, so it's okay. All right?
We didn't think we were going to be the greatest, and then all of a sudden we came back. We were like, going to be great. My tears hurt. Not going to be great. Oh, going to be great again. It's like, so I'm excited. Hey, Packrat, what will you be doing the rest of this week? I know it's a different kind of Thanksgiving for you, of course, but what's your week look like?
We don't get a holiday. We work, and because I'm in Canada, I'll be working the next couple for the rest of the week, and tomorrow I'll be listening to the games on satellite, and we'll go from there.
Did you get to celebrate Canadian Thanksgiving though?
Yeah, because it's on a Monday. It's easy to it's easier to fit that in than having a holiday like through the week.
Right, gotcha.
Yeah, it actually cares about all Canadians as opposed to just consumer Americans. I really do appreciate that. By the way, speaking of football, guys, I don't know if you know this. Today is Good Grief Day.
Good grief, Charlie Brown.
That's exactly what it is. It celebrates Good Grief Day on November 26th every year to honor the life and legacy of one of America's most revered legendary cartoonists, Mr. Schultz himself. He's the author, of course, of Peanuts, and I just keep thinking about Lucy pulling that ball away. So we will find out this Thursday if, in fact, Lucy is the Cowboys and Lindsay is Charlie Brown. We're going to find that out in short order. Thank you for the call, Packrat. You're the best, dude.
Okay, Miss Lindsay, G. and Dre, all the best. And
all the best to you. Happy to you.
By the way, did you hear those spots that Claire cut?
Which?
The ones of the filler for
the
tomorrow.
turkey?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somehow Claire managed to take Lindsay, Dre, and I being goofballs on a recording. I'm like going there. I don't know what you're going to do with that. And then I listened and I was like, Oh, wow.
If you don't know what she's going to do with it, that's when you know it's going to be good. We have another call. Speaking of good, and great. Who is it, Dre?
Oh, man, it's a thankful man. Chappie's in the house.
Chappie's in the
Oh,
house.
Chappie.
Chappalicious, hello.
I haven't gotten to talk to you, Chappie, in ages.
Gobble, gobble,
A
bro.
little while, yeah. I wanted to call and wish y'all a happy Thanksgiving. I hope you get a chance to spend time with your friends and your family. But, Miss Lindsay, you talking about inside his pocket. It made me think of Dwight Yoakam. Inside the pocket of the clown.
Oh,
Dang.
there you go.
Wow, I was only a clown once, okay?
Deep cut. Deep cut.
Cuts deep. Deep cut, cuts deep.
Deep cut, cut
First
deep.
cut is the deepest, dude.
I'm sorry, Doc.
No, you're
You're
not.
not.
Sorry.
Yeah, what she
No,
said.
you're not. Own it.
And I had to say something to Jimmy Mack about my Chiefs. What are you doing, dude?
Dude, it's enough. It's enough. It's just
How
like
about them Cowboys?
it's enough. The Chiefs have benefited. The Chiefs have benefited what the Patriots benefited from so long, and we love the Chiefs. It's all good. I like all the teams except for the Los Angeles Rams. I hate them for reasons.
Dude, can I point out the other obvious that it's Cowboys and Indians playing on Thanksgiving?
Oh, I got that.
I know that's not PC, but come on. I know I'm not supposed to talk like that anymore, but I am a card-carrying Native American. I'm a card-carrying Native
You've triggered
American.
me. You've triggered me. What are you doing to me?
No,
You've triggered me.
Listen,
That's
I wasn't
my
born in a
America's game.
teepee or anything, but the blood runs through me, and I say Chiefs, Indians. Call them the Redskins. Call a Redskin a Redskin. Okay, I'm going to get ousted for that, I know. But again,
Cancel.
I'm a member of the Choctaw Nation, guys.
Don't get
so
high
don't
on the
come
tribe.
at me. I've got the chief tattooed on my body from him, so everyone just lay off me.
Everybody, take it easy.
Take it easy.
You strike me as what's his name? The guy that does the Bud Light commercials. Shane what? What's his name? Beer Man? I can't think of his name. The heavyset
Ice
guy.
Turkey was that?
No, but his attitude about the idea that you can be both PC, you can be both un-PC, and at the same time not an offensive jerk about it.
Yeah, but it's like, it's that the adage of if we all joke about everything, then we. I mean, I'm not saying let's make racist jokes around here. That's not what I'm getting at. However, but maybe.
It's called honesty with tact.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, and it's also called, the idea that it's like, have you ever heard, what is his last name? Shane what? What is his last name? He was on Saturday Night Live. He was, he's a big stand-up comic. He has a wonderful... Shane Gillis. He has a wonderful routine, by the way, about the Special Olympics. He's actually a Special Olympics basketball coach. He qualifies that at the top. And he talks about, Chappie, the way that it's like, who came up with that? He said, do you realize what a visionary and a courageous person that Eunice and Sergeant Shriver was when they dreamed up the Special Olympics? He actually has this really funny routine about how it could have blown up in their face. Like, hey, look, this kid over here is really fast. I wonder if they have a kid like this in another town who's really fast. Let's get them together and have them have a race. He said, do you realize how badly that could have gone?
That's true. It could have, yeah.
And the courage of that. And he tells it in that story where he's just like, it's both funny and ridiculous and at the same time incredibly moving the way he tells the story. And if you can't tell the story like that, you don't realize how moving it is. I'm just saying, not saying. Sorry, Chappie, we did it again. People are calling, getting us excited, and we're kind of excluding them from the conversation. Go on.
No, I just wanted to tell you all happy Thanksgiving. I wanted to comment on your last guest too, because I actually have a phone call out to him about my research, but I haven't got a response yet, so I have to reach it back out to him.
I'll actually give him a shout out.
Instead of talking.
I'll send him in the right direction. I actually know him, and I will send him in the right direction. I'll tell him he's good people. Chappie, do me a favor. Say, this is Road Gang Radio, and these guys got to leave. Say it.
Say, this is Road Gang Radio. Now get out of here, you bunch of imbeciles. Something like that. However you feel, However you feel right.
This is Road Gang Radio. Get out of here, all you blessed truck drivers.
There it is.
Nicely done. Nicely
well done. See, he did what we were talking about. Make fun of while praising. It's great. He brought it together. Synergy at its finest. Just like this, Road Gang Radio. We've got a great guest coming up next. It's all about imagination, purpose, entrepreneurship, renewal, all the things, guys. Don't go anywhere. Right, Jim?
Oh, I'm here.
Right?
And I'm not going anywhere. Right.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Are you ready for a hearty Thanksgiving meal without the hassle of cooking? Step inside Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers, where we're serving up your holiday favorites. For just $16.99, you can choose an entree from smothered turkey, chicken parmesan, and country fried steak. Each entree includes your choice of beverage and dessert. So come in on Thanksgiving Day for a festive celebration that'll leave you stuffed and satisfied. Here's to a happy holiday season.
We're going where you want to go, so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
You'll do it? I'll do it. You'll do it.
What is this show we're doing, Jim? Hi, good morning.
Hey,
mics are hot.
Hey, Road Gang Radio. No, I thought that was really exciting. We knew the mics were hot. We were like, hey, I'll do it. No, you do it.
We both are so excited that we both want to intro this guest. But you know what? I win. I always win. Just like OSU, OU. No, LSU, OU.
Hey, by the way, just really quickly, just want to point out something. Oklahoma, the University of Oklahoma, has the longest winning streak in college football history, 47 straight games. Nobody's topped it. You know who beat them and stopped that win streak?
LSU?
No. For 3 quarters, the Irish did the impossible. They held the Sooners scoreless. In the fourth quarter, they did the impossible, marching the length of the field and saving Terry Brennan's job for the next 2 years. I'm sorry, Lindsay. Would you care to go on?
I would care to go on. I'm very excited about this next guest. I feel like I have a lot of synergy from a momapreneur side of things and diving deep, but our audience will have a lot of synergy with her as well. Our first guest this morning, it's Amy Polak. Our first guest on this side of the show. She's a business and leadership coach. She's the founder of Entree Results in Houston. I'd just like to say that. Entree. And she has spent the last decade helping entrepreneurs build companies that actually support their lives.
No. That's not me. I'm not. That's not my description. Sorry.
What?
No, that's not a description of me. I'm sorry.
Amy's been a teacher for 40 years, right?
Yeah, 45. I'm a retired teacher. Now I'm an author.
And you got 3 kids.
I'm sure that sounds and I'd love to take the credit for all you were saying, but that's not me.
Oh.
So.
All right, let me give.
Well, I'm sorry, I got some misinformation.
Let me give you a shot here, okay?
I do have Adventures of Jelly Bean, and I have all that as well. It was an addition in a bio I got, so apologies.
Yeah. It's kind of been one of those days, though.
That's okay, Amy. Okay. You know what we're going to do right now? Do me a favor.
Let's start over.
Dre, do me a favor. Would you play for me a piece of transitional music on this particular? Can you do that really quickly? Here we go. A teacher of 40 years who has raised 3 children and an active participant in the lives of her 7 grandchildren. Amy Pollock joins us this morning and has observed and dealt with many different individuals, a potpourri who are depicted and, well, she hopes, immortalized in her books. It has been told in The Adventures of Jelly Bean. The further adventures of Jelly Bean are reminiscent of Judy Blume's and S.E. Hinton's books. That's actually a really good comp, by the way, guys, if you're a big fan of either The Outsiders or, any of that kind of work. There's a lot of stuff that really kind of plays that. Many middle grade boys and girls, as well as their parents, have found these stories compelling. She hopes others will too. And we're going to be asking the biggest question of all, why a retired teacher of 4 decades and a grandmother of 7 took to publishing middle grade fiction after, well, basically working on this story for the better part of 6 decades. It is our pleasure to welcome the author of this wonderful book. Amy Pollock joins us this morning on the eve of Thanksgiving. Good to have you, Amy. Welcome.
Hi. Good to be here. Very nice being here. Thank you for having me on.
And by the way, I wanted to say really quickly, there's a lot of people in the veteran space who have children who I think this book is going to make a massive impact on, and I think that is a really cool thing. So let's just start with this adventure towards writing.
So what happened was, I'll try to cut to the chase. So when I was in 4th grade, my teacher, which was, quite a number of years ago, let's say, all right, now I'm 72, and this was when I was 9 and 10, so you can do the math there. And when I go in to give presentations at the schools, I say, who here knows what procrastination is? Of course, many of them do. Oh, my mom says I do that because I go in to give presentations about my books in the schools. Like 4th, 5th, and 6th grade, sometimes 3rd grade. I went into my little granddaughter's 1st grade class. The teacher said, you know what, just talk about becoming a writer. So back to when I was in 4th grade, because I digress, my teacher would call me to the front of the class, and I would tell these stories off the top of my head about, that's just one thing I'm good at, is being a storyteller. And the kids liked it, and it was about this little forthright 4th grader named Jelly Bean. And she was mischievous. And, all right, through the years, I was, in school. And then I was working and teaching and in college and then in graduate school. And then I had my own 3 kids. And, or as my mother would have corrected me, rest in peace, my children. And now I have my 7 grandchildren. And through the years, I would write other things in the journals for my schools and so forth and this and that. And my mother-in-law, who was, again, rest in peace, like pretty critical, but she would always say to me, whatever happened to your children's stories? They were so good. So I said, you know what? She criticizes me about everything else, and she was really a good person, extremely helpful. But as I said, quite lacking a filter and critical about things. So I knew this was a meaningful compliment coming from her. All right. Along came... I just talked about that in my book launch, and some people got a laugh, especially the ones that knew her, because she did live till age 94. Well, anyway, so along came COVID when we were, stuck at home when my daughter had little ones, babies. And what? You're not allowed to come here to help me? I said, it's not permissible right now. So I had these 4 months of being home where I could either clean out my closets or get back to my Jelly Bean books and continue them and send them off to publishers. I got a couple of rejections, naturally. And then along came Austin Macaulay. That was the name of my first publisher. And they liked my books. And first I thought, it was like a friend of mine playing a trick on me or something. But they were serious. I called. They loved my books. And my Jelly Bean had become not just a mischievous little girl, but as my reviewers said, many of them, she's a real role model. And I was like, wow, that's a really good compliment, because I hadn't set out to to make her that way. But she became that way because, I don't know, my characters take on a life of their own. And then, lo and behold, it became a really popular book among, as you were saying, among parents, grandparents, and the children, because my book is very real. Like, she has a friend, her best friend, Jelly Bean, that is, named Brittany. I don't want to give too many, spoiler alerts. And the parents don't approve of her, which happens in many, 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 many households. And they have their reasons, but she has her reasons, Jelly Bean, that is, about loving this little girl who's like a loyal, wonderful friend. And the crux comes when, of this, my book one, when she says to her parents, mostly her mom, and these are based on real life characters, which of course are the best characters. She says, "You don't like her just because she's poor." Whoa. So I don't want to make her mother evil. And, this little girl, again, without wanting to give away too much, and these situations happen where her mom's a single parent and ends up having to work tough hours and leave her little daughter alone a lot. So she didn't, and most of the kids in the class don't want their children to be there when there's no adult in the house. So that's one situation. And you'll see how poor Jelly Bean works that one out.
The other thing is, I wanted to bring this up because you actually opened the door to this, is that your characters do what they want to. And one of the things, the other thing I kept thinking of on the comps as I read this was I kept thinking about from the mixed up files of Miss Basil E. Frankweiler, and I kept thinking about some of the dynamics in the simplest of stories like the Encyclopedia Brown series, where at some point the characters become who they want to become, and just like any family that is bustling and has a lot of action going around, you can't stop people from speaking up, right? They're going to interrupt. Families, when you write about suburban families, when you write about that world, it's like the chaos of the house. If you stop it from getting into the book, if you try to force the book into doing what you want it to do as opposed to what they want to do, you end up killing the realism of what's going on, right?
Yes, exactly. You ruin the story because it's not real, and I could not make that happen. Jelly Bean has to go her own way, and that's a really interesting point. Now, if a parent or a caretaker person is reading this to the little girl or boy, it can open up discussions on certain issues that are kind of tough to talk about. I know when raising my own children, it was pretty tough. They don't want to talk about certain things, and it's hard to make them. But if it happens in something you're reading to them or that they're reading, it can be a much easier entree into discussing something that you believe or know is important.
I'll tell you, Amy.
Friendship.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Amy. So what I was thinking about with this book for my daughter. So my daughter Amy is adopted. She just turned 7, and she does not look like us or anyone else in our family. And it's been I've heard along. I don't know if you've ever heard this, but I've heard a lot of people say that it's right when they turn 7 is when, for whatever reason, that's that number where things start changing and they're asking more questions. And she is saying things. She's saying some very difficult things, which I will say here. It's, she's saying, when am I going to turn white? And she's kind of trying to scratch at her skin. I only bring that up, and that's tough. That's obviously very tough. But it's stories like Jelly Bean that give me hope. You know what I mean? That's like, if I read this kind of story to her, which I will do, by the way, I think it's almost like organically just letting people see organically that there's different situations, there's different scenarios out there. And then we don't really have to fully talk about it. It's just like acknowledging that that everybody has a different path and everybody kind of looks different and families look different. And once we acknowledge it, we feel better. So so how much of this is, with, I guess you've seen so much as a teacher for 40 years, of course, as well. How much of just like organically of you pouring into all the different scenarios you've seen in your kids just kind of falls in there. Jelly Bean has her own way, but it's almost like everything you've seen, Jelly Bean kind of combines to be all of that, if that makes sense.
Oh, yes, exactly. Because I didn't know if you wanted me to go there, but
Yes, for sure.
her friend Brittany, okay, she is of mixed race. And she feels like if I were to write a separate book, which I've thought about from Brittany's point of view, she doesn't feel comfortable in the situation where she is, where most everybody in her school, or if she goes over to someone's house, is white. And Jelly Bean doesn't understand, how could she really understand it? And she tries explaining it to her. She said, how come, you don't get this? And Jelly Bean is such a good person, I have to make her that way because that's how she is. She said, well, I don't see any difference in you. And then her friend Brittany said, well, I do. I feel it. Some of the kids don't want to be friends with me. And that's, like you said, that's a real issue. However, it gets resolved one way or the next, and you'll have to see, what happens to her. Because not easy. I mean, a lot of situations where someone feels like an outsider aren't so easy, and they get resolved in a variety of ways.
I've had it's been interesting for me because when we say kids don't see color, it's not that they don't see it. They actually do see it, but they don't, at least this is my experience with my daughter and what we've seen. It's with the other kids that, our friends' kids or whatever, kids at school. It's like, yeah, they see that she's a different color, but they don't acknowledge that there's a difference or necessarily something wrong with it until it's like some age.
Exactly.
It's like the magic age where something changes. And now we realize because they have parents in their ears and whatever it is, then they all of a sudden say like, oh, they go from acknowledging that you look different to something changes at some point, and then it's like, oh, the different becomes sort of a negative. And I don't know, at least with me and my family, we're just trying to make everything so organically. If somebody says something to her, I'm like, so what? That person's stupid. Like, I mean, I've literally just dumb it down that much and be like, all right, well, they're dumb. We just want to hang out with them. Move on. You know what I mean? But with your teaching experience put in your books, how much do you think we give somebody that power, or just, is it okay to tell your kid, just walk away from that person, or versus like standing up for yourself? How do you balance that?
That is certainly a tough one. And okay, the way my books feel, and my PR person was telling me this, I said, one of the questions I had to answer for one of the interviews was, what's the theme of your book and I said, well, I can't really think of a theme. And then my PR person, he said to me, what she is saying to kids, my main character, is you have to think for yourself, which is really, really hard. I mean, there's so much peer pressure. And like you're saying, around that age, for me, it was like fourth grade, things come into focus. All of a sudden, you're like, I don't really like that situation. Whereas you sort of accepted things up till that point because in most families, you just kind of don't know any different, good, bad, or indifferent, whatever your family situation is. And things like that, let's say realizing you're different in some way or another, becomes all of a sudden an issue. Like, oh, what do I do about this? Or not. Or like you say, just learn to walk away, which her friend Brittany is really good at answering back kids or teachers. And that's part of the reason why Jelly Bean likes her so much. And she just became this character that was, I think, a really important thing for kids to acknowledge, that you can stick up for yourself even when it can be pretty difficult if you feel like you're different from everybody else in one way or another.
By the way, I was so excited about having you on the show because my mother was a teacher of 50 years. Still with us, still active of mind. And I wanted to kind of share this with people. So on Monday, Brittany was back in school. At recess, she had a big crowd around her, and everyone was asking her a lot of questions. How come you didn't come at the beginning of the year, asked Riley. I don't know. I didn't feel like it, I guess, said Brittany. Everybody laughed. Really, said Kylie in her little voice. No, not really, said Brittany. I was living with my dad, she explained. Oh, said a lot of the kids. My parents are divorced too, said Caitlin, a shy girl whom Jelly Bean had never talked to. Yeah, but it wasn't just that, said Brittany. There was more to it. I don't feel really like explaining it right now. Leave her alone, you guys, said Shelby. Everyone listened to her, so most of the girls smiled at Brittany like they weren't exactly sure what to do or where to go. And I love these kind of moments, Lindsay, because what it's basically doing is, my mom always said in school, there are bullies, there are victims, and there are heroes. And what she meant by that was there are people who are willing to speak their mind and stand up for themselves. And in this really kind of great moment, when Shelby says, leave her alone, you guys, everyone listened to her. And that we have a choice, even as kids, and I felt throughout the entire book, to empower children to stand up for what they feel is right in significant moments and understand that the consequences sometimes can be incredibly positive. That was something that kept coming up for me in the book. I don't know if you felt that was, what you were up to there, but there are so many moments of these little kind of tiny moral choices that pop up where you show rather than tell. You don't lecture people. You let the action speak for itself, right?
I so agree. If I'm reading a book, and, I'm in a book club, I'm just a big, huge, eclectic reader, and I don't want to be banged over the head with what they're trying to tell you. I'd rather have it happen, as you were saying, organically. Like this is, and it is what happens in a lot of groups, and with raising my 3 kids, and I could see various things like that happen. And even there's another point where I'm sure you read this if you read my books, but her oldest brother has dropped out of high school, which the parents are very unhappy about, naturally, and he goes to join the Marines, and the teacher asks Jelly Bean to talk about that in school. We always had current events and such like. And one of the boys in the class yells out, "Oh, is he going to get killed there?" And everyone's like, "Oh my God, how can you say that?" And this is what happens, with a fraught topic like that. And then Jelly Bean says, "You guys stop." I'm blanking out on what his name was. He's just saying what everybody's thinking, but he said it. So don't, do that to him. Be that way towards him.
Yeah.
Which is, kind of interesting.
It landed.
But I had to have her say.
Go ahead, Lindsay.
Well, I was going to say, with it, it was interesting to me too. First of all, I love that you use the word organic, because that is the saving grace in our household over here, kind of mentality. But it's interesting too that with all these children, and I don't even know what the thought process is behind it, but I guess that's my question. It's interesting that it's, quote unquote normal names like Brittany, Caitlin, Shelby, but then Jelly Bean. That Jelly Bean is the only name that's not a quote unquote real name. And I don't know why that was so interesting to me, but it was really interesting to me. And what is the thought process, if any, behind that?
It just was always, it's really her nickname. Her real name's Jillian Beth, if you read parts of
right,
it.
but I think it's funny that you...
Nicknames, continued in. Yeah, it's one of those nicknames that stuck. But if I do, I'm planning to continue it on, because everybody asks me if is she going to grow up. Well, yeah, she is going to have to grow up, but then I suppose, well, not my book 4, because I'm in the middle of that, where one boy gets bullied, and you can read about the reasons, because bullying is, like, as you were touching on, is such a big issue, in schools today, and on playgrounds and so forth. And she, sticks up for him, which is pretty tough, because, a lot of bad things can happen to a kid who tends to get bullied, as we, hear a lot about on the news. But in any event, her nickname just kind of stuck, and I'll see if she goes back to what her real name is in future books. I don't know. I sort of think about it sometimes.
There is by the way, guys, for those of you who haven't got a chance to read this, if you have middle school children or children who at an early age take a deep interest in reading, this is a terrific series of books, the beginning of a terrific series of books that will actually allow you some real kind of time here. We do have this is interesting, by the way. You said Jelly Bean, Lindsay, I'm going to correct you. There is one other interesting name in here that I think a lot of our listeners will actually really dig. You're talking to truckers, a lot of men and women who make their living over the road. Would you please tell them the name of the dog, Amy?
Oh, I don't know how I arrived at that, but his name has always been Roger Over. And I don't know how it came about. I can't even explain some of my thought processes, but it just, I don't know, it just kind of fit. But that's funny how it fits in with a lot of your listeners. And my husband said he's a huge dog lover, and I always go, I don't know, her dog, maybe is going to die. And he said, don't you dare make that happen.
You have one job. You can control it. Don't kill Roger Over.
Don't forget.
By the way, shout out to Bunny. Y'all's dog back at home, by the way. And I also am curious, after being a teacher for 40 years and teaching kids how to, when you're trying to teach how to write correctly or get the facts right, and then becoming an author. I'm so curious the transition to go from teaching when we're like, this is how you do it, and then you become an author, just writing all around with like no rules. You just get to say and do and imagine and do whatever you want. Did you have to like reprogram your brain to make that switch, or was it like the most freeing thing ever? Yeah.
No, a little bit. But don't forget, I also taught, oh my God, over the years, so many grade levels and other subjects as well, which didn't thrill me as much. But especially when I taught writing on the college level, it did teach me a lot about structure and things that I'm not ordinarily so good at, outlining, which I had to teach about and which I'm horrible at, but I, kind of have to do it, even if, I would tell them, you have to make your outlines flexible. I guess the hardest thing was when in my grading process, oh boy, when I had it, how come I didn't get an A? Well, if you read in my teacher's manual, and what my supervisor would say is that to get an A, your writing has to be elegant. I'm like, oh boy, that's tough to define. It's easier said than done, but obviously did my best. And from all my reading, I can sort of see what flies. And like I tell them, and when I go to speak in the schools, most importantly, your writing has to move like spilt blood. It can't, nobody, especially now with, kids on their devices all the time, including my grandchildren, you can't slow it down to have a lot of, descriptors, descriptions of places, and overdo it with that kind of thing. You kind of just have to move. And, I try to do that.
By the way, we're out of time here on this eve of Thanksgiving. It's the third book, The Adventures of Jelly Bean series. More changes coming for those of you who know the series, by the way. For those of you who haven't started it, it's a great place to start if, in fact, you have kids who have a deep level of reading and actually want to spend some quality time with them. I want everybody to go to theadventuresofjellybean.com. There's some, by the way, Amy is not only a terrific writer. There's a really fun technique that she uses in her books, which is very, very old school, where the chapters get summarized at the top, in which, which I really love. It's the old 19th century placard kind of approach to stuff, and yet deals with some really great and really important issues throughout the series. Anorexia comes up, divorce comes up, death is actually a part of the equation.
But it all comes up organically, and that's what we're trying to teach. This is a very real and a great thing for truckers. Amy, our truckers are always trying to think of things they can pick up along the way to bring home to their kids, whether they actually get it on the road or not. But I think this is a perfect one. A lot of drivers deal with the struggles of being gone and away from their kids. That's a whole dynamic as well.
Right.
So
this book
and everyone. travel. Yeah, exactly. So we are thankful for Jelly Bean and for you, Amy, this Thanksgiving season. And best of you and to you and your family and Bunny on Thanksgiving tomorrow.
Too. And have a great holiday. Yeah, to all. And it's amypollock.com if you want to go on my website.
AmyPollock.com. That's the one I left out. Thank you, Amy. Happy holidays and happy beginning of this crazy season. Thank you so much.
I know. Take care. Have a great holiday season.
It really is fun stuff, Lindsay. You and I got a chance to talk a little bit about it beforehand.
I might start calling Freya Jelly Bean.
It's not a bad
My
thing to
little
call
jelly
her.
bean.
I love jelly
JB.
beans. I love jelly beans.
Do you like jelly beans, the candy?
Yes. But they got to be good ones. They can't just be that kind of garbage, like generic stuff. It's got to be
Like Jelly Bellies.
They're okay. I like the Trader Joe's a lot.
Oh, okay. All right. It's Road Gang Radio. We'll be right back.
Castrol keeps the heavy-duty market moving, delivering power, protection, and performance mile after mile. Find Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 now at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. These premium oils are built for endurance and trusted by professionals who depend on their rigs every day. You know Castrol from pioneering excellence in automotive and racing. Now discover the same world-class technology designed for heavy-duty applications. Castrol and TA Truck Service keeps you rolling. Stop by your nearest TA Truck Service Center today.
It's Wednesday, 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 Wednesday.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
We're lifting off into a good old time at the Road Gang Studio, aka Fastport Studio. Take it away, Lindsay and Jimmy.
Well, a.k.a. the Acrisure Studios over here in Franklin, Tennessee, by the way.
I dropped that earlier. I dropped that earlier. I want to say I put
Thank
that
you.
in there. Yeah.
Love
Thank
it.
you. Thank you, Acrisure. Check them out. They literally, when you want to know what they do you want to know what they do? Yes. The answer is yes. Anything that you need on the road, in your life, for your family back home, yes. That's what they do. From insurance to technology and everything in between, combining all your worlds, Acrisure. And by the way, it was really fun to see the Acrisure, even though it was over in Pittsburgh. Not my team, not my college, not my pro team, but I do love that they sponsored that stadium over there, because that also means they have access. They've got reach. They've got dollars, and they want to help you out. So anyway, check them out, Acrisure. I'm excited to build that relationship, Jim, with us and them, and figure out how they can help all of our truck drivers. And speaking of all of our truck drivers, I love that Dave Nemo saying over in the comments, he's looking through all the comments and reading through there, and he said, it's these, seeing all the friendships that are being made just over in the chat alone, and that is really what the core goal of the original Road Gang was. That was all about, and so he said, the spirit lives, it's living right here. And that's true. And it's, sometimes we think, why bother? Is anyone listening? Well, yes. Is anyone listening to me? Is anyone listening to shows? Anyone listening to my problems? Is anyone listening to my comments? And that's what this show is all about. Building something from the ground up again, something that already had a ground. We're just going back to ground zero and rebuilding it. And it is so endearing to see, Jim, everyone chatting over there. And by the way, everyone calling in and supporting each other, like everyone called in and supported you yesterday on your birthday.
Oh, it was unbelievable.
That has to feel good when we're in the midst of chaos and trying to build something, and also the holiday season. It's just a lot of stress, a lot of pressure. And so those reminders that you are loved and supportive, that had to help shift your mood yesterday, I would hope.
11 phone calls. It's the most we've ever gotten on a show. 11 phone calls. And we don't have a lot of space to take phone calls. We try to get them in. We do work them in. We got an opportunity here on the eve of Thanksgiving to do just that. But I got to tell you, I was telling Dre, the best birthdays, the best Halloween, another good example, picked one thing that was very loosely structured, did it, had the great Halloween. Same thing on my birthday. Don't make plans, make presents. And I don't mean with the T, I mean with the idea of being present.
With the C.
Yeah, be present. Be present in your presence. And I decided to simply make myself present for my birthday. And in becoming and dealing with that, I ended up having a great birthday. Top to bottom. I know you saw some of the pictures of my dad, who somehow turned into the star of my birthday on Dad Playdate Day as well.
Well, I mean, in his defense, you're not here without him. So
yeah.
It makes sense that somebody said that to me one day, like on our birthdays should be more about our parents. Not more about, but equally as much about our parents as us.
Mine
like,
was.
Yay me, I was born. It's like, we had nothing to do with that.
By the way, it really was about, my mom and dad took me to, there's a restaurant in Lakeview, by the way, that I will take you to next time you come here. There's a little section out by the lake in New Orleans. It has a place called Russell's Marina Grill. Across the street is Lakeview Harbor. Next to that is Two Tonys, and next to that is Ming's Chinese Restaurant in this really kind of small pocket altogether. And a friend of mine said it used to be the best kept secret in the city of New Orleans. Now it's always packed and crowded. He said, thank God it's not a secret anymore. All of these great restaurants would have gone out of business. Lindsay, when I tell you, Kevin Lindsay was on yesterday talking about how yesterday was his Friday. Man, at the restaurants, every single one of those parking lots last night was packed. And my mom and dad and I got a table for 3 at Two Tonys. It's exactly what you think.
Two Tonys.
Two Tonys.
Is it a Mexican joint, right?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And I got
Mexican fusion.
I got the 4-cheese lasagna.
Oh my God!
I got the
Italian.
So,
I love it.
So one layer was literally ground beef. Another layer was ground Italian sausage. And Lindsay, when I say 4 cheeses, I mean 4 cheeses. I mean, it's just like unbelievably good. They brought it out. They bring out the lasagna in its own, on top of the plate, in its own separate hot pan. And so, and they were upset because it fell on the way to the table. I don't mean that it fell on the floor. It just, the structure of it kind of collapsed. And she's like, I'm so sorry. And I went, does that affect the taste? And she's like, no. I said, then you're doing just fine. I said, because after one, oh my God, my dad got the fettuccine, crawfish fettuccine. And I'm ruining everybody's morning now. I know this, by the way. It was just, it was great. It was great. Yeah.
No, putting crawfish in the fettuccine, though, to me negates it being Italian. But I also don't like crawfish.
Well, I'm gonna help you out. It's a good question. Okay. That's a good thing. There are so many different kinds of Italians. We had I'm loath to call her a friend, come down to New Orleans and criticize an Italian restaurant we went to because of the presence of the way the seafood was done. And she was doing it loudly and obnoxiously. And one of the cooks, one of the people who actually owned the restaurant walked over and said, he goes, look, he said, you feel the way you feel. He said, our people are from Sicily. He said, I realize that you may have a certain view of what Italian food is. He said, this is Italian Creole. It's a real thing. And if you don't like it, you can leave.
I'm not even meaning it.
I know you don't.
Yum. It's just it's in my brain. I'm like, well, that's not Italian. That's just its own genre. And that's I love making up new genres. So to me, I'm like, okay, we got fettuccine Alfredo, which actually Alfredo is that even that's really like legit Italian. I mean, legit Italian is straight up marinara, right? And it evolves into Alfredo?
Well,
that's a question. I don't know.
It's a genuine question. And by the way, I know a lot of our chat people are going to jump in on this as well. It depends on what part of Italy you're from. If it's a Sicilian kind of thing, if it's a southern Italy, if it's a northern Italy, that's why you'll have like these mid and northern Italy meals that people are like, this isn't what I thought it was going to be. But
that's the point, because you get to add to it as it's go. Like
exactly.
Based on where you're from, create your own genre.
Italian Creole, though, is a real thing, because there was a time in the history of New Orleans where the French Quarter, they should have called it the Italian Quarter, during the early 20th century. It was the biggest Italian population in the city of New Orleans, and a lot of people don't know that, Lindsay. That I tell people all the time. You're not going to find very good Chinese food here. There's like maybe 2 good Chinese restaurants, and they're good. Ming's is one of them. They're good. They're not great. There's a lot of great Vietnamese food, but there is a lot of great Italian food because there's such a big port population. And ironically, there are some of the few good Irish breakfast places in the South that you can get are in the city of New Orleans. Because of that, by the way. Just all kinds of cool. We had a great birthday. To get back to your point, I had a great birthday.
Good. I'm so glad.
And you were a large part of that, as was
100%.
Dre. I just kind of left myself, and I really hope people out there do this today and tomorrow. Leave yourself open for what is possible, as opposed to conceiving of what you would like to happen and then being disappointed when it doesn't. I had no preconceptions about yesterday, so everything from Dre's little trip to Buc-ee's to your cookie surprise, to the warmth of the callers. By the way, Lindsay, during that hard break I was telling you, Dre, about when we had the 2, back-to-back recorded pieces, the number of people who called not only to wish me a happy birthday, but to call in support of other things that were going on was really lovely. It was a great day.
That's great. I get real sad around my birthday every year, and I'm trying to work out why. So I'm going to take your advice and have real no expectations and do things. I always make my birthday about other people. I don't mean that in a
I know what you mean.
I do everything like in a weird way. Like, what should I do to make sure other people have fun on my birthday? And I'm changing that this year. I've done it all year, every year of my life. I'm changing it. My birthday's coming up, so you're a good reminder to me. I like that your birthday's a week before mine because you help me. You find joy in little things, and I'm trying to get better at doing that. And not everything has to be grandiose. It can just be that moment. I think presence is a big part of that. So I'm going to try to be better for my birthday this year.
This was a great
not care.
This was a great birthday present too, by the way, Lindsay. So I asked people to simply buy a wreath or two.
Yeah, great.
We had because and it drives me crazy. Actually, Joe J fell victim to it as well too. I'm glad he did, though. He did buy wreaths. Some people bought wreaths and did what always happens. They didn't go to the RadioNemo page and do it. And so I'm like, no, but Joe was great. That being said, we had 2 that morning. We have 19 now. Of the morning of my birthday, we started off with only 2 wreaths purchased. On our page, we now have 19 wreaths bought, and that is 17 wreaths were bought yesterday as my request on my birthday for people.
It's a great idea.
19
I'm going to request that everybody adopts a child for my birthday.
Ooh,
just
nice.
a small request. It's just a small request.
But take care of the kid.
But wait. Well, we can tweak that though. We can tweak it. Everybody adopt a kid for a day. Find a kid that just needs a good uncle or good aunt. Somebody
I'll share a website that they can do that but I'll talk about it when it comes to my birthday. I have to tell you a real quick Italian story. And then my sister walked in, and I wanted her to say hi to you, and because I want to talk about a couple other things here. But thank you, Sissy, who just brought me coffee. It's so nice to have family
Sissy
around.
with the coffee.
Sissy with the coffee. She's here to serve, she said. Okay, real quick, because you were telling the Italian story. I will never forget this waitress I had years ago at an Italian restaurant. She walked out. She was dumb as rocks, by the way. God bless her. But she came out, and she sat my plate in front of me, and she put manicotti in front of me.
Manicotti.
And it looked great. It looked wonderful. It's, however, not what I ordered. But I took I didn't realize, because I got something similar. I got lasagna. which kind of looked like manicotti. So I took a bite of the manicotti and I was like, oh, ma'am, this actually isn't what I ordered. And she goes, oh, you're right. Remind you, I'd already taken a bite. She picked up the plate and took it over to the table that did order it, Jim, after I'd already taken a bite out of it. And I was like, I'm not even gonna, and there's so much sauce on it that maybe you couldn't even tell I'd taken a bite. I just let it go. I know that I'm a clean person, so I wasn't too worried about it. But it also reminded me of my other dumb waitress, that I had years ago. We sat down, this was in Norman, Oklahoma at OU, and I went to dinner with a group of friends, and my friend Jenny Urice ordered a chicken fajita pita thing, and the waitress again had been chicken fajita pita thing, and the waitress again had been dumb as a box of rocks, bless her, the whole time. And she came and she put everybody's food in front of them, and she put a hamburger in front of Jenny, and Jenny said, "Oh well, actually, I ordered the chicken pita." And the waitress, I kid you not, the waitress said, "Oh, I know, but we were out of that, so I just brought you something else." She just picked something else off the menu. Went from chicken pita to burger. Like I just picked something I thought you'd enjoy. Who does that, Jim?
They do it in New Orleans, but they tell you it's happening. No, that's my point. They tell you it's happening. Hey, we're out of that tonight, but can I recommend something for you?
Well, they don't. You can recommend. Yeah. You don't just bring it and say, "I just picked. I thought I knew you so well since I've met you these 30 seconds. I just picked something for you."
86 the carbonara.
86 the guest from there on out, probably. By the way, guys, hey, it is Road Gang Radio. It is Thanksgiving. We are thankful for you guys. We are thankful for all of our listeners, everybody over in the chat that's becoming friends and loving each other. I love that. I love that Dave Nemo pointed it out. We've really created a community here. And I mean it when I say we are so thankful this holiday season. My favorite thing to tell people at Thanksgiving is that I'm thankful for them. It's so basic. That's like, of course we say that, but we don't say that enough. So I'm very, very thankful. I know that I don't say this enough to my sister. I'm kind of the biggest jerk in the family. So at least on Thanksgiving, let me say, I'm so thankful that you're here, sissy. I'm thankful too for you, and you're not a jerk, but I'm very thankful for you, and happy Thanksgiving to all. This is my sister. Okay, Jim, do you know my sister's name? I can't remember if you know
I know her name.
It is a mouthful. It's really strange. But here's what's weird about it. I want Dre to hear it for the first time, too. What's strange about my sister's name, and if anybody has ever heard this name, please tell me in the chat. I know that nobody has. It sounds normal to me because I've heard it all my life. I've always heard her name. So it doesn't even sound weird to me until I introduce her to somebody. And the minute we went to a party last night and I was introducing her and I realized people are like, wait, what? So her name is Liskin. Lisken.
Love it. Love it.
Yeah. Have you ever heard it? Add my last name, and there's every letter in the alphabet. So yeah, Liskin then married a guy whose last name is Castellanich. Growing up, she was Liskin Lawler. Yeah, that's cool.
That's fun.
Liskin Lawler.
That's
cool.
a cowgirl.
Liskin Lawler.
She's now Liskin Castellanich. People are like, I'm going to call you L-Dog.
You're not from here.
Yeah.
L-Cat.
Forever the cowgirl, sure. Do you know the origin story? I kind of know it, the origin story of why Mom named you Liskin.
It was one of her friends from college, from somewhere in Scandinavia, but we are obviously not Scandinavian. She just liked the name. Castellanich comes from Ukraine, actually. So I got a little bit of everything.
Liskin, though, I assume neither one of y'all have heard that name before, right?
Liskin? I've actually heard Castellanich and I've heard Liskin before, but I've never heard.
You've heard Liskin before?
I've never heard Liskin as a first name, though.
What have you heard it as? As a last name?
As a last name.
Huh.
I've heard it as a last name.
Oh wow! I've never heard that.
I wish you would have found somebody and married. I love your husband Randy, my brother-in-law, but I kind of wish you would have married someone whose last name was Liskin, and you would be Liskin.
That would be horrifying.
Well, you know, like if you told me your name was Liskin, I'd be like, what Liskin? I mean, what's your first name? Is that Kate Liskin? I mean,
That's typically what I get all the time.
What's your first name?
They write it down as my last name, yeah.
Yeah, Liskin.
Oh, really? I didn't even know that. Yeah. Well, it was hard for me. I grew up with the lisp, by the way.
So it was Lispkin.
Liskin. This is my sister Liskin. Lindsay loved pizza, and this is my sister Liskin. I can make fun of that because I had it, by the way. Okay, since Liskin is here, I want to tell you what my sister does for a living in a minute. Let her tell you a little bit. But also, Jim, as I've told you, we're about to host 24 people with the Todd at my house for Thanksgiving, which might not sound a lot to someone like you, Jim, who has how many grandkids in your family?
I am one of 32 on my mom's side.
On one side. Wow. Yeah.
But for us, we're a small family for the most part. It's my sister and I. We're only 2 children.
Not anymore.
But my parents and I, it's only till recently that we even got grandkids on my side. So we're kind of a small knit group over here. So to have everybody come in, and we haven't done an everybody Thanksgiving since we were little, right? It's been a long time, especially since our grandparents died. And yeah. It's been a long time since we've all been together, but such memories from growing up.
We have the good memories from growing up, but again, we have not done this since Liskin and I were little, which was a long time ago. But we would do, Jim, we would go, my favorite memory of growing up is Thanksgiving at my grandparents' house, my dad's parents, Granny and Grandpa, very, very typical, as were they, Granny and Grandpa. And we would make, with these cousins that are coming now, bringing their kids. We're going to get like the cousins getting their kids together, which again might be normal for most people. It is not for us. This is a big shift for us. And we would make forts at Granny and Grandpa's house, sleep in the forts in the living room. Like they would clear the Thanksgiving table and we would sleep under it at night, and all the pillows and blankets and make a real fort and little tunnels to crawl through. And we bring our books and lights and everything in there. And then also Uncle Harvey would get up on, that's what we talked
that
about.
guy.
That guy, right?
Yeah.
Thanksgiving on Black Friday, when it was actually Black Friday one day, not 3 weeks of it. And he would leave the house at like 4 a.m, step over all of us. And if you didn't have your wish list into him by that day, you got nothing. Do I have the memory right?
This is true. Oh, this is very true.
Okay.
But being on the other side of it now, I'm also wondering, like, yes, taking all the fort underneath the dining room table after it's set so beautiful, like everyone was very flexible and with all the kids roaming around.
Did Granny set it up beautiful though? Because we were kind of white trashy, like with pickles and deviled eggs and like a cloth tablecloth and call it a day.
No, that's not white trashy.
It's not?
That's not white trashy. No,
What is it?
No. That is just out of lower middle class and into middle class. That is not white trashy.
Okay.
White trashy is when literally you have a cigarette ashtray with Pall Malls and a Pabst Blue Ribbon sitting next to the paper plate with Thanksgiving meal on it. That's white trashy.
Well, I didn't tell you about Uncle Steve yet.
That
no,
guy.
We didn't have an Uncle Steve. We didn't have an Uncle Steve.
But I like where your head's at. You know?
Well, thank you. But this is a big deal, and Liskin coming here as well. It's hard too when we live far apart and you have your own kids and you want to be at your own place, which is kind of meant, Jim, my sister and I probably won't do a lot of Christmases together.
Because we both love being in our own houses.
We want to be in our own house with our kids.
But we love time together, and Thanksgiving is the best because our kids are getting older too, and they're getting along so well. It's fabulous.
It is fabulous. And Jim, we also had a big turning point last night.
Huge.
We had this really cool invite to a really cool party last night. But we were like, well, we got kids. We can't go. I can't find a babysitter last minute of Thanksgiving week. And Liskin's daughter, her oldest daughter, who's in 7th grade, was like, I'll babysit.
Tipping point. There
it was
is.
the tipping point. And we were...
And they were all good. They had
great.
fun. It was fabulous.
But it changed, Jim. You know, I was telling Liskin last night, I was like, I think I've just been in the fog for the past 7 years with Freya. You just assume this is my life from now on. I'm never going to have freedom to go do what I want when I want, even when it comes to family. And last night, when it was literally one comment, when Caitlin, my niece, goes, can I do it? Can I try? And we knew we were going to be down the street. She's got a cell phone. I know my neighbors. Like
First step.
It was the first step, and it went great. But I was like,
baby steps.
Oh my God, we might actually get to hang out and do adult things. My life isn't always about little people. Oh, it was so freeing. We had a great time, and maybe we were forced to leave early, which this girl would have never normally done. We had to leave. And so I don't feel like crap today. So it's a win-win. Right, sis? I mean, Liskin did have to drag me out. But she dragged me out 2 hours earlier than normally would have had to. So that was good, right?
That's a good role that I play, yes. And kids helped. It was fabulous.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Mack, and I'm your MC for Lollygagging with Liskin and Lindsay here on RadioNemo.com.
I like that.
You like that?
It's a segment. Lollygagging with Liskin and Lindsay. Try saying that 12 times.
It's a mouthful.
I want to whip you guys back into what you guys are talking about in 1 second. I did want to ask because this got brought up, and I wanted to make sure we got the Liskin listing of things. But have you guys ever heard of the appetizer in an Italian restaurant called an arancini?
Yes, it's the rice ball, right?
It's exactly it, by the way. It is rice stuffed with ground beef, pork, green peas, mozzarella, whatever the Italian seasoning of the restaurant is, served with marinara sauce and grated with cheese on top of it. And it made me think of that when you ordered the thing, is that, I took a friend of mine to a restaurant and I got the arancini, and she was like, am I going to like this? What I didn't realize, we went to this restaurant, it was only a $15 appetizer, and people going, oh my God, that's fancy pants. They brought this thing out, Lindsay, and it was like, remember those experiments in school when you would make your own volcano?
Yeah.
It looked like one of those. It was that big, and we almost regretted eating a meal because it was so big. And I wanted to ask you both, is there something that you guys have at Thanksgiving dinner that we have a ranch dip that it's actually a recipe made. It is not like the packet of ranch dip. They actually make the spices. My aunt makes it, and then they create the dip from that. Is there something that you guys eat before or during the dinner that threatens to make it impossible to eat anything else because you guys exclusively focus on gorging yourself on that, and you're already smiling? Go
You know
on.
the answer, queso.
I was going to say that's the only thing that comes to my mind, and it's the least Thanksgiving thing in the world.
But I have a massive block of Velveeta cheese sitting in my laundry room right now because that's where I make the queso. No, that's where that's the staging area right now. So I have a massive block of Velveeta that will be turned into queso.
And I'm
today.
forever an appetizer girl. I don't even like as many Thanksgiving foods, but everybody else does. So I always have the queso.
Well, Liskin throws a Christmas party every year, Jim. We're going on 14th annual?
Oh, no, 18th?
18th annual Christmas party she throws, but it's all apple. Like, it's her favorite thing of the year because she gets to make like 20 appetizers and
brings me so much joy.
What are your favorite appetizers that you make for that party?
Love making meatballs. They're very good. I love making little sandwich. I don't know. I make a little bit of everything.
The tortilla roll thing.
Tortilla rolls. Yes, there's Mexican tortilla rolls.
So that
I've gotten
is
to a whole
Jen.
lot of staples over the years.
That's a tortilla with black beans as one layer, and then a mixture of its sour cream, cream cheese, Monterey Jack, garlic powder.
There's a lot of cream cheese that goes into every appetizer. That's for sure.
Yeah, all the cream cheese. But I think your kind of appetizers in New Orleans are different than our kind of appetizers here from Texas. I say Texas/Tennessee. Right?
Ours are kind of designed to hurt people, I think, to a large degree. I just think that's part of the equation. And I'm also looking forward to the dessert party. Listen, I've told this to Lindsay, but we're so big as a family that we break up into separate camps. So you have like 5 or 6. We'll have like 5 or 6 different dinners across the city with like anywhere from 20 to 40 people at each one of those. At the end of the day, my Uncle Ken has a beautiful home on the lakefront. And everybody gathers over there, and there is a giant table of desserts that everyone brings over. It is both a catered event and also a potluck at the same time. So they actually have an ice cream bar at it. That's how big it's gotten, because the 32 grandchildren, all of those 32 grandchildren now have children. And a lot of them are the ages of yours and Lindsay's children. Some of them are actually in their late teens, and 1 or 2 of them is actually in their 20s and getting married, like my niece Kate is. And so all these people descend upon the house. And one year, 2 of my friends smoked a big old Mary Do You Wanna out in the backyard and sat down at the table. And the table, I don't mean there was no table to sit at. They pulled up a chair, took a pineapple upside down cake, and between the 2 of them, forks in hand, ate an entire pineapple upside down cake.
Marijuana will help you do that, I guess. I mean, so I've heard.
I hope you write all these stories down, because I can't imagine the number of stories with that many people getting.
Oh, there's about 9 plays about them. And by the way, my aunt makes white chocolate bread pudding. You have not lived until you've had that. It is.
I'm gonna have to take your word for it, or try it when I come down there, because you say bread pudding and you kind of lose me. But I'm not yucking your yum. Just saying, it's not something that we grew up having. We also didn't grow up as dessert people. We really only did dessert on holidays or birthdays growing up.
Unless of course you have a Belgian waffle for lunch, which has happened before on occasion.
Yeah,
Did you have the Belgian waffle at the Degas house? Is that what you had? I mean, at the Degas, at Cafe Degas, what did you have? You had the cheese board.
No, I had cheese, of course. I had cheese, and then I had French onion soup with cheese. All the cheese. And yes, I do poop, in case anyone was worried. It doesn't affect me. Yeah, I know everyone was worried.
Really quickly,
I'm doing fine.
Lindsay, did you notice our cheese friends came on Nemo Nation?
Yeah, I got him on there for you.
The people who delivered the cheese actually came on and did a spot on
no, I
Nemo
missed
Nation.
that. Why wouldn't you have had him on with me?
Because it was a logistics segment. It's about how they get the stuff there, and it was just
The cheese guys from Wisconsin?
The cheese guys from Wisconsin, the cheese that Gina bought for you, they actually came on the show.
I missed that segment
somehow.
I should have told you. I'm sorry.
But that's the beauty of it. You can listen
go back
to it.
Listen to it
now.
We're you know what? We're talking when the music should be playing. So let's take care of that. We'll get the hell out of here. Hit the bricks. Tell our story. Walk and come back on the other side. Phone lines are open, by the way, for the lollygagging with Liskin and Lindsay here on
What's
radio.
the phone number, Jim?
615-292-6366.
Oh, thank you. That's 615-292-NEMO. It's Road Gang Radio. It's Thanksgiving week. We're going to come back. I want to tell you what my sister does because it's beautiful, and I think it'll speak to our truck driving audience as well. And also, give a little thanks how you can not feel so alone this Thanksgiving season. We'll be right back.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
It's one simple act. One simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
Get a life and join us at the Franklin Studio and the Fastport Studio. It's going to take me a little bit to remember what that...
Acrisure.
That's
Acrisure.
it. Definitely not going to remember that.
Say it 3 times. Say it 3 times, Dre. Acrisure.
Acrisure. Acrisure. Acrisure.
Oh, and they appear. It's like Beetlejuice. Boom! No, you just focus on Fastport, because that's who sponsors New Orleans. That's who Fastport... I'm actually trying to team Fastport and Acrisure up, because that's what we do best here around Road Gang Radio. We are the middleman so that relationships and networking come together. We're bringing the truck drivers together with the corporate side. We're bringing the listeners together with us and our families. It's like, you need something, you tell us what you need, we'll go find it, we'll bring it all together. Right, Jim?
By the way, I can't wait to tell you about something that happened the other day.
Right,
that has
Lindsay?
me really encouraged.
Right, Lindsay?
Well, no, I'm getting to that. You're missing the
He
point.
can never just say it. He has to give a story.
No, you're missing the
I
point being is I can't wait to tell you something about what happened the other day, because it turned out, if you'd let me finish, that you were right. That something that you had suggested ended up playing itself through in a meeting I was in.
Okay, you can tell that story.
And I was like, well, look at that. Turns out that old Double L knew what she was doing. We're going to find out what Liskin does in 1 second. But, Lindsay, we got a lot of phone calls. I want to bring one in so that Liskin can say hello to a bona fide, first-rate truck driver and tell all of them Happy Thanksgiving. You know what time it is, huh, Lindsay?
It's showtime.
Showtime.
Showtizzle.
Showtime.
What's going on?
Don't be sexy about it.
How you doing, brother?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm good. Jimmy, I took your advice yesterday.
Oh dear.
Go on.
I bought 5 wreaths.
Awesome.
Nice.
Awesome, dude. That is really awesome.
And then threw a little bit of money in the fuel.
Oh, that's great.
Because when you go in and donate, when it gets down, when you get by your wreaths, you can, like, add on other stuff. And so you can click to add, like, money for fuel and stuff.
That is great, man. That's going to make Courtney and Jeff and Amber and the entire Worcester family very happy. And by the way, Lindsay can tell you this. When they speak at that gala, she said none of this works without truckers, is the first thing out of her mouth. She said none of this happens without the generosity of the transportation sector and truckers in particular. They are genuinely grateful and appreciative of you guys as well. Dude, that means more to me than any birthday wish or any birthday gift. I asked people to do that, and a lot of people stepped up. Thank you very much. Seriously, dude.
Yeah. And then I sent you a text last night, and I know you're probably out for dinner, but my friend Mary Walter on YouTube, she's a conservative radio host, she had Mel from Reefs Across America on talking about it.
Oh, very cool. Very cool. That's a good get.
So, yeah, so if you want, if you look her up, Mary Walter Radio, you can go watch that podcast with her talking with Mel. So he was telling a lot of stuff too, so it was really interesting.
It's really good stuff. It really is good stuff. There's a lot of fun things and we're going to be broadcasting from them. We're going to have special editions of Road Gang Radio from the Driver's Lounge over the weekend in just, oh my God, it's a week and a half away, Lindsay. Oh my God, where's my life going? How did I get here? What else is happening,
In the dumps.
We're just rushing, trying to get back to the port. We're having to reroute because the Ohio Turnpike is closed.
Oh my
commercial
God.
Vehicles.
Totally forgot to get to that. Oh my God. I literally, I got so swept along by the events of the show. We had Chris come in the beginning, Lindsay. Guys, really take a long look. There are all kind of public service announcements about the Ohio Turnpike because of the inclement weather that's coming. Please take a look at all of their stuff.
Yeah.
Please go to ODOT, all that stuff.
Yeah, it is closed. It closed at 8 o'clock this morning and will not reopen tentatively till midnight tomorrow night. And that's the entire Ohio Turnpike.
Wow, I'm literally kicking myself. I was going to open with that.
It's bad timing.
You know, it's really a bad scene, guys. So please go to ODOT. Please check out what the ODOT is saying. It's going to have that all over there. You can find them on X. You can find them on LinkedIn. You can find them a lot of places. Go to the Ohio Department of Transportation. They have every single thing that can and cannot go on there. It's shut down. There's bad weather headed that way.
It's open for cars, but all commercial vehicles are not allowed.
Yeah, that's it.
Because it's really windy up here too. We just came out of Chicago, and my truck empty is 52,000 pounds, and it was tossing me around like nothing.
Whew.
So we're cutting US 30 across down to 70, just so I don't have to run a straight south route for a crosswind. So that's how we're trying to go. I got another truck with me, so we're trying to hurry and get out there.
That is terrifying. Get home. Get out of it. Get out of it. Get it done. Please, promise me.
Oh. Well, yeah, we gotta go. I have to get this turned, get back to the port and picked up. My cars have to be out of the port by noon Sunday.
Before we let you go, please tell Liskin what you haul. It's really cool.
I do high-end cars. We are on a Porsche run right now, so we pick them up out of Baltimore and then deliver them to destinations in the Midwest.
Well done, by the way.
Amazing.
Notice that.
Terrifying. Nothing scares me more than, or do I have more respect, not only just for truck drivers, but then hauling all those cars. I see it and I'm like, I can't drive my tiny car on its own around, let alone a semi pulling other cars. Absolutely amazing.
And think about the trust level for Showtime. It's like, here, haul this incredibly, absolutely invaluable commodity and do it in a way that also avoids all the scumbags out there on the road this time of the year. Good luck. Showtime.
Yeah.
We love you. Happy Thanksgiving, my friend.
Love you, brother.
For everything.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Everyone be careful.
You too, brother. So my sister is sitting here joining us, and first of all, my sister is not an off-the-cuff person like me, Jim. She's like prepared. She, she's been corporate with Pizza Hut and Yum. She's been corporate at La Madeleine, corporate. She was the CMO of GameStop. She's had big girl panty jobs, very different than me. She's all about presentation,
Making it up as you go along, Lindsay Lawler. Sorry.
Yeah, very different sisters.
Working on that.
Very different. That Lindsay makes it up. Liskin is like, if I don't know what's happening, don't call me. But she also a couple years ago her work. Let's just say there was a toxic environment. The good Lord pushed her out. She would have never left if she wouldn't have been sort of forced to, so to speak. And it gave her time to be with her children and sort of regroup. And now, Jim, she is, and she'll tell it better, but she would have never seen this coming. Sort of what might have seemed like this makes no sense, and now, oh my gosh, this makes total sense. She is head of marketing at your church. I don't know. What's your title? I don't even know.
Yeah, I don't even know what my title is either. No, I found my church, and I kind of lead strategy and marketing, yes, for a church, which seems very strange. Most people don't have that job.
But it's a big church. But most importantly, Jim, and this is why I wanted to bring it up, because I think it makes sense for our audience who spend a lot of time in solitude. Obviously, we talk a lot about mental health on this show, but they have through a program called Beacon of Life. It's mental health ministry, and this is a new conversation talking about mental health in the church, mental health that's backed by from a faith-based side versus the science-backed and medical side of things. So I love this conversation is opening. I love that my sister is a part of mental health because didn't see that coming. Nobody in the Lawler family thinks they would have gotten into mental health. No, but it's interesting, and you're able to balance those worlds. So first of all, thank you for your work, but also tell Jim a little bit about it.
Yeah, it's a pretty amazing story. So back in COVID, actually, is when I found this church and this job, and they had this line that was, when the world press pause, we press play, which was one of my most favorite kind of ways to do more while everyone else was kind of retreating. They wanted to do more. And we had a donor that says, all right, there's going to be more mental health problems now, especially than ever, given COVID. So they gave a generous donation and said, go figure this out. Let's do something for churches, because there's over 300,000 churches in America. They say over 50% of pastors aren't equipped to help. And what's the first line where people have mental health problems? Like, the church has open doors. People walk in every day looking for help, and sometimes all these churches aren't necessarily equipped for it. So that's kind of been our 5-year journey. Launched Beacon of Light. And it is really, the mission is to help churches and pastors, congregations, leaders, whoever, just help blend the clinical side. So it is very science-based, medical-based. We have clinicians, we have counselors, because we believe you have to have that. It's not going to be healed with, there are resources there that you should take account, or you should use with the faith side, because there's hope. There's a ways when you're in darkness, when you're having struggles, to kind of find hope and kind of blend both of those. And there's not many places out there where you can kind of take the clinical side and the faith side and have resources to get you through it. So whether you're dealing with a crisis, whether you're just kind of in a little bit of a lost space, the goal is to help these 300,000 churches and pastors find the tools to equip people to be there when somebody walks through their doors and needs that help.
I think equip, Jim, is the word here than to you, because it's, with all due respect to pastors, some pastors think, oh, I'm the leader of the church, I can talk to somebody about anything. Well, a pastor does not make you a mental health expert. So, and that's not their fault. They want to help. They want, do everything they can to embrace. But unless you're actually equipped to do that, don't, basically, is what they're trying to say.
Well, they
Jim.
say over 50% of pastors actually, sometimes don't even talk about it because they're not fully equipped.
They don't know.
On the clinical side, yeah. And certainly, and I think that's where we want to help, especially for a lot of these smaller and medium-sized churches where they don't have big staffs, or, and just help be ready.
Sometimes the true nature of an expert is to know one's own limits in their expertise. And Lindsay and I have talked about this, Liskin, but one of the things that has come up on a regular basis in England is that they started National Barbers Mental Health Day. And part of it was about the mental health of the men and women who were cutting hair. But the other thing about it was giving them the tools necessary, because so many men are unwilling to open up, to allow barbers to become better listeners, but to also know their limits. Because I think part of what, tell me if I get this right, you guys are trying to help these pastors, because Lindsay made the point of, I can fix anything. Well, actually, you can't. You don't understand cognitive therapy. You don't understand how to actually set goals that aren't just a matter of pray and get over it or move on, or even the gentle sense of, let's just pray long and hard about this. You want to, if I'm understanding, equip pastors with the skill set to help them recognize when simply a good ear is going to make a difference, and sometimes saying, I'm glad I could be here for you. Here's some people you might want to talk to as you move further down your journey towards mental health. How to do?
You did great. Yes. I think it's definitely how to spot the signs, how to spot the signs in your congregation, how to get the right tools and resources. And I think there is a side which says, there is hope. And that is the hope kind of the faith side and the gospel, that there's hope that, Jesus will walk alongside you in this, but you've got to get to the clinical resources. And we build it into everything in our church. We're actually one of the only, I think, where we have Hope Squad, which is a suicide squad where we have kids that are actually trained to spot it in their own high schools in our youth. It's called Hope Squad. And they have chapters all across America, but we have one at our church because we have clinicians on site. We can be certified in it. So we find different ways to also just reduce the stigma of mental health. We have mental health moments in everything we do, whether it's our parents' newsletters or our Second Act newsletters. We actually find Second Act is like our retirees, but some of them have a lot of, mental health.
Wow. Training kids, and that just landed for me, Jim, especially with, I know you dealt with bullying growing up, as did so many of us, and we didn't even have social media at the time. So we know what that's done for the stigma and mental health for children. So training kids to be aware of it, but actually training, I'm not just saying, if you see something, say something, mean like, here's actually what we're looking for. So that's beautiful.
There is something else really cool going on here, because, as Liskin can tell you, I'm sure, there are a number of preachers, a number of priests who actually are trained in this stuff. And I mean are able to separate, well, not separate, but able to understand the difference between, say, like cognitive therapy or genuinely intensive therapy and discussion, and their role as ministering to a flock. Because this is the other problem, too. This is also a relief valve. There are a lot of men and women qualified to actually do that work and do not have enough time to do that work. They've got to be able to take care of their congregation and at some point relieve themselves of the burden of having to carry every single individual emotional crises within their pastorship, within their church. And it also provides relief to those men and women so that they're not struggling with every single person that comes along, but able to forge relationships with therapists, many of whom walk in the same gospel light, and simply send them on and say, here, at this point, I've got to hand you over to somebody who can actually be there specifically for you. That's a lot of groovy stuff going over there, Liskin. Well done.
And also, by the way, speaking of well done, my mom just texted and said, your dad said that after going to Dollywood with our family, he needs some mental help as well. So
it started long before
client.
then. D, it started long before then. Do not blame Dolly or her wood for what is going on inside of yourself. I love that man. We got phone calls we got to get to. We got
Let's talk. Who we got? But by the way, real quick, you can go to beaconoflightmh.org. I will post it.
Awesome.
It's something, maybe MH standing for mental health, so beaconoflightmh.org. If that's something that you want to see maybe implemented into your own church or your own community.
Any leader, there's training there, there's courses there, there's online courses there. Yeah, reach out.
Reach out.
We'd love it. It's free resources, and we'd love to have anybody.
Free.
And remember,
on the phone.
By the way, that's the other lesson in the prodigal son. All he has to do is be willing to come home, and somebody's waiting for him. It's that simple, guys. That's it. All right, sorry about that.
Chills.
Had to drop that one in there. Love that story.
Thank you for that. Very well said.
Who's calling, Jim?
Trucker Bosun.
TB, what's up, bub?
Yellow.
Good morning, everybody.
How you doing, man?
I'll just
You hanging in there?
sitting here at the house with the grandkids and Penny Lane, and got them eating a little bit of breakfast and getting stuff ready for tomorrow.
How's your heart? How's your heart? How's your family's heart right now? How you guys doing?
It's a little tough, but hanging in there.
We love you, man. We love you.
Kind of unexpected, just out of the blue when my dad told me yesterday. So
yeah, In case anybody doesn't know, we got a friend here. They've lost somebody who is near and dear and special to them, and it's always toughest around this time of year to have that happen. And we just want to tell you, man, we are absolutely here for you. Whatever you need, whatever your people need. The good news is you got people, man, who just love you, and that makes a big difference. You know.
In the words of Michael Jackson, I know I'm not supposed to talk
appreciate
about
that.
him, but
Feel blessed.
you are not alone. You are not alone. You are not alone.
You're not. You're not, brother. You're not.
You're part of the road gang, and that means you're part of our gang,
And,
brother.
you know, I was thinking about it. If this hadn't happened, I hadn't thought about it, but she would have been a great guest for you guys. She used to run the crisis center for women rape victims at University of Illinois, and she was a doctor of sociology, and she worked at the university for a number of years. She was even on the Oprah show one time talking about campus rape. She was an amazing woman.
And by the way, you guys have heard me refer to this, Lindsay. I have no doubt that there are bonfires now on the wintry shore that await her. So that is literally doing the Lord's work, brother. That's it. I mean, that is literally.
And now, she's gone home to be with her mom and her little brother.
Yeah, they are there. They are there, brother. Okay, so today is also a day that you're getting stuff ready. What is getting prepped around the house?
So Penny's getting started making the green beans and potatoes, and I'm going to be making my pies later this afternoon for tomorrow. So to get a little baking done and get everything ready and head on over tomorrow with the rest of the family and watch some football and
Root for the Cowboys. Thank
gorge
you.
ourselves.
Root for the Cowboys.
Yes,
Are you
I
really?
am rooting for the Cowboys. Yes. After
You know what that
after
means,
what
right?
happened last Sunday.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know what that means, right? It means that Trucker Bosun's got that
Yeah, I'm rooting
gleam.
for the Cowboys.
You're the one. Thank you. Thank you for your service. You also
and
just
I'm
reminded.
rooting for Notre Dame. Sorry, Lindsay.
That's okay. I wouldn't mind seeing the
I'm
Sooners.
an Irishman through and through.
No, that's okay. I don't mind. I would be okay with an Oklahoma Notre Dame. Because that's tradition. My tradition is Oklahoma, but there's nobody that screams tradition more than Notre Dame. So I like seeing people like that rise. So I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it.
Trucker Bosun, we got to get to our next phone call and wrap this up. But brother, let me tell you something else. You are not on the road right now. You are at home with the family. You're doing your thing, and the fact that you're listening to us means the world to Lindsay and I.
Yeah,
And Dre.
you're listening while you're not on the road. That's a big deal. How are you listening, by the way? Let me ask you that since you're at, do you listen differently to the show, a different platform versus if you're in your truck versus if you're at home?
No, I still listen on YouTube on my phone.
Okay,
only
cool.
Because with the grandkids here, they got control of the TV. So
Yeah,
otherwise,
fair,
I'd be
fair.
listening through YouTube on the TV. But
Nicely done.
I'm listening on my phone like I normally do.
Well, thank you for all you do. Thank you for really running the chat. You're the mayor of the chat over there, keeping everybody together. So
thank you.
We love you, Trucker Bosun, and happy Thanksgiving. We're very thankful for you. You guys have
All right,
enjoy
happy
those green
Thanksgiving
beans
to
and
you,
pies.
hello to your sister.
Say hello and happy Thanksgiving to you.
Thank you. You guys too. You guys all enjoy your Thanksgiving, and we'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, brother.
If in fact he is the mayor of the chat, the crown prince and bomb thrower goes by a name of Marshall, who says that Velveeta is not a cheese. And
I agree. It's plastic. I get it, and that's why I can have more. It's so processed that it's unprocessed, that it's not processable, and it doesn't even count anymore. So
my worry is that you'll merge into it, and that big floating ocean of plastic garbage in the middle of the Pacific at some point, I'll be like out there on a boat, and I'll see like you just attached to it. It's just a concern.
I
it's a
envision
concern.
that as my stomach, like when you envision kind of the swirling of that. If you want to know what my insides look like, it's the swirling of the ocean.
Well, I used to live overseas, and I would sneak Velveeta into my suitcase when I went home because real cheese doesn't melt quite as good as Velveeta.
You realize, of course, you could end up on a terrorist watch list for that because it really is a plastic explosive.
That's true. You could make a bomb from Velveeta. Don't. I don't encourage it.
Don't unless you're with Bruce Willis taking on terrorists at the Nakatomi Plaza. By the way, the Paranormal Pie Man has the most insightful thing of all time, Lindsay. He simply says,
Move over. Who's on the phone?
Well, say his name 2 more times. Marshall.
Marshall Platter.
Marshall Platter. Marshall Platter.
I've just been waiting for you to defend yourself on Velveeta. You know, that's made by scientists who also created Marlboro and Winston cigarettes. So,
Well, I don't smoke the Velveeta. For what it's worth, we do not smoke the Velveeta.
Not anymore.
We melt it. We
With vegetables like tomatoes.
Yes, we put vegetables, Rotel. We put vegetables in it to balance it out and make it healthier. No, listen, I know that it's not real cheese. I'm well aware. And it's also like, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it right and gross. And I do my Velveeta. I don't know how you do yours, Liskin. I think there's different versions, but depending on who's coming to my house, it's either the Velveeta, just plain Velveeta with Rotel, or I'll add some crumbled breakfast sausage in it, or maybe some chili, Hormel chili, also not real chili. I understand that. And I've started putting sour cream or cream cheese in it.
Also not really cream.
No, none of it is real. It's like, none of it is real. I understand that. But I had a friend come over to my house one day and she's like, I brought vegan queso to you. And I was like, listen, this tastes good, but don't call it queso. That's like hummus. It's hummus. It's not queso. Don't say vegan queso. That's not a thing. It's not real. As is our cheese, not real. Just call a spade a spade. We're eating crap. We're doing it. We acknowledge it. Go forth and prosper.
By the way, this is...
I watched you unload a whole box of really good cheeses, and now you're eating Velveeta. It doesn't add up.
You want to know why? Because I celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
I celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
Real cheese.
Real cheese for everything else.
Yes,
It's just queso.
By the way...
Just queso.
Marshall, go ahead.
We'll let it slide this time since I'm
Thank
up
you.
here fighting wind and the snow and the ice up here in Minnesota today. They
Ooh.
had their first real snowfall last night or early this morning, and it's a little bit of a mess up here. And the wind is whipping at 35 and 45 mile an hour gusts. And like Showtime, I don't have a lot of weight on. All I've got is 4 government Polaris units. So.
Oh, man. So basically it's expensive, but it also creates an incredibly light load, which means you are a wind whip right now, correct?
Yep, it's whipping you around pretty good in spots. And then you got to deal with all the traffic because I'm in Minneapolis, Maple Grove now, a subsidiary. But it's a little dicey. Nothing I can't handle. I mean, I'm used to it. But did you get my message about Dolly Parton?
Yes, Dolly Parton with the Tennessee truck stop. I'm glad you brought it back. We have mentioned it here on the show. And what I want to figure out, though, love your opinion. Give me your opinion on this, Marshall. Since Dolly has now acquired, of course, everything, a truck stop. And my head, of course, immediately goes to, all right, how do we, and Liskin, your marketing brain, how do we marry these worlds? Now that Dolly's in trucking and they have announced this is only the first of the truck stop acquiring she's doing. Jim and Marshall, it's exactly the thing I've been talking about for a long time. It's like, how can we make artists and other people outside of trucking understand that we need to support our truck drivers? And Dolly said it, like, our world doesn't work without them. I want to do more things where, especially from a country music standpoint, where we say, oh, I can't go on tour without truck drivers. Dolly just said it. She started it. She opened the gate. She opened the flood zone to be able to say, I get it. We got to support truck drivers. Dolly did it with Truck Stop 1. There's more to come. How do we marry all the worlds? Both Marshall and Liskin take a stab at how we marry these worlds. Marshall, what do we do?
Just make it more friendly. It's like your favorite stop is Buc-ee's, which does not allow truck drivers.
That's not my favorite stop. Don't you put me in that.
We're actually making more fun of Buc-ee's than anything else. I hope you guys know that, right? I mean, Buc-ee's is just not on my top 10 list of anything to do with my life. Or Lindsay.
She's at least reaching out to us and going to try and work with it. And I like her comment about showing Southern hospitality and Southern food, so on and so forth. And she couldn't pick a better place than the Tennessean to be her flagship. I mean, that place is fantastic. It's really nice.
It's the one that has the stage and kind of the music venue part of it, right? Am I right?
Yeah.
It's got 3 stages, really,
right,
when you get right, or 2 full-fledged stages. It's got one that's down in the dining area. then they have another one that's out on the patio at the bar, and it's a huge patio, and it's got the fire pits and all that stuff. So and then
cool.
now, like in winter months, they put a canvas cover over it, so it's not open to all the air blowing through into cold weather and stuff. So it's pleasant even in cool weather up there. And that in summertime, they just have it wide open. A few of the guys who don't realize they play live music up there and park up close to it get a little upset when the band kicks in at night. But I know it's there, so it doesn't bother me. Usually I'm upstairs drinking with them, so it's no big deal.
Yeah, buddy, you're ready to go. You're ready to go. Listen, though, like marrying those worlds is like you from a marketing standpoint must be like trucking, country music, truck stop.
The sky's the limit. I think he hit the nail on the head, though, when he said the Southern hospitality. So
yeah,
bringing something where that friendliness, the welcomeness, the music makes it so attractive. I want to go there. I want to go by the truck stop. And then there you can tell the story of all the things that trucking does. Because I think most of America probably doesn't know. So getting more people to come with the hospitality, the music, and then being able to tell the story there would be huge.
Boom. Of course, Dolly does it.
Big thanks to Liskin for making an appearance. Catalanich. Good to have you.
Castellanich.
I think about my cousins. I have Italian cousins, the Catalanatos. Castellanich. Our good friend Lindsay Lawler, our good friend Phone Master Dre. Marshall, of course, joined us for the last moment. I want to end with two thoughts, Lindsay. First of all, Trucker Boastin says it so well. Thankful for all my extended family here on the road, gang. Happy and safe Thanksgiving to all. I also want to point out that I am not, by the terms of my parole, allowed to handle Velveeta, as its usage as napalm is not legally acceptable.
Fair enough.
That's what I've got.
I will take over that task for you. Thank you.
Thanks for the cookie cake yesterday, Lindsay. It was a great way to spend my birthday.
You're welcome. I know that you like sweets. I know that you like coffee. It was the best way to marry those worlds.
It was fantastic.
Happy Thanksgiving to you and you're a massive family. Dre, happy Thanksgiving to you, my friend. Boomer Sooner.
Thanks for letting me join today, guys. It's great chatting with you and happy Thanksgiving.
You're the best.
Sister.
You're the best.
She did great, right?
Yeah. You know what else is the best? We Should Write. We got a replay and then a real deal.
Yes. A real deal. Please don't miss We Should Write today. It's with Mark Gray and Mary Jo Von Tilla. We're diving into the Las Vegas massacre, but they do it with such hope and connection. The show is all about connection. Please listen. There'll be a live episode today at noon in just 1 hour. Don't go anywhere. Happy Thanksgiving to you all. We are so, so thankful for you. Hope you enjoy your time, be safe, and get home.
Are you ready for a hearty Thanksgiving meal without the hassle of cooking? Step inside Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers, where we're serving up your holiday favorites. For just $16.99, you can choose an entree from smothered turkey, chicken parmesan, and country fried steak. Each entree includes your choice of beverage and dessert. So come in on Thanksgiving Day for a festive celebration that'll leave you stuffed and satisfied. Here's to a happy holiday season.
It's Wednesday.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
It's one simple act. One simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
It's actually happening. We're here. We're getting the replay set up as we speak, but we thought
Great.
we'd give you a little bit of additional content. This is bonus content. What you're hearing right now is live. So if you're still hanging out, we are actually thrilled to have you on the scene. It is a continuation of Road Gang Radio Redux is the kind of way to think about this. And I have to tell you, Lindsay, having actually heard the broadcast coming up at noon, I was going to get my butt in the car and take off. But when Dre said, hey, can you guys come in and talk for a uno momento? I'm like, why not? I'm going to have a day off. It's my first Thanksgiving off in 8 years. 8 years.
Really?
Really. It's the first time I've had a Thanksgiving off in 8 years. And by the
you
way,
got to be thankful for that.
oh, sweet mother of pearl, because what I'm going to do tomorrow, actually, and we got the replays set up. They are curated replays. I am actually going to be on the chat in the early part of the morning, just kind of shooting the breeze. But also, I'm going to be watching the Macy's Day Parade.
I love watching the Macy's Day Parade. We're going to make breakfast tacos and cinnamon rolls. Those you may not think they go together, but they do.
I think it's absolutely outstanding. Matter of fact, if you were going to tell me that, I'd be like, well, give me my breakfast taco, and then I have my breakfast taco, and let that settle, and then have a cinnamon roll as I watch the Macy's Day Parade. That's how I do it.
I'm going to go coffee, breakfast taco, mimosa, cinnamon roll. And then I'm going to throw up, take a nap. I won't take a nap, by the way. And then make all the turkey. We eat it too, Jim, because we eat around both. We like to sandwich it in between the Macy's Day Parade and the Cowboy game. So I got Macy's Day Parade, food, Thanksgiving food, Cowboy game. And I'm thankful for all that.
I have one more thing to tell you before we get the replay of We Should Write started, followed immediately by the new We Should Write. Tomorrow is my day of 3 walks. I will walk after that breakfast gorging I will do tomorrow. I will walk before the meal that we actually have, and I will walk one more time between the meal and the big dessert party. But you know what, Lindsay? You know what we should do now?
What?
We should write.
Right? Well, hey there, it's Lindsay Lawler, y'all, and welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm your host, Lindsay Lawler. I'm a songwriter, a performer, and a longtime radio voice. I'm also a storyteller and a proud advocate for the incredible men and women of the trucking industry. And let me tell you, they've got stories. Okay, so We Should Write is where sarcasm meets soul. It's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity. We talk to songwriters, authors, and creatives of all kinds about how putting pen to paper help them heal, grow, and work their stuff out. Because let's be honest, writing is cheaper than therapy and way more, dare I say, honest. So take a breath. Now, let's get it out. Let's get into it because we should write, right? 8. Welcome back to another episode. My guest today is going to be a completely different perspective. Luckily, she arrived here earlier, so we got to know each other a little bit because we've never met. Here's the other thing, guys. If you don't know this about collaborating or, whether it's songwriting or writing in general with somebody, you basically, if it's somebody you don't know, you get into a room together and you just like bare your souls together without knowing anything about this person. It's a very weird thing, but we're going to dive into it today with a person who actually is pretty private, and we're going to change that today. Sorry, Heather.
It's all right.
All right, so today's guest is someone I've been really excited to sit across from. Not because she's young, though she is, and not because she's a debut author with this whole series ahead of her, though she is that too, but because she represents something that I think we forget, and that is that writing is a universal language, and that it beautifully kind of collapses the distance between generations. We're going to talk a little bit about generations today, or a lot bit, because I could be your mom, Heather. And yet you should probably be my mom because you have your shit together way more than me. Okay. So she's an introvert, and I know today could be intimidating for her. It could be intimidating for me. We're sitting, two people who are in such different places in life, different, walks of life, and we've come at it. But I want to say right up front that we are equals today. 2 writers, 2 humans, and 2 people who use imagination as a way to figure out who we are. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, good. So her debut novel, she's 23 and is able to say she has a debut novel, which is so cool. It's called The Betrayal, The Lies We Fear. It's a dystopian fantasy about a dictator's daughter discovering the cost of truth, but it's also a mirror into the internal battles that Heather herself is wrestling at this stage of life. I can certainly identify with that. We all can. And that's where we're headed today, into the intersection of imagination, of identity, of solitude, and the questions that we're sometimes too afraid to ask out loud. So please make welcome to the show my new friend, soon to be everybody's, Heather Ogden. Thank you for being here, and hi.
Yes, thank you for having me. I'm super excited.
And we should write.
Right?
No, good. She gets it. It's always a test. I don't tell people, but if they don't pass that, we've got a long road ahead. Can I before I dive in here? I said that you're did they say YA or young adult? They say YA, right?
YA.
I want to make sure I'm saying what the kids say. Is that annoying to you though to say? I mean, I know it is what it is. It's a dedicated genre and audience, but before we dive in, like, there's a difference between YA author and just author. Is there any part of you that's like, can I just call myself author, or does it put you in a box too much, or do you get the game?
I think I like having YA author on top of it, because it puts me in that specific box, because YA is such a specific genre, and it's such a hard to get in genre too. From what I've heard and talked with other people, that YA is one of the hardest genres to actually get into.
Why would that be?
Because there's so much. At least that's what I think, and it's such a variety.
Because y'all are it's a hard club to get into. Y'all are judgmental and don't want us old people a part of it. Is that
it? Could be too.
Okay, that's fine. I get it. But because is that a cue to you that people are writing at a younger age? We're kind of circling back to that, or?
I don't think they're writing at a younger age, because when I've done the research statistically, writers typically have their debut novel at 36.
Wow, okay.
So I am very young in comparison to a lot of the average age for authors. I just think that people want to write in that younger perspective because they want to be young again.
Because it's not, and I'll kind of ask the dumb question. I'm happy to be the dumb person here. Nobody will be shocked about that I'm the dumb one in the room. But it's not necessarily, YA doesn't mean that you are young as a writer. You're just writing for younger audiences.
Yes, right. Yeah. YA is typically geared for 14 and above.
Gotcha.
Sometimes there is an age cap of like 18 to 19, but I've also seen some where YA is just, it starts at 14 and it goes. There's no ending.
And who's to say what age we're considered certain things and points in life? Okay, Heather, I always like to start the show taking a quick deep breath, because I see squirrels if not. And most importantly, it's for our audience. It's just a moment, a good reset, because we're about to go deep. And I like people, whether you're in your truck, whether you're at your desk, wherever you are, or if you're listening to this live or on playback, wherever you are, I want everyone to take a deep breath together. So everybody listening, everybody take a deep breath. On the count of 3, including Gina and Trucker Bosun and Jimmy and everyone I see over in the chat starting to comment and settle in. Let's all take a breath together. 1, 2, 3. All right. And thank you, Jesus. All right, Heather. So let's take out your metaphorical gratitude journal here. And in this moment, I've gotten some good backstory on you and where you are in life, and we will talk about that a little bit. But in this moment, if you were to put pen to paper about what you're grateful for, what in this moment are you grateful for?
The people in my life. They are the ones who have helped me get to where I am. My fiance has honestly been the rock in all of this. I can't tell you the amount of sleepless and crying nights I've had where I've just said, I don't know if I can do this. And he has just held me throughout it all. My parents have honestly been so supportive during this. They are the ones who actually funded me through college. So I am forever grateful that they opened those doors for me.
Luckily, you're only child, so they only had to do that once.
Yeah.
That was nice. That was nice. That's why I only have one child, too.
Yep.
Either that or you pick your favorite. The other thing I want to point out, as Dre said, when we were sound checking earlier, she says fiance, really cool. How do you say it again?
Fiance.
And then we realized, sorry guys, this is stupid, but I have to go there. This is why I'm the dumb one in the room. Fiance, like, do you think Jay-Z and Beyonce were engaged a long time just so Jay-Z could say, here's my fiance, Beyonce? Right, Dre? He's waving over there. Dre, say my fiance, Beyonce. Oh, it ticks him a lot of buttons. Sorry, this is my bad. I'm throwing you out. But you're the one who pointed it out, so I have to talk about it.
Okay, what
People
about
don't talk about this enough.
No, they don't talk about it enough, and I'm looking up videos right now. That's why I was also a little flabbergasted you brought me on, because I'm like, I'm doing research right now. Hold on.
On Fiance Beyonce?
Fiance. So I will get back with you shortly if there's
Okay,
a video, and we will have to play it.
Please, yeah, let me know if you find anything. This
All
is
right, I got
breaking news. You break in at any time if you find that information.
Look, dad jokes are welcome, and also facts.
Facts is facts. Okay, Heather, the other side of that gratitude journal, what is heavy on you right now?
The future. Having to continue forward, knowing that this book, this is the first step. This is the first stepping stone to the journey of me being an author and wanting to make this my career, and that I still have years and books and series ahead of me.
But is that because you sent a quote earlier that maybe this is the best time to say the quote, actually. I would love for you to say the passage because I'm curious the heavy piece, because it's out there, you've done it. It's out in the world.
Yeah.
So there's that. So is the heaviness or the fear around that because now that I'm doing it, oh crap, I have to keep doing it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Like when I got first published, my immediate mindset was, if I'm going to make this my career, I've got to push one out every single year from here on out. And
Whoa.
So I've set myself to push out a book at least once a year.
For the rest of your life?
For the rest of my life.
Holy crap.
Until I can't come up with stories anymore.
Holy crap. Which, by the way, is very interesting because you are a self-proclaimed introvert who likes a little bit of solitude. You're an only child. You and your fiancé spend a lot of time together at home. So I'm curious to you how you sort of foresee yourself continuing to find stories in your solitude. Like, do you think you need to go out and live a little life and come back? Or your story's all going to continue on the imagination train?
Oh, I find them everywhere.
You do? Okay.
We like to call them spontaneous bursts because it'll be anything from a scene in a movie to reading some lines in a book to my fiance's even said just a sentence. And I've gone, that's an idea. Let me use that. And he just stares at me like, oh, okay.
I love, and I'm glad you said that because I have people, as a songwriter, I have people say to me all the time when we're talking, they'll say something, they'll be like, oh, that's a line for a song. Usually it's not. Their ideas are usually bad. But a lot of times too, I'm like, oh yeah, there is something. Or I'll say something and realize, oh, I'm speaking in song. But you saying that and qualifying that as well, it reminds other people that we can all be writers. Not necessarily professionally, doesn't have to be. But a hobby can turn into a whole new trajectory in your life. So like when you say something and you're like, oh, that's a cool idea, just write it down, right? Like give our listeners some advice for that, to be like, who knows? You don't have to write something down and think, now I'm going to be the next most brilliant author, but it could, who knows what you could find about yourself or discover some new path of your life, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I always, when I get ideas, I try to write them down as quickly as I can because I know personally I'm going to forget them. And usually when I write, I end up always putting a section of myself into the characters, into the story, and it just blossoms to life for me.
Little tip, you'll find a piece of her in the art. I read a book by Elizabeth Gilbert years ago called Big Magic. I don't know if you know of this book or not.
No, I do not.
There's a whole part in the book where she talks about, you said you called them, what'd you call them? Bursts of
spontaneous inspiration.
Spontaneous inspiration. I call them divine downloads. But yeah, when I walk outside and all of a sudden I have a whole song in my head, I'm like, boom, like where did that come from? And she talks about in that book how that if we don't act on those gifts that we're given, that are given to us, that show up, that somebody else will. If it's It's like if the universe drops it into you and you don't do something with it, they'll pick it out of your brain and go give it to somebody else, if you want to think of it in that sort of existential way. But I find that fascinating. So it's because my husband he'll see a commercial and be like, oh, I was going to create that. That was my idea, my invention. I'm like, well, you didn't do it, so somebody else did. Like they didn't steal it from you. They just acted on the inspiration. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you have that passage around or that quote near you?
I can look it up very quickly.
Yeah, when you look for it, because it's interesting to me when I have guests on here. I say, send me something, either a passage you've written or that someone else has written that's inspired you, and you pick something that that is sort of a North Star for you. So I'd love for you to share it and then what it means to you.
Yeah, so the quote is, "The purpose of the first draft is not to get it right, but to get it written," by John DeFans. I don't know how to say his last name.
So say the quote again.
"The purpose of the first draft is not to get it right, but to get it written."
So that goes back to sort of your excitement, both excitement and fear with putting this first book out. It's like, I got to do something.
Oh, yes.
But then once I do the thing, I have to make a decision to keep doing the thing.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And that was probably one of my biggest hurdles, even with this first book. Because when I write, I feel like it has to be perfect the first time. And if it's not perfect the first time, either for me, mentally, I go, is there any point? And I have to get told over and over again, the first draft is not meant to be right. It's meant to be written, but you can fix it later. The point is to get it down. It's a lot easier to edit words that are already on a page than to edit no words.
Or as I always say, people are like, oh, how much royalties am I going to offer right now? I'm like, 0% of 0 is 0 if we don't actually go do it. So it's kind of like we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Yeah.
And you mentioned both in your gratitude and then just there are people have to kind of talk you off the ledge, all the people that have supported you. You mentioned your mom, I saw in an interview in the past, and your mom said to you years ago, maybe how young, that you actually have something. How old were you when?
I was in middle school. I remember the year. It was 2014. Okay. I was right at 7th grade, and she had just said, "Not everyone can do this. You know that." And those words honestly stuck with me.
Wow. Did you know at the time you had something, or did it take somebody outside believing in you, even if it was a parent? Not everybody has that support of a parent, or they have sarcastic parents who, or whatever. I'm very, very blessed to have encouraging and supportive parents as well, but not everybody has that. But did you know, whether you admitted it or not, that you had that talent, or did it take somebody seeing it in you?
It took someone else outside the family. Because for me, when my mom said that, the first immediate thoughts that came into my mind were, she's just being nice. She's doing what moms do, and she's saying, "Oh yes, honey, it's great, it looks good, you're doing great," but it's not actually that great, but doesn't want to kill the self-esteem type of comment. And so I went for years not believing that I was good or that everyone could do this. And then I got high school, junior year, I was given the opportunity to be in an AP creative writing course. And that teacher was like, "You are really good at this. You're really good at dialogue." And that's when it really hit me that, oh, a college professor is telling me that I am good at this. And that's when it really kind of struck a chord for me.
Okay, this is so interesting to me. Writing dialogue, that's not something I've done, but it's fascinating to me that a professional would point out, and you are, by the way, after reading your book, you are really good at dialogue. How walk me through an introvert being good at dialogue, because it feels like a quite the juxtaposition.
So for me to do the dialogue correctly, I honestly have conversations in my head. I have the characters talking to each other, and I just write down what they come up with in my head. It comes so naturally to me.
Are you worried a little bit about your mental health? Do you have multiple personalities, Heather?
No.
Okay, good. Just kidding. No, but if it just has that, like, do you hear it or do you see it visually, or both? Is it both? Is there a movie playing out in your head?
Oh yeah, it's a bit of both. And that's why I write so cinematically as well, because I'm visualizing, I'm describing as I'm seeing it play out in my mind. watching the character standing there, moving according as I've written them, and speaking as the dialogue goes.
So fascinating. So let's shift here, because I this book, a dystopian fantasy about a dictator's daughter. This is clearly not a story about your life.
No.
But, you know, the daughter in the book discovers these secrets and then that have been buried for a long time, and then has to figure out, okay, how do I move forward with this knowledge that I have? So how much of that specific, just sort of basic plot line there, I just gave very little. It's hard to talk about the book without giving a lot away, but obviously we'll talk around the book, because I do encourage everybody to read this book, and we'll tell you where you can find it soon. But how much of that, again, at 23, and I hate to harp on your age, but I'm going to, because it's a fascinating point through here. It makes you even more brilliant than you probably give your own self credit for. But how much of that, since this isn't necessarily about you, but there's parts of you in it for sure.
Yes.
So, you know, how much when you write down, well, let me ask you this. Let me backtrack for a minute. Do you journal?
Not really.
You don't. Okay. Do you write like thoughts in your mind? Are you a note taker? Are you a doodler?
Yes.
You are. Okay. So when you're going through something in your own life, say you and your fiance have a fight, or you and your mom are talking about something deep, do you take things from your own life and then blow them completely out of proportion to fit in these books, or is this completely your imagination?
This is honestly completely my imagination. And a lot of times what I do, and especially for this one, what I've done is I have put myself into the shoes of Angelette. I have said, if I was raised by a dictator who was hiding secrets and suddenly discovered them, what would I do? And I moved the book forward based upon that.
And so why this kind of book at this age? Like, with all you make the commitment that you're going to write one book the rest of your life, which is a huge commitment, and God bless you for it. Was there any sort of you that's like, okay, when I kick off, because this puts you out into the world, obviously, puts a stamp on kind of how, not that you have to stay in this genre forever, but why this kind of book for number one?
It got selected, honestly. Originally, I was using this piece, The Lies We Fear, The Betrayal, as a piece to overcome writer's block on a different section I was writing. And I showed it to David, and he was like, this is good enough for me to take it to the board. And I was like, go ahead, do it. Here's my address, go submit it. And it got accepted.
Wow.
It was just, it was a right place, right time.
Wow. So did this book then in particular, I mean, you say the burst, the spontaneous bursts, you say those things when they pop in your mind. Did this piece of art, this work, this masterpiece of yours, did this come to you like as a vision, as a moment of insight, or did it more grow slowly over time?
It was a little of both. So the plot of The Lies We Fear came about actually in high school. We had just finished reading 1984 by George Orwell, and then I had a dream about a dictator who was hiding magic from people and was, being fought against by a young female protagonist. That was the base of the story, and it grew from there. And ever since, I've been slowly adding little bits and pieces and growing it out as my writing's grown.
So this literally came to you in a dream. Let me be woo and existential for a minute. Where do you think that came from? Where, like a dream, and why you? Why were you given that dream?
I have no clue. We just read 1984, and I remember thinking that was the most horrid book I had ever read.
Fair.
While I was in high school.
Fair.
Like, why did we read this?
Why are you doing this to us right now? It's hard enough to be in high school.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think my mind just wanted to find a way to enjoy it without discounting the work itself.
Fair. Okay. So I've never played, by the way, I've never played Dungeons and Dragons. I've never played D&D, called it what the name it is. but that I'm going to guess that you and your fiance, you said that you and your fiance sort of bonded over that through COVID, which I know a lot of people that did as well, and video games and those characters. We're also going to talk about why reading matters, but talk a little bit about, since you do love games and gaming and D&D and video games, how those characters enhance your imagination differently than, say, book characters, or are they the same, or is a character?
They're different for me. So with D&D, I'm able to use the specific systems that come with, so like the classes and the races, I'm able to use that to help kind of shape the character, versus when I'm writing for a book, I basically have free reign. I can do what I want. I can make what I want. I could do that for D&D, but it's one of those that I have to consult with the dungeon master, the one who runs the games, to make sure that that is acceptable.
I've never played it, so I have no idea what she's talking about. But I feel like I should. It keeps getting referenced. Dre, do you play? You can just nod. Have you ever played D&D? You have? Okay. I know Jimmy Mack does. I've never played. You said dungeon master, and my whole butt tightened up because it may have worried me a little bit. But you've also been a lifelong reader, like reading. What age did you start reading?
Oh, that's a tricky topic, because I struggled with reading at a very young age. Yeah, I couldn't keep focused. I couldn't read. I couldn't read. I struggled with it severely, and I didn't really get into it until college.
Wow. Yeah. I'm happy to hear this. Not for, I'm sorry that you went through that. No, it gives me hope for my daughter's she's getting better. She's 7, but I know she's probably a little bit behind. But I also see a lot of well, it gives hope that even in your 40s, 50s, like, it doesn't matter when you start, as long as you start. So what was that struggle? Did you have, was it all about focus?
Yeah, it was about the focus. It was about, I just didn't enjoy the stories. And it was one of those, it couldn't hook me. It couldn't catch me quick enough, and I'd get bored and I'd lose track. And then suddenly I'm having to read the same paragraph 16 times over because I can't get it to stick into my head.
Well, this makes a lot of sense to me, actually, than why you became a writer. Because it's like, I can't find the thing that's attracting me, so I'll create my own.
Yep.
So so you didn't get into really writing and now you're an avid lifelong reader, question mark, of other people's stuff, or just your own?
Yes, I do other people's.
Okay. But how has becoming a reader now shifted that focus, being able to focus and read more? How has it changed your own, because you've written your whole life, or since you were young, back to junior high when you had somebody call you out in 7th grade and your mom. So how is being able to focus in and being a better reader made you a better writer?
It's made me understand things from an audience's perspective, which has helped me significantly when I've written. Because I know when I write, I love to leave cliffhangers, because you want the audience to continue reading, to purchase the next book, to continue reading the series. But as a reader, I hate cliffhangers. I don't want to wait. I want to keep reading. I want to know what happens. And so understanding that perspective from both angles has really helped me. Developed a style where I can leave a cliffhanger, but enough, not bad enough to where it makes audiences want to, I don't know, like throw a book.
please don't throw a book. So, over in the chat, we have people commenting. Trucker Bosun said, I said it earlier, but I want to thank you again for giving me the support to put my stuff out there. This show, that's what I'm trying to do. Again, it's not trying to encourage people to become a professional writer. If that happens as a byproduct, awesome, go get them, Tiger. But it's more about just encouraging people to write in general. And someone also said, by the way, when you were talking about 1984 and the sheer fear that gave us reading that in high school, says he thought the same thing after we read Animal Farm in high school. Have you read Animal Farm?
Yes.
Yeah. What are you doing to us? I guess it's preparing us for the future. We have to take a quick break here in a minute, but I want to read, Jim over in the comment has a question, and I want to pose it to you, and then you can think of it over the break, and we can come back and talk about it. He says, does the free reign of character when writing a book create paralysis? Okay. Does the free reign of character when writing a book create paralysis, or do you enjoy being outside the confines of RPG character creation?
That is an interesting question.
He's good at that.
Yeah.
Do you want to think about it over commercial?
Yeah, I want to think about it.
Fair enough. You can also say, screw you, I don't want to answer your question. That's also fine. We are talking with my friend Heather Ogden. Heather, best place to find you online and to find this book?
Best place is my website at thelieswefear.com or at Instagram at WriterCentral24.
Thelieswefear.com. We're going to talk about what those lies are on the other side, guys. We're going to dive deep. This is We Should Write. Hey, Heather, we should write.
Right?
We'll be right back.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OBAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
Welcome back to We Should Write with Lindsay Lawler, a show about the healing power of writing. Let's dive back in, shall we? Because we should write, right?
We Should Write. This is We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. My guest is Heather Ogden. Head over to thelieswefear.com to find out more about this book, to find out more about her. She actually explains just herself in general beautifully on that website, about how this book came to be, about how she came to be, and how it all started. And we are going, after we answer this question that we went into before the break, we are going to talk about how this all started, because this was not the original dream. The original dream was very different. And I want to see when and where and how that dream shifted. But before we went to break, Jim over in the comments and questions was asking, does the free reign of character when writing a book create paralysis, or do you enjoy being outside the confines of RPG character creation? So basically, do you control the characters or the characters control you? And you can dive in as much as based on what he asked, because that he is a writer, by the way. The guy asking that is a writer, so he's wanting to know your take on that question, obviously.
Okay, yeah, on that take, I think it's a little bit of both for me.
Okay.
So I create the personalities. I go, Angelette is stubborn, courageous, wary, and using that personality, I make the characters do what they want. As an intelligent character would, they're cautious, knowing that the father is very overprotective and knows how he moves. They will be very careful about how they move and what they do. So it is a little bit of both.
Okay. So I'm curious now, being that this is your first book, I'm sure you're still you're still figuring out who your audience is. And once, several books in, you'll figure out the people that are really gravitating to it. But until you have that, like once you know who your audience is, then you kind of have to stay in your lane and grow with them as they grow with you. But you're writing this book, you were like, I don't know who the audience is yet. The audience is you.
Yeah.
You wrote it for you, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Do you anticipate, is that in the back of your head at all was it in the back of your head when you wrote this book that you were writing for who knows, like did you have a demographic in your head, or did you really just write it for you?
No, I really just wrote it for me. I forget where this quote is from, but it's one powerful, and that's a secondary one that I was debating between.
Okay.
But it said, write the book you want to read. And that is what pushed me through writing all throughout my career. I've always just written what I've wanted to read. And for me, it's not a matter of if other people read it. If they do, that's amazing and wonderful, and I'd love that. but I mainly write these books and the scripts and whatever else I write for me so that I can see the story I want to read and I want to see.
Amazing. I don't know if Austin Kleon, if that rings a bell or
yes.
not. Austin Kleon has a manifesto, write the book you want to read. And I think that's really powerful. I thought that I put out a record last year and I realized that I had been making music for what I thought like society, I don't know. It's stupid. It's really stupid because I realized I'd made a lot of music that I liked, but I hadn't made music like kind of on what I grew up on. I grew up on 90s country and Texas country and swing. You know, I grew up listening to that. And I'm like, so why have I not written that before? And certainly it was environmental or circumstantial or, you know, things that were surrounding me that led me to write other things. But it was so freeing to come back and do what you just said, right? Write the album, make the album that I want to listen to. And so I did that. And now it's made me be like, oh gosh, what else do I want to listen to and expand? So I think you bringing that up is really helpful to anybody listening to be like, is there, you know, just write down what you want to see. Again, doesn't mean that it has to end up in anybody's hands, but it's for you. And it brings me to the idea of talking about, you know, a big difference. And you said you don't journal necessarily. You work it out here on paper for now the world to see for forevermore. But is there a difference to you in writing? Like, have you been writing and been like, oh, that's for me, that's not for public consumption? Is there a line you draw where you're like, that might have been too much of my soul that I can't share and or I have to disguise it?
I have not reached that point yet, although I imagine that I will as I grow older. But for the moment, I have not reached that setting where I've thought it's too much or too personal for me. I usually, when I write, I try not to get too personal. I try not to let it involve too much of my personal life, because this is meant to be entertainment. This is meant to be enjoyed. And I know from books and from analyzing books myself that people take microscopes and lenses to books, and if I put too much of my personal self into a book, feel like they're going to be analyzing me.
So what's your deepest, darkest secret that you've never told anybody in the whole world? Go.
I'm an introvert.
That's okay. Nailed it. Well, that it is because you are engaged, as we mentioned, and you know, you do have that partner. But that's a real. You guys have been together for a while, but he was with you before you took this. I'm going. Well, I don't know. I say that. Did he knew you? Did you know at the time y'all got together, got engaged, that you were going to be a professional writer from here on out?
Not a writer. I knew I wanted to write and be in a creative field, but what exactly I wanted to be in, I wasn't quite sure.
Okay. Well, I say that because, you know, it's when we find a life partner, somebody that we're going to go through this world with, it's, you know, and things shift. But sometimes it's like, well, he certainly didn't sign up to have his personal life out there. And you also didn't.
Yeah.
and you sort of miraculously found somebody who was also an only child, who also shared your same views. And actually, you said to me off air, which I think is amazing, and I'm saying it on air, not putting you on the spot, but like all the things you guys talked about before you decided to get engaged. You're like, I want to put everything on the table, from finances to kids, politics to ethics, everything, and just decide, is this somebody I want to do life with? And I think that's very sound advice for anybody listening to, just to get on the same page, not from a judgmental standpoint, not from a I'm different than you, but like, can we marry our lives and each other, right? That's big. But why do you think you had the wherewithal to do that with somebody?
Well, because I knew that if I was going to marry someone, I wanted it to be a forever. I didn't want to potentially have any mishaps happening, and in order to do that, you needed communication. And from research that I've done on relationships, miscommunication is the number one reason why relationships fail, is because they do not communicate. And we tell each other that quite frequently. It's like, we need to communicate, because it is the number one reason relationships fail. And so starting out in a really good communication setting was very important for me.
I love that you said that from the research I've done about relationships, which you've had to do for your books probably?
Yeah.
Or was that just for yourself? Or both?
It was for myself. I was mainly looking because I was very curious.
What about you? Well, I want to play a clip of a song real quick because because I love finding a way to squeeze in music, even if it doesn't fit. I don't care. And I had asked you and your publicist to send us a song over, something that is cool and healing for you. I actually really like this because I get turned on to new music. Dre gets turned on to new music this way. And I'm always sort of pleasantly surprised by the songs that people choose to send over. You chose a song that reminds you of your fiance. I think there's a lot of universal messaging in the song. It also gave me it was a cool vibe. It actually, when you sent me the song and the lyric before I listened to the song, because I had not heard of this artist or the song, I was shocked that the music to me was way more fun and upbeat than I thought it was going to be based on the lyric. And I love that kind of juxtaposition when we have like a deep personal lyric but mixed with like just a good vibe. So I want to play a clip of this song. Who is this artist, and how do you know about this artist?
So this is Alec Benjamin, and I really just stumbled upon it on YouTube on a playlist. I was shuffling through songs trying to find something, and it really it rang with me.
I love it. All right, so we're going to play a clip of it. It's called
If We Have Each Other.
What a great... Is this going to be at your wedding?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay, cool. Let's play. Hey, Phone Master Dre, hit me with a little...
Absolutely.
I like it. Hey guys, by the way, Dre just texted me. Just so you guys know, bad news. There are no known public videos of Jay-Z introducing Beyonce as his fiance. This is sad news in the world today. But the through line here, by the way, he did propose to Beyonce on his birthday, which is also my birthday, December 4th. What's it all mean? Jay-Z and I have the same birthday. That's got to mean something. Okay, I digress. Heather's probably like, you are the stupidest person I've ever met. Okay, so I alluded to this earlier that you started out at a young age because a dear friend and coworker of ours, Tara, she's a year older than you, a year or two older than you, but she runs a lot of the show over here. She's our event producer, and she does social media for it. She wears like 9 million hats, and she's like you, more mature than me. And she also, from a young age, was YouTube was like her whole life, and I'm fascinated by it. Like she and her husband now they watch YouTube videos. Like that's what they do, and she has wanted to be or is a YouTuber as well. Was more so at a young age even than now. And then the dream also shifted. You set out, you wanted to be quote unquote famous as a YouTuber, which is also fascinating as an only child introvert. Walk me through why you because I'm going to guess the intention was maybe wrong around it. You thought, I don't know, I'll let you tell me why. Why did you want to be a famous YouTuber, and when did that dream shift into something way better, by the way?
So I originally started because I was really into Minecraft roleplays at the time, which was storytelling.
Yeah.
And so seeing that people could make a living and make something of themselves while making stories while also gaming, I was like, it's the perfect combination for me. And so I tried to get started. I asked my mom, and she gave that ultimate ultimatum. I had to write a script, and I had to send it to her before she could accept it, before it could get posted.
Okay.
And I sent her stuff, and things eventually just never got posted because the dream faded before I could finish writing.
So it wasn't because she said no, it's because you started doing it and realized it's not actually what you wanted.
Yeah.
Why do you think that? Why did it seem appealing until you got into it and then realized it wasn't?
Because it was a lot of extra work, especially for me being that young. Because I had to learn basically like video editing software. I had to, sound effects and stage. Like there was so much setup, and still being in school, especially in middle school, that was a lot of extra work that needed to be done that I just didn't have time for.
Okay, I love that you just said this, because there are a lot of people out there that are like, I'll just be a YouTuber, I'll just be a podcaster, I'll just be a radio host, I'll just write songs, I'll just be an author. There's so much work that goes into creating something and building a world, especially if you want to do it and do it right. So the fact that you had the wherewithal to be like, I'd like to do it, oh my gosh, that's a lot of work, and if it's not coming naturally to me, I'm out. Like, good on you. And also tell people that again, it's a lot of work to do these kind of things.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of work. And when I came to that even micro realization that the video editing and the actual building of playing in the game was too much, but writing came a lot more naturally to me, I pivoted very quickly, very hardly, to just writing and figuring out if I could make a living just writing.
I love all this. I love this so much, because also I'm a big believer of the term flow over force, and I believe there's a lot of things in my life that I've liked, or at least thought I've liked, and I kept forcing, a square peg in a round hole, and then you eventually realize if it's not coming naturally, it's probably not meant for me.
Yep.
And so the fact that you realized it, but I want to ask you now, do you realize you kind of, to me, this is my take, get sort of the best of both worlds? You get to live out this thing that comes so naturally and easily to you, but you get to live out sort of the quote-unquote famous dream through your characters. If you're going to write a book from here on out forever, you're going to have famous characters in the world. You kind of get to live it out, but keep your anonymity and your solitude back at home, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And my plan with writing, even throughout college, because I had wanted to be a screenwriter. I wanted to write scripts for TVs and movies, and I realized then how hard it is to get into the business. You have to have connections, have to know people, and that was really difficult for me. And so sophomore and junior year in college, I went, all right, let me have them come to me. And so I switched to writing books, and so now my hopeful plan is to also write the screenplays for any productions that come about from my writings.
Will you be my life coach? Only halfway kidding, halfway serious. So the fact that when you said that you have to make those connections and network, is that just because? Is it something that you were scared of, fearful of, or you just that's something that feels forced and uncomfortable to you as well?
I was fearful of it. Because when I want to make a connection, I want it to be genuine. I don't want to just go to someone just for business. I want to have that genuine relation. But I felt like going into it in that industry was strictly business. It is strictly professional. There's no genuine relationships. And I was like, I need something where I can form a genuine relationship with people.
Let them come to you.
Yep.
If Heather builds it, they will come. All right, so let's talk a little bit about here Gen Z and solitude and social media and bookstores and identity. We're going to package all that here in this next quote-unquote segment. I want to explore a little bit introversion and solitude. I'm curious to you, what does solitude give you that the world doesn't?
Peace and quiet. Mm-hmm. It allows me to kind of gather my thoughts so that I'm not surrounded by the noise of everything, of people, of social media, of critics, of everything. I'm just able to sit with my thoughts and to think.
Well, so that's awesome. We have a large majority of our audience are over-the-road truck drivers who, by the way, spend a lot of time alone. But they will submit to me. I get oftentimes lyrics or just thoughts or, hey, I'm passing this. I saw this. So do you have a tip for anyone listening like that? Someone that does spend, and solitude is not a bad thing, by the way, unless you're lonely and crying in your closet by yourself, and in which case reach out and shoot us a message. But no, can you a tip when you personally, Heather, are having those moments of peace and sort of quieting the noise so that the important, filtering out the unnecessary so that the necessary and the organized can come through. How do you do it? How do you navigate that? So when you're sitting down to write, or just sitting down there to be quiet to see what comes through, how do you navigate it so that the grocery lists and the to-do lists and everything is pushed aside so you can focus? This is me asking for help, by the way.
I make sure those are done first. Honestly, I make sure that they're not even taking up a space in my mind before I even get started, because that personally helps me to make sure I can start actually thinking on the important and necessary things.
Will you be my life coach? Okay. Okay, but you do love to wander bookstores. I love this about you. I love you. I mean, cue Belle from Beauty and the Beast, of course. You love to wander bookstores. And do you do this wherever you go? If you're traveling or wherever you find a local?
Every city I go to, I try to at least visit one bookstore.
Beautiful. Okay, I have two questions. The first is the more just practical here. When you are wandering those bookstores, are you finding something different culturally versus what city you're on or what you're in or country or wherever you are? Is there something different? And also, I guess, what is the commonality that you think all bookstores have that give you a real comfort?
The commonality is that book smell. I absolutely love it.
Book smell?
And it's what draws me in. And I always look for new staff picks because they're different everywhere. And so I like to see what is popular in that area.
That's cool. They always have them up front, and I usually walk right by because I'm going for whatever I want. But you're right. If you're doing this as a hobby and an intake, it's like what are the locals talking about? Same thing. Like, what restaurants do they like? What bars do they like? What shops do they like? What books do they like? That can signify sort of an area, right?
Yeah, and a lot of times I end up finding that little hole in the wall book that I didn't think I'd like, but I did.
I love that. So when you wander a bookstore, Heather, are you seeking inspiration or escape or both?
Probably inspiration. I'm looking for the next thing, looking for something else to help add to what I already have.
So with that, because I'll never forget when my husband and I first moved to Nashville, I was at I guess I can equate what you wandering a bookstore is me going and listening to a songwriter's night or something, hearing people share stories through their songs. That's how I get inspiration. But it's tricky finding that line between being inspired and ripping off what somebody else has written, obviously, right? We have to be careful because sometimes we'll get inspiration and be like, wait, is that my thought or is that something I just read or something I just heard?
Yeah.
So how do you sort of, but I also believe when we take everything that we love, it's kind of like a juicer. You take everything in and then you juice out what doesn't resonate for you, and whatever's left there is maybe a way for you to create your own kind of world or genre. Is that how The Lies We Fear came about, with you just taking in everything you can and seeing what came out that was uniquely you? Or is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, The Lies We Fear went through many renditions. I actually started the first ever instance of the story started on October 6th, which is almost exactly I forget how many years it was, because I think I started it in 2018.
Okay.
And it was published October 7th. So it was almost to the date that I started writing. I was like, that is so interesting.
Yeah, because you can't, that's not stuff. The finishing, you can give yourself a timeline to be like, I want to be finished by this and, and this, but the putting it out, the editing, the publication, not knowing when you started writing, did you have a publisher when you started writing?
No.
Okay. So there's no way that you could have planned that.
No, absolutely not.
No way, which I find fascinating. So let's go back. This is because I already want to have you back for book 2, 3, 4, and Infinity if you're doing the rest of your life.
Yes.
I want you to take let's look into the future. 10 years from now, if you're going to write one book every year, that will be 10 books, or let's say 20 years from now. Okay. What is the sort of ideal for you as far as life? Like, what is your since you're an imagination queen here, what for you would be like, oh my God, my dream life 20 years from now is me sitting down, you probably got a cat there and your fiance and a cup of something warm. But what does a dream life look for you that is, and I'm asking this because the original dream was, I want to be a famous YouTuber. Your life is already way better than that, by the way. So what is the better dream that you see because you had this shift, because you course corrected a little bit? Where do you see your life down the road?
Honestly, I see it in a private study with being able to focus entirely on writing. Like right now, I am having to also do the marketing and going out and scheduling podcasts and speakings, and I'm having to do that all personally. But if I could boil it down to the core in 20 years of what I really want to do, it's just focus on writing. Let someone else, let a manager, let an agent, let somebody else handle the scheduling, let them handle it. And I can focus on what I love doing, which is writing.
Well, it's again, that like clearing everything else out so you can...
So I can focus on what I love.
So you can focus, right. And you've started out with the dystopian and fiction writing. If you were to sit down and write your own memoir, write your own autobiography, do you feel like that's in the cards?
No, probably not.
No? Why not?
Probably not. I always struggled with that kind of writing. I have a hard time writing what's inside. It's inside me on paper, at least for other people to see. When I had to write in my nonfiction class, that was extremely difficult for me because she wanted us to put our personal lives onto paper, and I'm trying to not do that.
Okay, but Heather, it kind of goes a little bit against one of your quotes that I believe our outer world mirrors our inner world, and when the inner world is messy, the outer one is messy.
Yeah,
it does. I'm not trying to get all therapy on you, but lay down on the couch, Heather, because, and that's not to say, I guess, do you, what have you learned from yourself that not that you have to write about it, but you're probably still learning about yourself and noticing that if you don't continue to constantly work your inner stuff out, you're not just going to be, you won't be good enough to write anyway. You won't be present enough to write anyway, right? Or
yeah, absolutely. My writing grows as I grow. When I learn new things about myself, like about trust, how to handle betrayal, I write about that.
Wow. Just dawned on me though, bless your fiance for stepping into this world for you, because you're going to be like, I've already played this scenario out and you were wrong, sir. No, but like betrayal, like you get to play out, maybe this is a blessing and a curse, ? But you get to play out like, how is that going to affect me if he or she does that to me? Like you already know in your head, in your own crazy imagination, how everything's going to play out. Does that exhaust you walking through the world like that? Or
sometimes.
Okay.
Sometimes it does, because sometimes I overestimate or underestimate the situations, and I don't correctly guess like what's actually going to happen.
Yeah. That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot. I want to go back to another quote of yours. Well, actually, there wouldn't be writers without writers. That is something I was thinking about a lot last night. There wouldn't be writers without writers. And the idea that it kind of goes back to you wandering bookstores. And because I don't know if you've really thought about this or not, but if you're making this commitment for the rest of your life, you are inevitably going to change people's lives.
Yeah.
And good for better or for worse. And that's a lot of pressure, but it's also so much beauty in that if you stay, I guess, present and intent about that. So is there anybody that has changed your life specifically, whether it's a writer or somebody in your life that's like, I am not, obviously your parents and your fiance, and if you want to highlight them, that's fine. But I would just love to know, perhaps it's a writer, but who or what out there would you not be without? That was I'm clearly not an author right there. You know what I mean? Like, who is Heather Ogden without bleh? Or Heather Ogden is nothing without this piece of work or this person.
Honestly, probably David Hancock. He's the founder of Morgan. I mean, I wouldn't be anywhere. I wouldn't have any confidence in my own work without him. He was the first one to really say, in a professional standpoint, aside from just college professors, to say, this is good, this has potential, you can do this. And that honestly has made my life so much better.
That's awesome. Well, our life is so much better because you're in it, because you're putting your everything out into the world. I encourage everybody listening right now to head on over to thelieswefear.com. It's an easy read, by the way. Thank you for that, for Dum Dum over here. No, it's a pretty quick, easy read, which I don't say that often, and I love that because it's, especially as a series, because sometimes series can be very daunting to people like me. This one was not. It set me up for success for what's to come. And I don't like a cliffhanger either. So get to work, sister.
Yeah, you're definitely not going to like the rest of the series.
Great. Thanks for that. thelieswefear.com. Heather, congratulations on your upcoming wedding.
Thank you.
And I just want to say congratulations that you are getting so much figured out early in life. Like some of the, I'm going to get married, where you're going to live. You're just getting all the crap, you're getting it down to a science, knowing who you are, finding out who you are, so you can focus on writing for the rest of your life. And you're a total inspiration to me, the old lady who could be your mom. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
This show is We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. It is executive produced by me, Lindsay Lawler. It's technically produced by Phone Master Dre over there. Love you, Dre. And it is brought to you by the good people of RadioNemo. Head on over to radionemo.com/we should write. Find out all the previous episodes and everything that's coming up. Heather, we should write.
Right?
Y'all head on over to thelieswefear.com to find out more about this incredible, inspiring artist. Y'all have the best day. Keep writing, even if it's just on a bar napkin. That works, guys. Bye. Well, hey there, it's Lindsay Lawler, y'all, and welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm your host, Lindsay Lawler. I'm a songwriter, a performer, and a longtime radio voice. I'm also a storyteller and a proud advocate for the incredible men and women of the trucking industry. And let me tell you, they've got stories. Okay, so We Should Write is where sarcasm meets soul. It's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity. We talk to songwriters, authors, and creatives of all kinds about how putting pen to paper help them heal, grow, and work their stuff out. Because let's be honest, writing is cheaper than therapy and way more, dare I say, honest. So take a breath. Now, let's get it out. Let's get into it because we should write, right? We should write.
It's not a bad idea.
We should write.
Yeah.
You say right.
Right.
We should write.
Right.
Mary Jo, we should write. Right. Oh my gosh, you people. By the end of this, you guys will be brilliant, but we're getting there quickly. Guys.
No one's ever called me brilliant before, so.
Awesome. Well, then we won't change it today. How about that?
Agree.
Oh, this episode is going to be like the perfect juxtaposition of light and heavy. I feel like we're going to dive deep, but with such magic and power. And let me get in this, and this might be a bit of a long intro, so bear with me, guys, because this is very different how we're doing this today. Today, it feels like a little bit of something like coming home. It's the first time I've ever had two guests on at once. It's fitting because this story, their story, has always been really about connection, unexpected, unlikely, divine time connection, perhaps. And you've heard me talk over the years about the Highway Angel program and the truckers whose everyday lives encourage, move America, move each other. We believe that truckers are the eyes and ears out there doing great out in the world. We don't believe that anybody that we highlight is the exception to the rule. We believe that is the baseline. Back in 2017, when the Route 91 Harvest Festival shooting happened in Las Vegas, one of those people, one of those 58 souls that we lost was a truck driver, one of those quiet American heroes we lost. His name was Kurt Von Tillo. And when I saw that a truck driver was among those 58 souls that were lost that night, something in me just pulled. And I did not know his family, but I knew I needed to reach out. And if you know anything about tragedy, you know that the people living through it get approached by every kind of person imaginable, the good, the well-intentioned, and unfortunately the not so good. So when I reached out, Mary Jo did not respond, of course. Honestly, I don't blame her. I don't know if I thought anyone was going to respond or not. But eventually, Kurt's sister wrote me back. And that one message turned into a friendship that has changed my life. We honored Kurt posthumously at the NASTIC conference that year. And when we sat together at lunch, these complete strangers trying to figure out, how to breathe in the same room, I had this overwhelming thought and Mary Jo was still on the fence about who I was at this point. And she probably still is because I'm a little crazy. But I just had this thought that was, I feel like Kurt and I have the same birthday. I have to ask. They were talking about they're about to celebrate Kurt's birthday. And so I said, when was his birthday? And they said December 4th. Well, party people, that is my birthday as well. We started crying. This connection was formed, and it was a bit overwhelming. Since then, I've traveled to Lake Tahoe to sing at Kurt's memorial and the scattering of his ashes. Mary Jo and her family have become some of my dearest friends. And now with the release of this new book, The Las Vegas Massacre Connections, the circle has widened yet again. Joining me today are two people whose names and hearts are on every page of that book. Mark Gray, longtime correspondent for People Magazine, Rolling Stone, and the Soul Print reporter who was on the ground during Route 91. He's written over 10,000 articles. What have you done with your life? And his reporting that night is still one of the most cited first-person accounts of the tragedy. And Mary Jo Vontillo, who lived the unthinkable, losing her husband, Kurt, in that 11-minute nightmare, but who somehow turned that loss into a widening network of strength, advocacy, friendship, and meaning. She's one of the most grounded, resilient, loving humans I know. So this book is not just about what happened on October 1st. It's about everything and everyone that happened after, the connections that were formed, the people who showed up, and the way grief rewires our life. So today, we're not here to re-traumatize the past. We're here to honor the people and the love and those moments of grace and the refusal to not back down. Please make welcome to the show my dear friends, Mark Gray and Mary Jo Vontillo. Hi, friends.
Woo! Is there a soundtrack? Is there an applause track?
Yeah, we'll splice it in
Perfect.
later. We'll splice it in later. Hey, we should write.
Right?
Oh, there we go. Mary Jo, we should write.
We should write, right.
Okay, get up on your mic, girl. Get up on there.
Oh, yeah, get up on there.
Mary Jo is joining us from Connecticut, and Mark is here in studio with me, happens to be in town from Vegas with his beautiful wife. So I've kidnapped them in the woods and probably will never let them go. Okay, guys. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having us.
I'll make sure to direct a question to each of you so we're not talking all over each other. But I always like to start the show with a deep breath, a healing, grounding breath, or else I will go off the wheels, go off the rails. So everybody listening right now, this is actually more for sometimes you than even me. But whether you're in your truck or in your office or driving down the road, everybody take a minute to take a deep breath with me on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, Jesus. Okay. Mark, I'm going to start with you first.
That's
in this
me.
moment, if you were to take out your gratitude journal, brother,
Mm-hmm.
and take your pen out, your metaphorical gratitude journal and pen, what are you grateful for in this moment?
I think I'm grateful for certainly, all the people that were involved in this book. That's why we're here is this book, and that's what we are. There's a human connection, I think, that we found. We kind of, there was, the best way of saying is there were so many people we could have used in this, and they're all wonderful, but we found the right people, I think, for this project, and I was just very grateful, and there's so much gratitude that these people trusted me to tell their stories, because I'm just some yahoo, from Las Vegas, and they could have certainly talked to anybody or talked to nobody, and they looked at me and said, "Yeah, you're weird enough. Let's talk to you." So I'm grateful in this moment for all the people that allowed me to tell their story and come forward with it.
What a profound trust they put in you to do that, and that Mary Jo put in you to do that. Because you're a writer. You've been a writer. You're a lifelong and career writer. But this is you've never written a book before though either.
First timer. First
time for a book. After all those accolades I gave you, he's never written a book, and certainly one of this magnitude. So, Mary Jo, what are you grateful for in this moment?
Lindsay Lawler in my life. Amazing.
Well, you don't have to say that, but say it again.
Well, I will say it again. You are wonderful. And while we don't see each other a whole lot or hang out a whole lot, you're always there in my life. I'm always there for you. When this book came out, I knew you were going to be in this book as long as you said okay. So I wanted your story to be told because you came into my life where I needed to know I was going to be okay. And you're one of those people that really helped me understand I was going to be okay. And you wrapped your love around me. You brought Nashville into our lives, and we just felt the love immediately, like, I don't know, 3 weeks after the shooting, 4 weeks after the shooting. So I am grateful for you today.
I am grateful you responded because, you know, what's crazy is that I didn't even think about that guy. Like, it didn't even, but I'm a good person. You know, we're good people. It didn't dawn on me that my reaching out was amidst a sea of lecherous people reaching out. It didn't even cross my brain. And then when I realized that, I'm like, oh, I'll never be the same again now that I understand that exists out there. I'm going to go to Mary Jo here first. When you look back at the moment the book idea first surfaced, what did it feel like in that moment? Like, just like in your body, if you can go back, what that felt like? Did it feel like, you know, purpose or obligation, or perhaps a little bit of both? What was that call in that moment?
It wasn't obligation. It was, I wanted to tell our story. I didn't want Kurt to be forgotten. I wanted his story, our story, to be told. And I thought, I can write a book. I don't even care if anybody reads it, but I want his name, his story to be forever in writing. I knew I couldn't write a whole book about our lives. Our lives were not that exciting. But I started to think, like, look what's happened to me the last 4 or 5 years, right? And look at the amazing people that I have met. And I want to share their stories. And everybody came to me almost, like I'd say, within a year or two of the shooting, came into my life and made me realize, like I said, that we were going to be okay. So I started thinking, well, I could write about this person, I could write about that person, and I probably came up with 25 people that could have been part of this book. And then I thought, I can't write this book. You know, I journaled as part of my therapy, but I knew I couldn't write it. So this reporter who, you know, was trying to get my interview at about 5 years after the shooting.
Speaking of lecherous people, by the way.
Yeah, he, you know, I interviewed with him. I loved his story that he did on the 5-year anniversary. And about a year later, I said, I'm going to see if Mark Gray wants to write a book with me. So that's how it started. The whole
You book hit on him. You book hit on him.
And I was arrogant enough to think I could do it.
Yeah, right? Well, you did do it.
He never told me he was a Yahoo from Las Vegas, but
did you
surprise?
Did you know he'd never written a book? Did you know that, or did you just assume he had?
No,
you did. Okay,
I knew he hadn't, but I also knew he was at Route 91 that night, and I trusted him. And this is a kind of story, you know, I probably could have found an author that I'd love to read, or you know, somebody that I didn't know, but was an author. But that wasn't important to me. What was important to me, to really have somebody who would take care of the story and would understand what it was like to be there that night and have the respect for that. And with Mark, I did trust him, and especially after he did the article, after we spent time together, that was a really big deal to be able to trust somebody with our story, because this is not a normal story. And then all the people that I asked to be part of the book, I needed him to take care of them too, right? So he was one that I really trusted to do that. So that was really important.
Well, and I can tell you the reason Mark's sitting here in my studio is because he does have the care and concern for the people he writes about. I can tell you that because there's a chapter in the book about me. So I had to spend time getting to know you. And I immediately, I think the first time we talked, I was like, I forgot halfway through that we hadn't been best friends our whole life.
Right.
Like, you're that kind of energy. And then, by the way, when I got sucked into a terrible thing and was cast on Beast Games and found myself stranded in Las Vegas, I'm like, I'm going to text that guy, Mark, and he like showed up, found me at a hotel, was like, come stay at me and my fiance's house. I'm like, I almost went too. You know, we were like, we'll just do that. So it's point being, you trusted your instincts on that and fell into it. But Mark, I want to ask you, because this is such a different kind of writing than you've done. You've written about people from Taylor Swift to you name it.
Right.
and been with them and interviewed these people and spend time with them. This is not about celebrity though, this at all.
No, not at all. This is about the human connection, and obviously the title of the book is Las Vegas Massacre Connections. But that's really what it's about. It's about the human connection and how, people can, you can rely on other people in dark times, in times of light. There's nothing like that connection between human beings in times of tragedy and trauma. And, and I think we all need that. And that's, I've talked about this book quite a bit, and you touched on it, or Mary Jo did a second ago, where, this book starts really on October 1st. It's not an October 1 book per se, although that certainly is obviously a big element of it. But it starts on October 1, and it's everything that's happened since then. And it's kind of, what I like to say is this is a bit of a roadmap for people in future traumas. And, and trauma can really be anything. And I feel like on October 2nd, there was nobody there to tell us it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. Things are tough right now, but it's going to be all right. There was no one there for that, to say that to us. And I think that's kind of what we all needed. And this book acts as that roadmap of, if someone's in a future trauma, they can open it up and say, look at all these people, look at the things that they've gone through, and they've managed to, not move past, not move on, but move forward. And I think there's a big difference between those things. And, I think pretty early on in the book, Mary Jo says, I don't want to move past it. I want to move forward.
Big difference.
And it's a big difference, and it's a very powerful thing. And so, yeah, you're right. This is far different from anything I've ever written. I usually do interviews with celebrities, and I write about it, in various magazines and websites and things like that. But this was different. This was, really investing time, really, getting people to trust me with their story, and hoping I don't mess it up.
Well, you didn't. You did it beautifully. And I want to ask you, Mark, because your experience, obviously, at Route 91 is completely different from Mary Jo's. Obviously, we know how her life was changed that day. But I want to ask you, because years ago, I went through something very traumatic. We talk about it in this book, actually. And on the plane home from said incident. The incident. I say I had my spiritual awakening. Like, literally on the plane home, I came to. I think when we go through something tragic, it cracks something open inside of us. And some people have to have a near-death experience to hopefully you don't have to do that to wake up and see the world in a different way. That was kind of my version of a near-death experience on the plane home. I was like, oh my God, I literally came to. I was like, nothing will ever be the same. I will never see the world the same. And I was so grateful for it, oddly. So I wrote a song called I'm Okay About It. So you are okay, Mary Jo. But Mark, that who is Mark on a soul level on September 31st? Are there 31 days in September? 30. Who is Mark Gray on September 30th and Mark Gray on October 2nd?
I'm more hyper aware now of surroundings. I actually was just asked this a little bit ago too, is that, how have you changed? And, I'm jumpier when it comes to sound. And I know that's not like the greatest thing to say, but it's true. When people talk about fireworks, and Mary Jo and I have had this conversation about fireworks too, but I think I can speak for her too. We can both look at them, no problem whatsoever. It's more of the sound that gets me. I think it might get me a little more than it gets her, actually. But I'm more hyper aware of being in public than I ever was. Before I was just walking around and not a care in the world. And now I try to maintain that, because again, you have to go on with your life still. So I try to maintain that, but I'm just more vigilant about where I am and who's around me.
Fair. Mary Jo, you said a minute ago that you obviously did a lot of journaling post this incident. Were you a journaler before that? Before October 1st?
I always loved to write. Yeah, I always loved to write. And I did journal, but mostly before we had computers and all that, I used to write letters all the time. And I have a lot of those letters from people who have given them back to me and said, oh, you wrote this to me. I wanted to share it with you. And after Kurt passed away, I got quite a few letters of people. and from people, and it's always been a therapeutic thing for me. Always. Even when I was a young kid, I entered a literary contest in 7th grade, and I won the contest.
Bragger.
So I knew I could write, and I can't even remember today what the story was about. But yes, I've always loved it, but I never, felt like I could go write a book, or that wasn't really my purpose. But after Kurt passed away, the very first thing I did when I got home was I wrote everything I could remember from that weekend down, from what we drank, ate, what time we got up, what the name of our Uber driver was, whatever it was. I wrote everything I could imagine down. And I'm so glad, because you forget those things. Those little things, and I didn't want to forget anything about that weekend.
This might sound weird, but do you remember when you pulled that journal out, or that piece of paper, whatever it was? Do you have any idea what the very first thing you wrote down was? How would you even start that?
I think I started it the morning we arrived in Vegas, which was Friday morning. And we were staying with CJ and Jessica had arranged for the hotel at Caesar's Palace. They had a limo come and pick us up. I think that's how I started it, was our morning. We had Bloody Marys at the Sacramento airport. We were flying into Vegas. I think that's how it started. It's like, okay, I'm going to start this journey on that morning when we left.
Now, do you remember the first thing you wrote down after the incident? Ever, whenever you started writing down, do you have any, and if you don't remember it, what could that have been?
Just remember, probably not the first thing, but probably the most memorable thing was waking up on Sunday morning, October 1st, in the hotel. And Kurt was always an early riser. Always got up before me, would go downstairs and get me coffee and come up and sneak back in and not wake me up. But for whatever reason, I woke up first that morning and I couldn't go back to sleep. So I went down to the pool, and our room was overlooking the pool. And he woke up and he was startled that I wasn't there. So he called me and I said, I'm looking up at our room right now. And he was standing in the window saying, can you see me? But they had mirrored windows. Obviously, you weren't going to be able to see people through their rooms from the pool. But that was probably the most memorable thing, was me looking up there, not being able to see him, but him saying, hey, can you see me in the window? And that I woke up before him, which was very unusual. That never happened.
But if you're going to put pen to paper after the shooting happens, like how long did it take you to actually put pen to paper after the shooting happened?
We were in Vegas for a week waiting to take Kurt home, and my niece was also in the hospital, so we all wanted to go home together. And we flew home on Saturday, and the shooting was on Sunday. But I would say it was that next Sunday or Monday after we got home that I started writing. So, about a week after.
Okay. And do you remember what you wrote?
It was probably 25 pages. It was a lot. And like I said, it was every single detail of what happened that weekend.
So
not about the shooting, but more about how, our family was together. There was 7 of us there. At the concert, there were 6 of us. My brother-in-law, Michael, was not at the concert, but he was there with us that weekend. And we had other friends, actually, that were there, too. And I wanted to really remember how much fun we were having. And we had been to the concert 4 years in a row, and we always had fun, but we all agreed this year was the best year. We had so much fun, and we'd be coming back the next year. Wow. So I wanted to remember all that, too. I wanted to remember the joy and the different things that happened and our experiences with everybody that was there. Even remembering that night, we were on the big screen a lot, and that didn't happen. We always stood in the same spot at the concert, but, we were on the big screen probably 6-7 times, which it was surprising. And I wanted to remember all those little moments of how we were dancing on the big screen, or there were songs that we were having a great time to. I want to remember all of that too, not just the details of the shooting.
I can't even wrap my brain around the idea that one of the best days of your life was also the worst day of your life. And Mark was able to, there's zero way, Mary Jo, that you could have ever conveyed. Like that would be too hard to be able to convey, because I can't even imagine what Mark was able to do in this book through the people that you wanted to highlight and the stories and the connections that came of it. Mark was able to, how the hell you did this, Mark, is fascinating. You feel that, but you're a fun guy.
Oh, I try to be.
That loves connection. I mean, that's like just your nature. You were able to convey how heavy this was while still making it light. You don't finish this book and be like, oh my God, this is terrible. You're like, life goes on. We move forward, not past. And is there a method to that, Matt? I'm not talking about a writing process. This show is called We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. We're not trying to convince people to become professional writers. If that happens as a byproduct, go do you. You go. But like, how do you balance? Is there a method to that? Did you sit down and be like, I need to be both heavy and light at the same time?
Not really. This book was very organic in a sense that when Mary Jo and I first met, technically the second time we met, I guess. We met at a baseball game the first time. But at the second time we actually met, I went to her home at the time when she lived in Southern California. We spent all day together and just, talking to her, hearing her story, Kurt's story, their story together, the story of October 1st, the story of October 2nd, 3rd, 4th. So, we really kind of covered the whole range. And when I left there, I wasn't sure, do I have, what just happened? Is there a book here? Is there a magazine article here? Did I just have a day with a nice woman and that's it? I didn't really know what we had at this point still. And then when I kind of started writing, it was all just, again, very organic in the sense of, let's make this not as, as heavy as it certainly can be.
Sure.
Let's get some light in here. Let's do something inspiring in here also. And it just kind of came out that way. It was never, there was never I didn't have a format. There was never a template to, okay, now at this, in the third or fourth paragraph, we got to change the scene. No, it just kind of happened. And that just kind of became the case with all the chapters, where it was this flow of, let's start, sometimes they start heavy, sometimes they don't. Like your chapter, like kind of is kind of, I don't want to say heavy in the beginning, but it's like there's a moment, a traumatic moment for you certainly. And then we kind of like go into some like lighter stuff, and it ends with some heavy stuff, and then goes into like, what we've learned from that moment. So there was never, like say, it just kind of just happened this way. There was never a sense of let's switch up the tone. Let's just do this. And when Mary Jo and I were working through this, chapter by chapter, page by page, basically. And I think we both figured out pretty early on, okay, this is what it is. It's a book about, healing and inspiration as much as it is about, let's be honest, this is what happened to us. And we got here, we got through the dark times, and now we're over here in the lighter times. But, we don't forget the trauma that we've had. We just kind of like, we just strap it on our backpack and walk forward with it.
It's just part of your armor from here on out, rather. Yeah. We have to take a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to play a song. Dre, we're going to do the Broken Halos first. And talk, because music was one of the most important things, is still one of the most important things in the Von Tillo world and life and everyone around you. You guys had gone to this festival for multiple years. Music was important. Music is a universal language, but writing is too. And there's a couple songs that stand out that to you guys that to have a little lightness we're going to play, because the lyric in this song that we're going to play here in a minute, or the clip of it, is such a reminder that I have on my dashboard in my car, it says everything is working out for me. And I believe even the shitty things are somehow working out for me. Now, it's taken till this moment to be able to sit in the midst of something that feels really crappy and be like, this is happening for a reason. But there, if once we get to the other side and we look back, and I'm not, trying to be toxic and say that day happened for a reason, because that day is a whole different brand of evil, obviously. But if we are humans that do want to move forward, not get past, get over it, whatever, but move forward, we have to put ourselves in that position to know, what did I learn from this? How did I grow from this? What can I do to make the world better? And what these two wonderful humans did to make the world better is write a book called Connections. So, connecting with my two friends here, Mark Gray, Mary Jo Vontilla, join us now. The book is Connections, about the Las Vegas massacre. You can find it anywhere you get your books. Download it now, read it, share it. It'd make a great Christmas present.
It certainly would.
Connect with somebody around you today. Guys, this show is called We Should Write. It's a show about the healing power of writing. Hey guys, we should write.
Right?
You guys are so smart. We'll be right back.
Right.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
Are you ready for a hearty Thanksgiving meal without the hassle of cooking? Step inside Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers, where we're serving up your holiday favorites. For just $16.99, you can choose an entree from smothered turkey, chicken parmesan, and country fried steak. Each entree includes your choice of beverage and dessert. So come in on Thanksgiving Day for a festive celebration that'll leave you stuffed and satisfied. Here's to a happy holiday season.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Welcome back to We Should Write with Lindsay Lawler, a show about the healing power of writing. Let's dive back in, shall we? Because we should write, right?
We should write.
Right?
I'm going to do it too. It's going to haunt you in your sleep. I'm going to text you like 2 a.m. and be like, Mark, we should write.
I mean, I'm nailing the timing on it, though.
You're really good.
Thank you.
You're very talented.
Thank you. Thank you.
I
found my calling.
You found your calling. And your beautiful wife is with us, by the way, too, Casey. Congratulations, you newlyweds. How long? You can be a newlywed for like a year, I think, right? Is that what they say? Okay.
Casey wants to have a wedding literally every month right now. So
you're going to need to write more.
Oh, you're telling me.
You married a gem, but she's not cheap.
Woo! You say it again.
She's not cheap.
From your lips to his ears.
I'm saying. Okay, so before we went to the break, we teased a song that you wanted to play. This song has a lot of meaning, a lot of power behind it. Just on its own, it does. But when I asked you, Mark, send me a song or two that we could reference today because music is so powerful, and you said I want to play "Broken Halos" by Chris Stapleton. Why?
That song, it's very strange. So I remember vividly October 2nd, and we were so my now wife, then girlfriend at the time. We were doing long distance. She was in San Diego. I was in Las Vegas, and shooting happened at 10:05. She dropped everything. She got on the first flight out. She called her work from the airport and said, "I'm just not coming in. I don't know when I'll be back." And came to my house, and we were just kind of running around, kind of hanging out with some of our friends who were there that night and really just reflecting on that day. I remember we watched a Monday night football game. We're driving back from that game, and the radio's on, and Broken Halo came on, and for some reason that song just made me think of, the 58 people who lost their lives that night. and I was just crying in the car. I was trying to hide it from Miss Casey, the wife over here. And I remember I was kind of like looking down, and trying to be tough, and then I just realized I don't really care about being tough anymore. And that song always, kind of, even though obviously Stapleton wasn't there I don't think he did any of the 4 years, but that song always makes me think of October 2nd. And about 6 months, maybe a year later, Stapleton came to Vegas and we saw him. And he actually, again, he had no sort of connection to Las Vegas. He had, to my knowledge at least. And I remember him saying, I want to dedicate this next song to the people who lost their lives at the Route 91 shooting.
Wow, no way.
And he played Broken Halo. And I was thinking, whoa, there's a lot going on here. And I think I lost it again. Again, tried to hide it from the wife. But yeah, that song, every time I hear it, it makes
It's oddly hot, by the way, when you cry. So just
Thank you.
lean in, right?
Thank you, yeah. But that song always makes me think of Route 91, and especially the day after.
Wow. All right, let's play a clip from him. I went ahead and picked the part that means the most to me. And as you guys listen to this, listen to the lyric. This is this sort of sums up getting through tragedy, moving, not getting over it, but getting through it. Here we go.
It still hits.
Yeah. He's
Still
weeping
hits.
like a baby over here, guys, but it's hot. It's good, right? Like I said. Mark, do you know Kurt Von Tillo?
I do. I mean, I've never met him, but I know him.
I know you never met him, but do you know him?
Yeah. I feel like I spent so much time with Mary Jo and her family, her wonderful family, over these past several years that, I feel like I could literally sit next to Kurt and have a conversation about what he did yesterday. I feel like I know this man so well, yeah, people asked me that before too. Like, did you did you guys know each other before all this? And I said, no, I know him.
Yeah.
No, never met him, but I know him.
Mary Jo, is there a moment in these past 7 years where you felt Kurt so clearly that I know you felt him a lot, but a moment where you felt him so clearly that it changed the direction of where you were going?
Not just a moment. The kind of person that Kurt was is the kind of person that I hope to be every day. Kurt and I were very different. Opposites attract. Kurt was very outgoing. He never had his guard up. Anybody he met became his friend. He was very open to every kind of social situation. I was just a little bit more conservative, not as open as he was. Since he passed away, I've tried to be that person, more personable, listen to people's stories, take time, enjoy people, and know that this is the moment. This is the moment you're enjoying. It's not what's going to happen next. It's like be in the moment. And Kurt always knew that. Kurt loved talking to people, but he loved talking to people that were older than him and that had more experience than him. And he loved listening to their stories. And one thing I've realized is it is about everybody's story, and it's about those connections with people. And I just didn't appreciate that before, and he really brought that to my life. And unfortunately, it was after he passed away. But so it's not just one moment. It's who I am now. I'm different because of it and because of who he was. And I want to honor him in that way and be a better person. Like you asked Mark, do you know Kurt Von Tillo? Well, all of us, me, Jessica, Matthew, his children, we talk about Kurt all the time like he's here, so anybody that meets us knows who Kurt is. And, we love sharing stories about him. We love hearing other people's stories when they want to talk about him. But everybody has a story is what I've realized. And some are more compelling, some are more tragic, some are funnier, but everybody has a story. And listening to people and connecting with people in that way, that's what brought to me, and that's what Kurt gave me. And so it's not just a moment that I feel him. Every day I think, like, my life is so enriched because what he brought into it.
So I'm going to have Mary Jo read a passage from the book. Before I do, I have to ask you, Mark, because this is interesting. It's Mary Jo's stories and connections, but through Mark's words. I assume that's Mary Jo's words in there. You've probably taken notes. Who knows what the process is. But you're going to listen to her read a passage that you wrote, but it's actually her word. Like, how is that?
It's very meta, isn't it?
It's very meta. I've already forgot about what I'm talking about. I'm so confused. So before she reads it, Mark, like, how much of this, when you go back and write, right? When you go back and write, how much of it is your words versus her words? Like, how do you find that balance to, quote Mary Jo, but also write it through your lens as the professional writer?
Yeah, so Mary Jo's chapter was different from the rest of them, whereas I think she would probably agree that, with the exception of Mary Jo's chapter is chapter 1. And a lot of that is her words, just using me as a vessel. The rest of the chapters, I think, is more my words. Obviously, having interviewed all, you and all the other people certainly highlighted in the book. But yeah, there's a fine line there of figuring out, you certainly want to tell the story in the most accurate, meaningful way, while being respectful of, these aren't just characters in the book; these are real people, and so you want to be really kind of respectful. And in Mary Jo's case, it was very much a, let's let her word just guide the story to where it's going to go, and that's kind of what I tried to do. Is, going through just the pouring over the thousands of minutes of interview that her and I did, and just kind of let these words just flow and get it to where we need it to be. It was almost like sort of a GPS where I didn't know. I knew we have to get to this point, but let's just whatever windy road to get, however it gets there is the way it gets there. As long as we get here, we're okay. And so with her stuff, that was she was different than the rest of them because it really was her. She's sort of she's the catalyst of all of these people. She's the thread who ties them all together. So hers was different than the rest of them, but I think it worked out all right.
That's tricky. Pulitzer for you, because how you managed to do that is fascinating to me. So Mary Jo, I asked you if you wouldn't mind picking a passage from the book, and what did you pick, my friend? What would you like to share? And I wanted you to read it instead of Mark, not because I don't love Mark's voice, because I do.
So rude.
But I thought it'd be nice for our listeners to hear your story through your voice.
And I have not read this aloud, any part of the book, so this is going to be interesting. But I did pick the chapter on Lindsay Lawler.
Thank you for that, by the way. I didn't ask that, but thank you.
I wanted to make sure I did. Lindsay, you're
I know it's going to be hard. Will you do me a favor and move the book under the microphone so you don't have to look away from the mic when you talk?
Sure.
I just want to hear you loud. Mark and I are loud asses, and
I know,
you are
sorry.
A tender, loving human. So.
That was a pro move, Lindsay. That was a pro move right there.
Thanks.
Okay, the book.
It's so beautiful.
Okay. We all had their guards up, Mary Jo recalled, but we were willing to listen to her. While peering down at the Nashville skyline, they listened to Lindsay eloquently speak about her life, her marriage, her career, her connection to trucking. The Von Tillos all immediately felt at ease and knew this woman was trying to do right by Kurt. During a moment of casual chatting, Mary Jo offhandedly said, "Kurt's birthday is coming up, and that's going to be a really tough day." "I don't know why, but I have this feeling that Kurt and I have the same birthday," Lindsay uttered. "Is his birthday December 4th? To say they were shocked was an understatement, and the entire table burst into tears while confirming the hunch. That was a very special moment. I still cry when I think about it.
I can't believe I said that you eloquently spoke, Lindsay.
Eloquently.
Yeah, that's.
No, you were talking about a different person.
I obviously wasn't there.
No, obviously not. But dude, come on! Now, if you don't believe that something else is going on behind the scenes, stuff like that there's something divinely appointed going on when connections like that happen. What are we even doing here? I think so. That was such a moment where, and it was funny too because when you walked in and I hugged you, Mary Jo, and it was still a little like, who's this lady? That was the moment, and I believe that was Kurt, like being like, ding, this is okay. I deem this relationship appropriate. So thank you. Cheers. Let's cheers to Kurt, by the way.
Cheers.
He's a man
Cheers,
who.
Kurt.
Ding. Cheers, whatever's in your cup right now.
That was actually a big deal for him. He always liked to cheers everything. So our family cheers everything.
And let me say something real quick because I don't know if you guys both know this or not, but Mary Jo, when very early on in our chats, when we were talking about different people to highlight in the book, when we brought up Lindsay, you brought up this moment of, is his birthday December 4th? And I remember this like quite well, and I thought, okay, it's an interesting tidbit. When I was talking to Lindsay, she's telling me this story, and she goes, "Oh my God, and our birthday's the same day." And you both told me the same story, and I thought, oh, okay, this is like really meaningful, and I get why. There's one of those things where you guys did not know you both told me the same story.
Oh, cool.
And so I was like, okay, this has got to be in there. This is a moment. So
that's cool. Yeah.
I think it kind of broke the ice.
Yeah, for sure. And that's one of those things, especially I would assume with you, Mark, like picking out, because Mary Jo just gave you everything, and then you had the daunting task of figuring out what is going to go into these 200 or 300 pages. So when you hear something multiple times, I'm sure that's okay. Obviously, check that one's going in it. The book is wonderful. The book is, and it's a great time around Thanksgiving for it to come out, just because it's a time of gratitude, obviously. But I'm curious. Well, two things. I'm curious. I'm going to ask you both this question. I'm going to start with Mary Jo, actually. Mary Jo, what is the one thing in the book that you're like, wow, we really, really, really got this right?
Really funny. I'm so close to it. I lived it, right? So it was hard for me to know if it was going to be good, if it was going to be compelling, if people were really going to get the connection and really understand the importance of connecting with people and everybody's story. I think the thing that has shocked me the most is all of the positive reviews and feedback we've gotten. And people are saying, I laughed, I cried, I laughed and I cried, and I laughed and I cried. And they couldn't wait for more stories because they were so good. And being so close to it, I thought it was good. I thought, my life for the past 8 years has been amazing, the people that I've met. But I didn't know if anybody else would really enjoy the book. And we've gotten such positive feedback. It's just been really heartwarming, and not just my story, our story, but everybody's story. And I just love that because I know how much I appreciated all of the people that are in the book, and now everybody else gets to appreciate that.
But now the other side of this, and again, Mark, I'm about to ask you these same two questions, but different points of views from Mary Jo, from your experience and you providing the relationships, and Mark from the actual writing professional standpoint. Mary Jo, if there was there anything that you guys did that if you're like, crap, I wish this would have made the book? Is there anything that if you had to go back and do it, the book that they didn't get to? Not that there's a part 2 of this book coming, but if there was, what was missed?
I don't think anything was missed, but I mentioned early on when we started talking about the book, I had 25, 30 people who probably could have been part of the book. And do I wish all of those stories could have been told? Yes, absolutely. But of course we couldn't have a novel of 1,000 pages. But I don't think anything was missed. I think we got it right, but there's such amazing people in my life that were on that list too, and their stories are amazing too. So I don't think we missed it. I think we got exactly where we wanted to go, and I think each of the stories are so different and have so many different aspects to it that I think it brings in a lot of people who will really identify with the book from various angles. Everybody's story in the book is unique and brings its own strength, hope, resiliency, and I love that. So I think we got it right. I just wish I could have highlighted
Talked about everybody.
Yeah.
Mark, and I'm going to let you praise yourself here as much as you can. What did you do the best in this book, and what, if you had to go back and do it differently, would you throw into the mix, if anything?
You really know how to make a man's ego grow.
Start with how did you mess up, Mark? How did you fail? How did you fail this part?
Oh, count the ways. Count the ways. There were, I don't know. I mean, I think Mary Jo hit on the head, honestly, because I don't know that there's anything we would have done different per se. I think the only thing, and she nailed it, was the hardest part was whittling it down from this list of people. Because again, this is not my story. This is, I'm just telling the stories. This is really Mary Jo's story and her life and her squad, her team, and she gave me a list really early on of, I think, this person, this person, this person. And that was the toughest part, to say, okay, why should this person be in here and why shouldn't they? And you really had to weigh the pros and the cons a lot. Mm-hmm. And, it's one of those things where it's really difficult to, you don't want to tell someone your story is not interesting, because that's not the case. Your story is very interesting. It just, we can't include every single person. And she's right. We couldn't, this book's already, I think, 244 pages. And we can't make 900 pages. This is not the, it's not the Bible. We can't, we just can't include every single person. And if there was a couple, when I was pitching this book, and I know I'm veering off track a little here, but when I was pitching this book to publishers and agents and whatnot, one guy in particular, he's not who we went with, but he said, I wanted a book on just victims of Route 91. And he wanted this book, the Connections book, as a follow-up, which wasn't a bad idea, but I was like, that's another 2 years.
Yeah.
That's a long ways out.
But this book is done.
And this one's done. Yeah. And so, obviously, having, if that was the case, where if this guy's idea was, came to fruition, a lot of those people on the list would have certainly been included, potentially. Yeah. But that was the hard part, was kind of whittling it down and saying, these are the ones we're going to focus on. And it doesn't mean your stories aren't important. It just means these are the ones that we feel are right for this project.
That would be really hard. So we're going to play another clip of the song, because it's funny. This is a song that is important to Mary Jo, that was important to Kurt, that's important to your family. It's also a song that I am known for singing, so I'm so glad you sent this one. I actually, I sang on Broadway for a very long time, and listen, I can nail Don't Stop Believin'. I'm really good at it. I'm just going to say that for the record, but it also makes me really happy. But there's also a lot of drunk girls on Broadway. I'll never forget this one girl came up to me one night. I was playing at Tootsie's on the downstairs stage. And she came up, she's like, "Play Small Town Girl." And I was like, oh my God, this girl. She kept going, "Play Small Town Girl." I'm like, finally, that is not the name of the song. Do you want me to sing Don't Stop Believin'? She goes, "Yeah, play Small Town Girl." I'm like, oh my God. And so finally, a couple minutes later, we start the down, 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 down. We start to play it. And she goes to the bathroom. And I was like, dude, you've got to be kidding me. And then she comes out of the bathroom a few minutes later. The song is over. And she proceeds to say, "Play Small Town Girl." And I was like, that is the last time I'm singing that song on Broadway. I stopped singing that song on Broadway. But I love this song so much. This song brings people together. And if Don't Stop Believin' is not a better theme for your family, I don't know what it is. So Dre, hit us with a little so we can all do a little drive. If you're in your truck or in your car right now, roll the windows down. Hit it, Dre. to sing. I'm going to start singing it again, even for the drunk girls. I'm going to do it for Kurt. Live like Kurt. Mary Jo, what do you want? We have about 7 minutes left here. I can't believe we've almost talked for an hour. I could talk to y'all for 95 hours. What do you want? Because, listen, we haven't gone through the details. I want everyone to read this book. You'll get some idea of the weight of that day, but you, like I said, you will also be met with so much life, giving life that comes from it. What Mary Jo's life has become, what your entire family, your children, your huge extended family. But what do you want? Because there's a lot of people listening right now who have gone through a lot of tragedies. Hopefully not mass shooting. Hopefully we will never have to speak of that again. But it does exist in our world. So what do you want people listening now to understand about connection after tragedy?
Anybody who's listening that may be grieving or going through a tough time or having trauma, I just want to let you know it's going to be okay. And I think when I look at this book, it could be inspiring to people to know tragic things can happen, but good things can happen from that. And, you know, your life is not going to be defined by this one moment or this one trauma. That you can get up every day and move forward. And I think every story in this book, every connection in this book is a different situation, but each individual in the book has moved forward and been able to deal with their trauma, deal with their grief, and make their lives better. And anybody that's listening that might be struggling right now, I think if you read the book, I think you'll be inspired by all of the stories and to know it's going to be okay.
It is going to be okay.
And Lindsay Lawler, thank you for letting me know a month after the shooting I was going to be okay, because there's wonderful people in this world that you don't even know, strangers that can impact your life in a way that's so unexpected but so needed. So thank you for making that connection with us. I can never, ever pay you back for that.
Thanks for trusting a crazy person and flying to Nashville on a whim, by the way. I'm grateful. I hate what you had to go through. I will forever hate that. But I will also forever be grateful to Kurt Von Tilla, who brought us together on our birthday, by the way, too. I will forever be grateful to him. I think about him every December 4th. And listen, I don't like thinking about other people on my birthday. So also, Kurt, thanks for that, adding that into my life. We're going to play one more quick clip of a song because, Mark, you brought something else up, and I sent another song. Why is this Won't Back Down? We said that at the beginning of the show. I'm sure going to concerts, stepping out in life, as you said, too, you step into every kind of element now a little bit differently. But why Tom Petty Won't Back Down?
So Tom Petty, people forget, died the next day. He died on October 2nd, 2017.
Was that really?
Yeah.
I remember where I was when he died, but I did not put that together.
It was the next day.
Wow.
And so there was this whole there was just so much trauma going on in the world and such heavy things going on in the world.
Wow.
And so I won't back down. Obviously, there's a meaning there of, like you said, we're not going to let this define us. We're going to push forward. And then that Saturday night, so 6 days after the show, Jason Aldean, who of course was playing Route 91 when the shooting happened, he performed on Saturday Night Live, and he performed "I Won't Back Down" on Saturday Night Live.
Wow, I didn't realize that.
Yeah,
Okay.
so that song's always, again, like, it's this whole special meaning. In fact, he released a very limited run of shirts, and it was the Welcome to Las Vegas sign, the big famous one, but instead of Welcome to Las Vegas, it had the words "I won't back down." And it was a Jason Aldean shirt. I bought one. I don't think they're around anymore, but but because of that, again, like, that really just kind of defines the Vegas community in those days after, and I think a lot of us.
Awesome. Hit us, Dre. We can go over. We make the rules around here. Hit it, brother. As we end this show, to you, Mark, first. It's called We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. Why is writing so important, whether you do it professionally or personally?
Writing's therapeutic. Writing is it's one of the few things where I think you can really just kind of let out your emotion, your feelings, and not be judged. Obviously, in my line of work, I'm writing for the masses, but
you're judged all the time.
I'm judged all the time, yeah. But you can just write for yourself. I mean, Mary Jo talked about journaling, and those aren't published anywhere. She just did it for herself to kind of get it out, and I'm sure she'll tell you. She'll be the first to tell you it was therapeutic and it was meaningful, and that's why writing is so powerful.
Mary Jo, why is writing so important to you as someone who is not a professional writer, just in your personal life? What can you say? How can you encourage people listening that they need to write to get it out?
Well, I didn't have a chance to say goodbye to Kurt. I didn't have a chance to tell him all the things that I thought immediately after he passed away. So part of my therapy was writing him a letter. And him and I always shared our feelings, he made our relationship like that. He was a very touchy-feely, sherry guy. So we always knew where we stood with each other. But I had the opportunity to write him a love letter. And to me, it was just such a beautiful thing to do. And I will always cherish that letter. My kids have not seen that letter. Nobody has seen that letter. So for me, writing was an amazing connection to him. And I loved putting those words in writing. And it's different than saying them. I talk to him all the time, but writing it and really telling him how I felt was truly amazing and really was part of my healing process. And one of the first things that I did, I'd say I did this probably about 2 months into therapy, and it really helped me quite a bit, and I'll cherish that forever.
I'll cherish you both forever. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. The book is The Las Vegas Massacre, Connections. Connections, guys. Finding strength through tragedy after America's deadliest mass shooting. But it goes back to the connection, guys. You are all going to be okay. I'm okay. You're okay. Mark, you're okay.
I'm all right.
Mary Jo.
Right?
No, we're not there yet.
Oh, okay.
Mary Jo, you're okay.
I'm okay.
And we should write.
Right?
Okay, there you go, guys. This is We Should Write. It's executive produced by, me. It's technically produced by Phone Master Dre over there, and it's brought to you by the good people at RadioNemo. Listen to us on iHeart, Spotify, Pandora, Apple, wherever you find your shows. Well, you know that because you're listening now. Everybody, keep writing. Get it out of you so that it doesn't get into you. Mark, we should write.
We should write, right?
Go get the book. It's available wherever you get your books. Amazon, Barnes & Noble, wherever it is. You'll have the best day. Keep writing.